Today's meeting of the Boston City Council. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube at boston.gov/city-council-tv. At this time, I ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence their cell phones and electronic devices. Also, pursuant to Rule 42, I remind all in this chamber that no demonstration or approval or disapproval from members of the public will be permitted. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Braden. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Here. Councilor Flynn. Here. Councilor Louisiana.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Here. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Santana. Here. Councilor Weber. Here. Councilor Worrell. Here. Quorum is present.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. Mr. Clerk, could you please note that Councilor Coletta Zapata is also with us?
Yes.
Thank you. Now it is my pleasure to introduce this week's clergy, Reverend David Wright, invited by Councilor Worrell. After the invocation, we will all recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam President. The Reverend Wright is an executive director of the Black Ministerial Alliance of Greater Boston, which after merging with 10 Point Coalition a few years ago is now BMA 10 Point. A graduate of Boston Latin School, Harvard University, and Harvard Law, he worked in a private practice and was executive director of the African American Federation of Greater Boston. He was the former chairman of the Lena Park CDC and served on the board of directors for ABCD. He was the adjunct professor for the Gordon Conwell Theological Seminary and is an ordained minister in the American Baptist Churches of the USA and serves as an assistant pastor at People's Baptist Church in Roxbury. He's a proud husband and a father of 2 sons and 1 daughter. Now I welcome up Reverend David Wright.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here to ask God's blessing as you do the important work that you do for the least of these in our city. Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you once again for the privilege and honor of being before you. I ask your blessing on this council as they do the most important work there is, the protection of those for whom there is no one else to speak for them. Lord, I pray that you would bless them as they lead this city that we call a sanctuary city that seems to now be under attack. Give them the courage that they need. Give them the fortitude, the wisdom, the strength that they need to do the will that you would have them do. Bless them, keep them, cover them. Bless that their conversations wind up with things that are beneficial to the members and the residents of this city. And with respect to every religion represented here, and with respect to those who may not have a religion, I ask this, Jesus, in your name. Amen.
We'll now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Reverend Wright, for that invocation and for being with us here today. And may we listen to your words. Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please amend the record to reflect that Councilor Penn is now present and with us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of February 5th, 2025. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the February 5th meeting are approved. We are now on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0448?
Docket number 0448, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $14,400,000 in the form of a grant for the Safe Streets and Roads for All awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, passed through the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, to be administered by the Transportation Department. The grant will fund systemic safety improvements to traffic signals at 50 locations across the city of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. In an environment where federal funding for the Commonwealth and municipal projects is precarious and fraught with the risk of potential clawback or suspension, it is imperative that we do not introduce any delay when accepting grants in this category. And I have talked to some of my colleagues who may have concerns about pulling this docket without a hearing. And I just want to highlight the urgent threat of the Trump administration and what it poses to our city. They've promised to cut funding for states and municipalities. And a couple of weeks ago, the current United States Secretary of Transportation wrote a memo highlighting how federal transportation funding would and should be redirected to areas with characteristics that places like Boston and Massachusetts curiously score low on in relation to other states and cities that electorally align with the current federal administration. I don't know how we can, in good conscience, stand by objecting to pulling federal grants at this time. This particular grant, BTD will implement upgrades in line in Boston's signal operations design policy, which emphasize pedestrian safety by increasing crossing times and reducing high-risk turns. These improvements will be targeted at key intersections, particularly those in Boston's high crash network, where data shows the greatest need for intervention. The upgrades will be informed by a comprehensive evaluation of each location, focusing on signal analysis, signage and striping, retiming and rephasing. These are all things that our council has been supportive of. And I will commit to do a policy briefing with BTD on this particular issue, but today I'm asking for a suspend and pass.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. $15 million, $14.4 million is a lot of money to be passed through this council without actually having a hearing or knowing exactly the impact it will have, what neighborhoods it will go to. I would not be doing my due diligence by voting to approve this without having a hearing. The other reason I think a hearing is necessary is to have Boston Transportation Department come down to the City Council. In this body, talked about concurrent traffic signals. We filed a resolution that was unanimously approved by every single city councilor. In this $14.4 million will have an impact on some of those types of issues. I have not received a response yet from the Chief of Streets. He knows this issue is very important to the residents of Boston. I expect, before we approve this, to have a conversation about concurrent traffic signals and other pedestrian safety related issues across the city. Other colleagues have asked me also, they want to have a hearing. They want to be informed of what's happening in their district. They want to make recommendations to the administration of what intersections should be prioritized, what else is important. They want to ensure that their voices as district city councilors are heard, and they want to be part of the discussion. They just don't want to be an afterthought. I would object to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Councilor Flynn, you are objecting to Councilor Durkin's, as the chair of Planning, Development, and Transportation, you are objecting to her suspend and pass?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Docket number 0448 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0449?
Docket number 0449, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $2,294,289 in the form of a grant for the WIOA Youth Program Grant awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Higher Department of Career Services to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund a comprehensive youth employment program to serve eligible youth ages 14 to 24 who face barriers to education, training, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Would you actually please read through 0452?
Docket number 0450, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $1,761,212.70 in the form of a grant for the WIOA Adult Activities awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Hire Department of Career Services, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund services to help job seekers access employment, education, skills training, apprenticeships, and support services. Docket number 0451, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $1,076,177 in the form of a grant for the Wagner Pizer program awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Hire Department of Career Services, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund individual reemployment needs of unemployment insurance claimants, as well as prevent and detect improper benefit payments and application assistance for training and education resources and programs. And docket number 0452, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $983,445.30 in the form of a grant for the WIOA Dislocated Workers Grant awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Hire Department of Career Services, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund a program to help dislocated workers get back to work as quickly as possible and overcome barriers to employment.
Thank you. These dockets 0449 to 0452, will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0453?
Docket number 0453, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $65,000 in form of a grant for the Child Care Entrepreneur Fund Grant awarded by the donor group, to be administered by the Office of Early Childhood. The grant will fund charitable and educational activities related to child care.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking that we suspend this low-dollar $65,000 grant, which will be funding activities related to child care.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension and passage of this docket, docket number 0453. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read dockets number 0454? Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please update the attendance record to reflect that Councilor Fernandez Anderson is now present and with us? Mr. Clerk, could you please read dockets number 0454 and 0455 together?
Docket number 0454, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $43,312.50 in the form of a grant for the FYOB MLK Scholars Program Grant awarded by the Boston Foundation, passed through the Philanthropic Initiative, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund summer jobs, financial education, and professional development opportunities for Boston youth. In docket number 0455, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $30,000 in the form of a grant for the Carry-In Regional Planning Grant awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Hire Department of Career Services, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund regional planning efforts to address the creation of regional pipeline programming for high-demand industries and occupations in alignment with regional planning priorities.
Thank you. Dockets number 0454 and 0455 will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0456?
Docket number 0456, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $10,000 in the form of a grant for the VBS Horrigan stock donations awarded by John Horrigan, passed through the City of Boston Trust Funds, to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund various expenses at the Veronica B. Smith Senior Center in Brighton.
The Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, I would like to ask to suspend and pass the Veronica B. Smith Senior Center. Does wonderful work in the Brighton-Alston area, and this small dollar amount will help support activities that they're doing to keep our seniors engaged. So I hope my colleagues support us.
Councilor Murphy seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0456. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read dockets number 0458 and 0459?
Docket number 0458, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to submit a statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority core program for Madison Park Technical Vocational High School pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 70B, Section 5. The statement of interest describes and explains the deficiencies within the school facility that prevents Boston Public Schools from delivering their desired educational program. Docket number 0459, message and order authorizing for your approval an order authorizing the City of Boston to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority statements of interest for their accelerated repair program for the following schools: Boston Adult Technical Academy, Hurley K-8 School, Mildred Ave K-8 School, Mendel Elementary School, Mary Lyon Pilot High School, Joyce Kilmer Lower School, Margarita Muniz Academy, Orchard Gardens 12-8 School, Trotter K-6 Elementary School. The statements of interest describe and explain the deficiencies and the priority category for which the City of Boston may be invited to apply for the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. Priority 5, replacement, renovation, and modernization of the school facility systems, such as roofs, windows, boilers, heating, and ventilation systems to increase energy conservation and decrease energy-related costs in a school facility.
Thank you. Dockets number 0458 and 0459 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0460?
Docket number 0460, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Dr. Gual Valdez as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring January 15, 2028.
Thank you. Docket number 0460 will be referred to the Committee on Public Health, Homelessness, and Recovery. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0461?
Docket number 0461, message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Jessica Boatwright as a member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance Review Board, also known as BIRDO, for a term expiring April 24, 2026.
Thank you. Docket number 0461 will be referred to the Committee on Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0462?
Docket number 0462, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Lawrence DeCara as a member of the Audit Committee for a term expiring November 9th, 2026.
Thank you. Docket number 0462 will be referred to the Committee on Post-Audit, Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. We are now on to reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0463 and 0464?
Docket number 0463, notice received from the Mayor of the appointment of Jerica Bradley as the First Assistant Collector Treasurer effective November 30th, 2024. And docket number 0464, communication was received from Councilor Murphy and Councilor Flynn regarding requests to implement a citywide ban on non-disclosure agreements in employment matters.
Thank you. Dockets number 0463 and 0464 will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0465 and 0466?
Docket number 0465, communication was received from Council President Ruth Louijean calling for the election of City Clerk for the City of Boston on February 12, 2025 and ending on February 3rd, 2028. President Louijean nominates Alex Jerntis. And docket number 0466, communication was received from Council President Ruth Louijean calling for the election of Assistant City Clerk for the City of Boston on February 12, 2025 and ending on February 3rd, 2028. President Louijean nominates Darcy Beecham.
Thank you. I now move to proceed with the election of the City Clerk. I nominate to re-elect Clerk Alex Jerntis for a 3-year term pursuant to Section 52 of the City Charter, ending on February 7, 2028. Is there a second? Second. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? No. Okay, pursuant to Section 17C of the City Charter, Mr. Clerk, can you please call a roll so that each city councilor can state the name of the person they would like to vote for? Again, the only person nominated and seconded is our current clerk, Alex Jerntis. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Coletta Zapata, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Louisiana.
Alex Jerntis.
Councilor Louisiana, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Bepen. Councilor Bepen, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, Alex Jerntis. Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, Alex Jerntis. And Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, Alex Jerntis. 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0465 has passed, and Clerk Alex Jerntis has been re-elected as City Clerk. Congratulations, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes, there's no clapping, but you may shake everyone's hand, Mr. Clerk. I was about to say, what am I, Chuck?
Should have come to you first.
That's okay. And I know if Michael were here, he would want to shake your hand as well. So congratulations, Mr. Clerk. I now move to proceed with the election of an Assistant City Clerk. I nominate to re-elect Assistant Clerk Dossie Beecham for a 3-year term pursuant to Section 52 of the City Charter, ending on February 7, 2028. Is there a second? Are there any other nominations? Pursuant to Section 17C of the City Charter, Mr. Clerk, can you please call a roll so that each City Councilor can state the name of the person they would like to vote for? Again, the only nomination on the floor that has been seconded is that of Dossie Beecham. Mr. Clerk, please take a roll call vote.
Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Coletta Zapata, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Louisiana.
Dossie Beecham.
Councilor Louisiana, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Pepen. Councilor Pepen, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, Dossie Beecham. Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, Dossie Beecham. And Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, Dossie Beecham. 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0466 has passed, and Assistant Clerk Dossie Beecham has been re-elected as Assistant City Clerk. Congratulations, Dossie. Again, congratulations to our clerk and to our Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0467?
Docket number 0467, communication was received from Councilor Flynn regarding Eve Griffin of the Boston Public Library.
Thank you. Docket number 0460. Councilor Flynn would like to speak on this communication. Councilor Flynn, as this is a communication, you have limited time to 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take less than 1 minute.
Thank
Just
you.
want to inform my colleagues this dedicated employee at the public library has stage 4 cancer. She used up her sick time. She is seeking to participate in the sick bank so that she can get some financial assistance during this time away as she fights with stage 4 cancer. I sent a letter to David Lennon at the Boston Public Library. I also sent a letter to the union that represents Eve. And we must be a city that respects people in need of assistance, city workers in need of some financial assistance as they fight for the fight of their life. And we want to make sure that this woman is treated with respect, that she doesn't have to worry about financial issues as she deals with a very complicated medical diagnosis. Women's health must be a priority. Women's health must be important. I would encourage David Leonard to review the facts and provide a little bit of respect and dignity to this woman that has dedicated her life to the city, and grant her the necessary leave so that she can continue fighting this stage 4 diagnosis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
This docket will be placed on file. We are now on to reports of committees. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0236?
Docket number 0236, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on January 15, 2025. Docket number 0236, message in order for your approval, a new home rule petition to the General Court. Petition for a special law relative to an act for residential tax relief in the city of Boston. Submits a report recommending that the docket ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Clara Zapata, the chair of the Committee on Government Operations. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I apologize in advance for how long this is going to be. Obviously, this is a really important topic, so I'm going to go through the sequence of events that took place at the and the information received at the hearing. So apologies to my colleagues for the length of this committee report, and I can imagine that there will be subsequent conversation. The Committee on Government Operations held a joint hearing with the Committee on Ways and Means on docket 0236 on January 27th, 2025. Ashley Grafenberger, CFO, Nicholas Arenello, Commissioner of Assessing, Raymond Boley, Director of Valuation, Assessing Department, and Shagun Edwowu, Chief of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, testified on behalf of the administration. The administration explained that the newly proposed home rule petition aims to provide tax relief by adjusting property classification regulations. It was explained that the proposal would allow Boston to exceed the state-imposed limit on commercial to residential tax ratio. The administration emphasized that the shift is intended to provide immediate relief to residents, while ensuring that commercial properties contribute a fair share of the tax burden. The administration also acknowledged concerns that increasing commercial tax rates could impact small businesses, but noted that safeguards such as targeted exemptions are included in this proposal. The administration also explained that the tax classification proposal is part of a comprehensive approach to address economic disparities in the city. The admin highlighted the rising residential property assessments have disproportionately impacted certain neighborhoods, particularly in communities of color and among elderly homeowners. The administration asserted that the proposed petition provides a mechanism to offset these rising costs while continuing to support the city's investment in public services, schools, and infrastructure. They also further stated that the proposed classification changes aligns with Boston's broader tax strategy, which prioritizes maintaining affordability for residents while ensuring a sustainable revenue structure. The administration noted that other cities have implemented similar measures and observed that shifting a proportion of the tax burden to commercial properties has historically provided relief to owner-occupants without negatively affecting businesses. They also explained that this docket represents a revised approach to the residential tax relief that differs significantly from the mayor's previously filed home rule petitions, which did not pass at the State House. The administration explained that earlier proposals primarily sought to increase the residential exemption and provide direct tax abatements. It was stated, however, that efforts face challenges due to concerns over revenue stability and their impact on the broader tax structure. Further, they explained that the earlier petitions lacked mechanisms to mitigate potential negative consequences for small businesses, and that, in contrast, the newly proposed petition includes provisions to safeguard small commercial property owners by structuring the tax shift in a way that will primarily impact larger commercial properties. The administration reiterated that the new proposal was developed in response to feedback from legislators and stakeholders who expressed reservations about the broader impact of policy proposals. The administration also highlighted that the revised petition includes a sunset clause, meaning that the tax classification change would be subject to periodic review, an element not included in earlier versions. It was explained that the provision was included to address concerns from state legislatures regarding permanent tax shifts and to allow for adjustments based on economic conditions. They stressed that the new petition aligns more closely with statewide tax policies, making it more likely to gain approval at the State House. Councilors questioned the administration about the long-term effects of shifting more tax burden onto commercial properties. They responded that while the proposal temporarily increases the commercial tax rate, it does not fundamentally alter the city's long-term revenue structure, acknowledging that Boston remains heavily reliant on property taxes due to limited alternative revenue sources. Councilors also inquired whether or not the increase in commercial property taxes could deter businesses from remaining in Boston. The administration explained that the commercial tax rates in Boston are competitive compared to other major cities, and that the adjustment is designed to maintain that balance. Further, they added that the city would monitor economic impacts to ensure that small businesses are not disproportionately affected. During the hearing, councilors proposed several amendments to provide additional tax relief for senior homeowners, small businesses, and low-income residents. Councilors suggested expanding the eligibility criteria for the senior tax exemption program, proposing that income thresholds be adjusted upwards to reflect the rising cost of living, healthcare expenses, and inflation. Some recommended raising the income cap between 60 and 80% of the AMI to ensure seniors qualify for relief, or to implement a long-term senior homeowner exemption, which would provide increased tax relief to seniors who have owned their homes for at least 20 years. In response to such suggestions, the administration stated that separate proposals, including expanding exemptions for seniors and long-term homeowners, are under review, and reiterated that this docket is part of a broader strategy to address rising property taxes while maintaining equitable revenue distribution. Regarding small businesses, suggestions were made to increase the personal property tax exemption referred to in Section 5 to $100,000. The current exemption is set by state law at $10,000. This proposal would increase that by 90%. The administration informed the committee that setting the number at $30,000 will support over 5,500 small businesses across Boston. Further, that raising the exemption to $100,000 would be a large increase relative to the programs offered by other cities. Cambridge, for example, is the highest in the state, allowing up to $20,000. Therefore, $30,000 would be the highest cap in the state. Overall, this would reduce the tax liability of larger businesses, increasing costs on our residents through increased tax rates. Regarding rebates, and this was the new section of the proposal, and so I was happy to ask specific questions about this, because this really is the only new part of it. We've already voted on this twice already. Councilors further recommended streamlining the rebate application process by automating eligibility checks based on tax records, thereby reducing administrative barriers and ensuring that all eligible homeowners receive relief without unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. A proposal was also made to establish a property tax exemption for low-income municipal workers to provide relief for frontline essential city employees who face financial hardship. However, after much conversation and research, the amendment could not be included in my report due to constitutional and legal constraints under Massachusetts tax law. The primary legal concern, or primary legal issue rather, concerns Article 112 of the Massachusetts Constitution, which governs property taxation and mandates proportionality in taxation. The proportionality requirements dictates that all property within the same classification must be taxed uniformly, with limited exceptions allowed under state law. In general, councilors recommended that the city simplify the application process, provide multilingual resources, and conduct targeted outreach efforts to ensure that all eligible seniors are aware of and can easily access available exemptions and relief programs. Finally, councilors advocated for increasing transparency in the assessment process to ensure residents understand how property values are determined and how relief measures are applied. There was one amendment that is included in the updated draft. This has to do with the rebate section. And so I'll just read the amendment in whole for folks and for the record. Section 6, language was added to ensure a fiscally responsible approach to tax relief by specifying that the amount of the rebate shall be calculated, reviewed, and approved by the City Council with the submission of an appropriation order, and ensuring that rebates will not be issued should the appropriation cause the fiscal year's generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, unassigned fund balance to go below 15% of the fiscal year's GAAP general fund operating expenditures and/or cause the city's statutory budgetary unassigned fund balance to go below 10% of the city's general fund that is not classified as restricted. Oh, excuse me, I read that wrong. Unassigned fund balance to go below 10% of the city's statutory budgetary operating expenses. Boston's GAAP unassigned fund balance is the proportion of the city's general fund that is not classified as restricted, committed, assigned, or non-spendable. It is a residual classification that can be positive or negative. The city uses its funds balance to help manage current and future risks. And that was just a summary of the amendment. It is included here in the committee report and is reflected in the new draft. And so based on all of this, as chair of the Committee on Government Operations, I am recommending moving this listed docket from the committee for the full council for discussion and formal action. And so at this time, my recommendation to the full council is that this matter ought to pass in a new draft. And if I can just say a few other words before we move on. So I've been alerted that there are a number of amendments that are coming up. I look forward to that discussion and answering any questions. I think as chair, it is up to my discretion to understand where my colleagues are based on the questions that were asked in the hearing. I did put out a call for folks, if they had additional questions, to please send them my way or amendments. We did send an RFP to the administration. They did respond, and that was sent to my colleagues. And so I do think at this point, given that 90% of this is something that we've already seen, the rebate portion of it is new. This is money that is going directly into the hands of those who receive the residential exemption. The city has a very robust process to understand who is eligible for the residential exemption. And that was something that was put forth, I forget exactly by which colleague, but they were curious to know what sort of relief and on what timeline this would provide for folks. Ultimately, the administration made very clear that this would go directly to homeowners on an expedited timeline through this rebate process. And these are folks that we have been hearing from, my office has been hearing from, saying, I am a senior on fixed income, I am struggling right now as it is to make ends meet, and I need relief, and I need relief fast. And so, in my opinion, the rebate idea, while a blunt tool, is necessary. And I agree with it. And that's why ultimately, I think given some of the fiscal responsibility language that we have included, and I want to thank the venerable chair of Ways and Means for collaborating with me on this process and really making this document into a better document. This is why we're here. And so I appreciate everyone's participation. I look forward to the conversation, but my recommendation is that this matter ought to pass in this draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Clara Zapata, and thank you for all of your work and your diligence on this matter, both this year, in this iteration, and last year. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to amend the home rule petition. The first amendment would be to allow for an exemption for frontline essential municipal workers. And the second amendment would be to allow for an exemption for long-term residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and are 55 years and older.
Okay, so those motions have been seconded. The motions, I think Central Staff, thank you, is passing out the language for those motions, and all of my colleagues should have them. We can open it up for discussion on the proposed motions. And then, Councilor Worrell, I did see your light on, and so after this is complete, we will, after vote on this amendment, I will then go to you. But Councilor Flynn, you have the floor if you'd like to continue speaking on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, regarding the First Amendment, municipal essential workers. This amendment would allow for an exemption for essential municipal workers. They might be first responders. They might be employees at the Parks Department, Public Works Department, the library, Age Strong, Boston Transportation Department, and other departments. This is one of the most expensive cities in the country to live in. as we all know, our dedicated city employees are under a residency requirement. Rising property taxes, the cost of living, post-pandemic inflation has impacted them also. These municipal employees didn't go into government to make money. They believe in public service. They keep our city moving forward every day to continue to make Boston a better place. If we're going to talk about property tax relief, let's also include those who are on the front line, who are essential to making our city a desirable place to live, visit, and do business. I understand that one of my colleagues might vote against this based on that there's no precedent, or it might not pass muster. But if that is the case, I'd like to see that in writing, so we could all be informed of an issue, and it might impact us, it might not. But if that is the case, I'd like to see that in writing as well. But I would respectfully ask my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's ensure our city workers that they know that they're valued. They are our neighbors. They are our family members. They are our youth sports coaches. They're involved in community organizations. They're going to work on the weekends, on holidays, to keep the city moving forward, providing the best services that they can for the residents of Boston. Let's give them a little bit of respect. This is an opportunity for us to treat them with respect and dignity, and let them know we value them. We value their family. We value their contribution to the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll hold off on the Second Amendment. Is that?
So, okay, you're done speaking substantively?
On the First Amendment.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you,
So
Madam Chair.
there's a procedural matter I need to clarify for, so the motion was seconded. We do need to take a vote, before we take a vote on substantively on whether we want to actually vote in favor of it, just to have the motion properly before the body. So we'll start with that, a motion in favor of having it before the body. We'll start with the First Amendment, which is the one for real property for $1,000 for long-term residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and are ages 55 and older. All in favor of having that motion before the body. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I just have a question. So before, I think a response to that might help inform this decision from my colleagues to put it before them for a vote.
Okay. You have a question? Okay, you have a question on yes.
So
But just so I'm clear, this is not a vote on the substance and whether yes or no. It's about allowing the motion to even be before the body.
Right.
Okay.
I have, my point is that I think the response that I have might influence my colleagues' decision to at least put it in front of them, but I'm
Sure, okay, you may. But it's a motion to amend. There is debate allowed for a motion to amend, and so you have the floor.
okay, so I think thank you, Councilor Flynn, I appreciate it. I also appreciated our great conversation over the weekend when we were discussing the contents of this. The bottom line, and one thing I want you to take away, is that what we are proposing here is, through this amendment, is potentially illegal. It is not meant to say that we do not care about our municipal employees. I think everybody knows that I'm a champion for municipal workers. I've been a city staff member for 8 years. I have deep respect and admiration for folks that work here. And so when Councilor Flynn produced this amendment or talked about it, I proactively reached out to him, I called him, and asked for more information. My staff went back, we looked at the merits, because I do think that this could potentially be a strategy that we implement. We would just have to do potentially a constitutional amendment. I think that is something that is still outstanding. But in trying to condense it down, ultimately we are allowed to classify certain categories of property, but not different types of property owners. And so that in of itself, it goes against Section 112 of the Constitution. And to speak more broadly on it, the key constitutional principle at issue is proportionality, which mandates that property within the same class be taxed uniformly unless a reasonable exemption is granted. And we have not defined what that reasonable exemption is. At this point in time, I don't support this amendment on that basis. I think no matter what we do has to be vetted legally. We don't want to send something up that is illegal. And while I appreciate Councillor Flynn's efforts here, I had committed to you, Councillor Flynn, to look at this and to work on it, because I think that the merits of it are good. We have the potential of opening ourselves up to a number of legal challenges. And I think just, again, the last point I want to make on this, some of the potential legal challenges, and there's 3 here. Violation of uniformity in taxation. Since this exemption is based on the property owner's status rather than the nature of the property, it could be deemed unconstitutional under Article 112. Precedent and scope. Massachusetts courts have typically upheld tax exemptions that are narrowly tailored to serve well-established public policy interests. Exempting municipal workers could be seen as favoring one group of property owners over others without a sufficiently distinct public benefit. Legislative authority versus home rule. The amendment provides Boston with broad discretion in defining who qualifies as a frontline municipal worker. If challenged, courts may question whether such a delegation is permissible under state tax law. So again, thank you to Councillor Flynn for introducing it. Those are that's my response, and I will be voting no on bringing this for further debate, just based on those points. Thank you.
I do. Thank you. Madam President, I am just a little bit confused. We're having a discussion on something that's not properly on the floor. So I understand you doing your best to balance this out and being courteous to your colleagues. However, it's not properly on the floor, totally unprecedented, not appropriate. We should probably put it on the floor. That was not fair. Let's put it properly on the floor, please, and then we can have discussion. Never has that happened, and that should not happen.
There can be discussion on a motion to amend. There can be discussion on allowing the motion to amend. It is permissible to have discussion on the motion to amend. And so that is what is happening at this moment. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to Councilor Coletta, she...
Do you have what is the point of order, which means that there's a rule that is being violated? What is the point of order?
Well, I want to respond to...
Okay, but that is not a point of order. I want to go to the point of orders.
Madam Chair.
And then I will return to you, Councillor Flynn. Is there another point of order? The chair recognizes Councillor Murphy, your point of order on a rule issue.
Yes, so the discussion that Councilor Coletta gave to try to clarify before a vote, then I think I should be able to rebuttal hers, because if she was allowed to say why she thought it shouldn't come to the floor, I have reasons to say.
You absolutely can. Right now.
And so I want to know then why this is different than the status of good neighbors. How is that any different?
That's not a point of order. Is there another point of order on the floor? If you can speak substantively, you can speak substantively, but there's a point of order. So, Councilor Mejia, do you have a point of order?
I'm going to take my time, exactly. So I think it's really important, and sorry that I'm late. I just got back from D.C., Dominicans on the Hill. My flight was canceled, so I'm here, though. I was not going to miss work, for the record. But I'm just curious, okay? I'm curious about all of this back and forth, because I was under the impression that we were going to, well, I didn't know this was going to come up for a vote until recently. I think I found out about it in the Herald, but our office also asked for some amendments, and we just learned right now in real time that
this is not a point of order.
I know, but it is. Hold on a second.
Okay, so as the chair, I am reclaiming the mic, and I am saying that I am allowing, if you want to speak substantively on the motion to amend that is before us, we can do that, and that is what you are doing. It is not a point of order.
But you don't do that to other people. But anyways,
You
back
have
to
the
me.
floor to speak
I got the
substantive.
mic.
Yes, you do.
So for those folks who may not have access to the language, can you explain for those who are tuning in what substance, how do you say the word? What does it mean?
There's a motion to amend on the floor.
The substance.
That motion
I
was-
understand that. I need
Yeah.
you to define substance for
That
us.
motion was seconded. So now what is on the floor for debate, there are some motions that aren't debatable. We've
Okay.
discussed that before.
Okay.
But there are some motions that are debatable. And there's a motion to amend that is on the floor that is open to debate. And Councilor Coletta Zapata expressed her opinion as to why the motion to amend should not be allowed for constitutional and other reasons. And that is a fair debate to be had as we're discussing a motion to amend. So it is properly before the body, her motion to amend, and our ability to debate it is also properly before the body.
Right, so my question was, and for the record, my question was your use of the word substance. What does that mean? How you say it in America?
Substantive.
Thank you. Can you explain for our viewers what that word means and how it manifests in the space that we're in right now? So then that way I'm able to show up and understand what you mean by that. Please, thank you.
It means the content of the matter.
That it's important. Not
Okay.
because there is
Yeah, because-
content, that it matters.
Okay, because what we have to understand is the privilege here of people who know how to show up in this chamber and those who are learning how to be in this space. So I just think that it's important for us to be more accessible and a little bit more, just easier for people to understand.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I still want to finish my point.
Okay. I did not hear a point of order from you. Councilor Fernando Jennison, you have a point of order?
Madam President, I think what I'm trying to say is that when Councilor Coletta asked for point of order, you did not set the precedence across the board. You didn't say, Councilor Coletta, you do not have a point of order. This is a comment you want to express or you want to share feedback. But you allowed her to go on. And then when someone else, for example, Councilor Flynn gets up and says point of order, but he wants to express himself, you don't set that same precedence. It's not fair. So I'm asking if you're setting precedents, and we're always doing this thing where sometimes it's precedence and sometimes it's rule and sometimes it's fair, it's not fair. So I'm asking you to do across the board. If they don't know the right terminology, as Councilor Coletta did not express it in the right term, then use that same courtesy across the board.
Thank you. So what Councilor Coletta Zapata did correctly was remind me that we can debate a motion to amend, and that I was seeking to move to a vote on the motion to amend. But motion to amend are not like other motions that are not debatable. The motion to amend is debatable. Yes, and so people can speak on the motion that is properly before the body because it is debatable. The chair recognizes, is it Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor to speak on the motion to amend.
Yes, I am Councilor Murphy. So when she spoke, she said that it could be illegal, and in my opinion, that she scared people into thinking that if we voted on this, even to allow it to come to the floor, that we'd be doing something we don't want to get ourselves into trouble for. And I just want you to be clear that the mayor and her team and her legal team make sure that anything we send over that may not be legal, because oftentimes we get things sent back, like the first year with amendments. Remember, they all got sent back, and many they said, well, they weren't legal. So there is no way this will go up to the State House if it's not legal. And if the mayor's office decides that it's not legal, that's for them to decide. So I think that allowing her to speak, I think people may be afraid to even allow it to come to the floor now. And so I think that should be considered a point of order. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just believe that after my presentation, then after Councilor Coletta's presentation, that the well has been poisoned. Everyone thinks that this is an illegal amendment that won't pass muster up at the State House before we even can bring it on the floor. That's not fair. People should vote on it whether they believe in it. But to say it's illegal based on, and I asked in my opening statement, can I see the document? I want to respectfully see the document passed out in written form so we can see where it says it's illegal. But the damage probably has been already done, because now my colleagues think that they're voting on an amendment that I proposed, that's illegal. We don't know that. But my colleague has said it is illegal. Now it puts my colleagues in a bad position. I understand that now, that they're potentially voting on something that is illegal. I don't agree with that. I thought it was unfair, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. And, you know, we talk about precedents and all of that. I think that this has put us into a new territory, and so my intention was never to scare anybody. It just was to inform your decision, ultimately, as chair. It was to inform your decision to bring it for a vote. I think that that is within my right. And respectfully, Councilor Flynn, it is in writing. It's in the committee report that was filed, that was available to folks on Monday. And I think that's my last point. But I will be voting no. It's up to colleagues how they want to go on this, but I just will be voting no, and that's simply what I said.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. No? Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a couple questions. One of the questions is, if we were to include, maybe this is to Councilor Flynn or Councilor Coletta Zapata, it's kind of dovetailing off of Councilor Murphy's question, is if we were to include Councilor Flynn's language on the home rule petition, would that whole home rule petition then be considered illegal? And then also to Councilor Flynn, have you done any research or talked to any lawyers that says that your language is illegal? Is legal?
Thank you. You have a point of order.
Thank you. I mean, I respect and appreciate the questions Councilor Orell asked, but wouldn't those be the questions that would be asked when we're open to debate?
I disagree. I believe that the discussion that Councilor Coletta Zapata is having, the questions that Councilor Orell are having, are well within the discussion to be had about whether to allow a motion, whether the motion is constitutional.
Megan, can we ask our attorney to come and give us advice, please? We have an attorney on staff that's supposed to help us during this
And she
time.
was the one who reminded me that we have to actually vote on the motion and then allow it to be open to debate.
But when the chair says that she's against it before the vote even happens, it just does put
But then
a
we do
bad
that all of
taste
the
in my
time.
mouth to say that upcoming amendments also, that they're not truly invested in the conversation that has to happen. I know it is, but I'm saying the feeling I get, it is. I didn't say it wasn't anything other. I can't speak for anyone, ever. I'm just saying how I feel as one of the voting members.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, none of this would be happening right now had we had a working session when I asked about having one. Now we're having a debate when we're supposed to be voting on something that we did not have the full opportunity to have these discussions, which is why I said what I said, and I'll say it again. This is the reason why people question the way we show up in this place, because these are the sort of things that continue to happen in this chamber. We could have avoided all of this had we had one working session so everybody could have hashed things out. We suggested an amendment, and we didn't even get any communication back. And so I'm going to call it out. And I think that in terms of leadership, we have an opportunity here to really start demonstrating some sense of consistency, because it's really confusing in how we are moving in this chamber on Wednesdays, when we're pulling things out of green sheets, when we're not hosting hearings, when people say, yeah, people don't show up, whatever. The fact of the matter is that we're taking votes without real debate. And then what it becomes is that we don't want to provide seniors relief. I'm here for all of that. But for me, and this is why I miss Matt O'Malley, for me it's about the rules. No, I'm just saying, he was always a stickler for the rules. He wasn't, and remember, he was a stickler. If you were here, you would know that. But in his time, he always talked about rules. He always called Council President Janey out on the way we were moving procedurally. And so because he was a stickler for the rules,
I'm trying my best to be a stickler for the rules.
But the problem is that what we're doing here is that the rules continue to change depending on whose mic goes on, and we can replay the tapes because we've seen it. And I'm just asking for some consistency, because what it does, it creates an environment and it creates the discourse that we're seeing here. So I'm going to ask for everything to be in writing, and some consistency. And if there's going to be, we're going to change things up, then we need a full understanding of why. Because now, these two over here are now making me question whether or not my amendment is even going to die, or if you're even going to allow me to talk about it. So I need to know what I'm walking into so that I can do my job. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin, you have the floor.
I just want to thank the committee chair for all of her work. I think that oftentimes we forget sort of the structure of this body, which is that the committee chair brings forward things that are relevant to their committee, and they make decisions on behalf of the council on those subjects. And so I'd like to move for a vote.
Okay, that motion has not been seconded, and so the chair recognizes Councillor Coletta Zapata, then I'll recognize Councillor Braden, then Councillor Flynn.
Thank you. I'm happy to provide some clarity to some of the comments that have been made. So, first of all, the amendments that I have heard of, I haven't necessarily seen yet, so I have to see the substance of it. But those other amendments I don't deem illegal or unconstitutional based on the research that I have done. And so I think that it is presumptuous to say that. Also, in terms of a process or rules, there is no rule or playbook as it relates to holding hearings or working sessions. At that working session, councillors had the full opportunity to ask the questions that were at the forefront of their mind. They had the opportunity to come to me afterwards. You have also the opportunity to go to the administration and ask your questions as well too, and have dialogue. We all work together for this city. And so I think it is, another factual or discrepancy that I heard is that folks did not receive a response. We did respond, and it is in writing, and it's also in the committee report. And so I'm going through this is helpful, so I appreciate everybody, and I'm reading the room at this point, and I think what I'm hearing is folks want to at least have a debate on it. So if there is further debate, I say let's do it. I'm going to switch from no to yes. I think that's fine. At least I did not mean to set off this firestorm of folks who felt offended that I was trying to stifle debate or anything like that. I was just merely trying to inform folks of what my research was and then tell folks where I was going to be at. So I think I'm reading the room here. I'm happy to continue working with my colleagues on this. My intention was not to stifle debate. And I appreciate Madam President's diligence in all of this, but I felt like it was important for me to clarify in that way and not have folks feel like they can't speak on different things or different amendments are not going to be entertained. That's not the case at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was trying to allow for the debate to happen. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor. Councillor Braden has the floor, no other councillor. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you. I think we're having the debate right now, and I really do wish we just move to a vote to have the debate and
I'm not hearing a second. Okay. There's a motion on the floor to amend. All those in favor of allowing the motion to amend say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion to amend?
Councillor Brady.
Yes.
Councillor Brady, yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councillor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councillor Durkin.
Yes.
Councillor Durkin, yes. Councillor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councillor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councillor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councillor Fitzgerald, yes. Councillor Flynn. Yes. Councillor Flynn, yes. Councillor Lujan.
Yes.
Councillor Lujan, yes. Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia, yes. Councillor Murphy. Yes. Councillor Murphy, yes. Councillor Pepin. Yes. Councillor Pepin, yes. Councillor Santana. Yes. Councillor Santana, yes. Councillor Weber. Yes. Councillor Weber, yes. And Councillor Worrell. Yes. Councillor Worrell, yes. 12 votes in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you. The motion to amend has been accepted, and the amendment is before the body. If anyone would like to speak on the amendment, you may do so now. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden, I believe. I'm going to start with you and then we'll go to Councillor Flynn and Councillor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. We've been talking about this for a year. This is not new news. We have been endless conversations about this. And then it went up to the State House, the Home Rule was rejected, it was accepted in the House, it was rejected by the Senate, and now we're hearing from our constituents that they're really horrified at the increases in their real estate taxes bill. We had a solution that was rejected at the State House, unfortunately, and here we are coming back to try and have a second go at it, or a third go at it, I've lost count at this point, to try and get to a place that offers some relief to our residents and homeowners in the city, especially those who are older and live on fixed income. I do want to thank our Chair of Government Operations for her due diligence on trying to look at all the amendments that were offered. I am sorry I missed a lot of those hearings due to my recent surgery, but I've been following along from a distance. And, you know, I think when it's the Chair's prerogative when we have an amendment, when it's examined, looks to have a constitutional or legal constraints under Massachusetts law, then we have to take that seriously. And also, as a body, we have to look like we are serious about this work and send up a home rule petition to the State House. We are the legislative body. We have to try and do due diligence on all of this and send up a docket or a home rule petition to the State House that has a chance of passing. So we don't have all the time in the world to do it. There's deadlines to meet. And once again, you know, let's get together, get our heads together and get this done so that our residents who are watching this process realise that we're serious about this and that we're doing our jobs and sending something up to the State House that will pass, hopefully, and that these residents will get the relief that they need. With regard to, you know, looking at property and classification and then trying to find some relief for city frontline workers, again, that is a complicated question. And I think it's not something, it's something that we should discuss for next year. It needs proper time, and I don't think we can do it before March 1st. So I think it's certainly up for consideration and discussion and debate. But right at this moment, we need to send something up to the State House that will give us an opportunity to give some relief to our homeowners, especially our elders who are on fixed income. So thank you, and I hope that we can move this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The Chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my amendment on providing tax relief for essential city workers, I think it is important for us to recognize them and to ensure that Boston is a place for them as well. They don't make, many of them, most of them, don't make the money that we make here on the Boston City Council. Many of them are low-paid workers. They might be cleaning the streets. They might be shoveling the snow. They might be supporting the elderly. They might be helping persons with disabilities, one-on-one. And they're in Boston. They might make $40,000, $50,000 a year. They might own a home. But are we saying Boston is not a home for them? Is Boston a home just for the wealthy?
Oh, right.
Or for the working poor as well? I believe we should take this opportunity to recognize our dedicated and professional city employees, our essential city employees, for the incredible contributions they have made to our city. When we're sitting down having Thanksgiving dinner or with our families, many of them are cleaning the streets, are putting out fires, saving a heart attack victim. They'd rather be home with their families too. But is this body going to acknowledge their sacrifice they've made for this city and their dedication? I think we should. I don't believe it is illegal. I know the well has been poisoned, in my opinion. I don't believe that is the case. I think this body can effectively advocate for dedicated and city employees, recognize them, recognize their contributions, and don't be intimidated or scared by voting against it based on someone's opinion. That might be accurate, that might be inaccurate. But we had an opportunity to discuss this at a second hearing. We chose not to do that. We chose not to have a second hearing. We had the time to do it. But a lot of these questions could have been answered. And I know other colleagues have amendments too. But that's where you really debate subject matter, is in the hearings. I'll go into the subject later, but on rebates, there were so many outstanding questions that are still unanswered that people were asking at the last hearing. One city council colleague came into the meeting and said, "I already know I'm voting for the tax plan. This is a waste of time." I don't believe it is a waste of time. I think residents want us to do our due diligence to study the proposal, to read it, ask questions, do our due diligence, and be subject matter experts on it. But we can't say, let's hurry up and get this done in the interest of time. That's when mistakes are made. Let's have an honest debate, take our time, discuss the matter, provide residents with professional constituent work, and provide them with our best as city councilors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Also, I'd like to note that to Mr. Clerk, if you could amend the record to reflect that Councilor Mejia is now present and with us. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Just for the record, I've been here, y'all.
You're here.
So, just really quick, so that I know what I'm talking about right now. We're opening up for is it just his stuff or everything?
What is before
Just
the
his
council
stuff.
is his amendment.
Okay,
Yes.
I just
Yep.
want to make sure I don't start talking out the turn and all
Councilor
that.
Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. So therefore, I will wait because I thought we were debating the whole.
Okay, the chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to talk about the assumption that maybe how do we clarify essential workers and how would we then decide who would get it? And how is that different from housing for municipal workers, a good landlord decision? How do you decide who's actually a good landlord, who isn't? So if someone could clarify, if there was some debate on why, if this would be illegal, we oftentimes look at groups across the city to give them certain benefits that only some get. So if people want to talk about that, I think it's important to address because we have other things coming up. I know the good neighbor is coming up. Like, how do you decide who a good neighbor is or who a good landlord is? Why would that be any different? And like I said earlier, there have been times where we have sent things over to the mayor and they do their due diligence and they do have a qualified staff that's dedicated to making sure that nothing that comes back to us isn't looked at and made sure that it is legal and ready to go to the State House.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you for that great question, Councilor Murphy. So it just gets down to the same fact that we still cannot categorize different types of property owners. And the good landlord tax abatement, thank you for bringing that up, I'm really proud of that. It's a program, and there would be certain eligibilities that would be spelled out. So what we're voting on, I'm not going to reference that, but it is a good question where we still would not be, under the good landlord, we would not be categorizing certain property owners as it relates to exemptions. And that in of itself is where we get into the legal gray area of showing preference for one over the other as it relates to exemptions. The Good Landlord Tax Abatement Program would be a program that the city is now opting into, which has been passed by the State House already last year, or 2 years ago. So I hope that clarifies it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Okay, my guess on that is, I think to address Councilor Murphy's question is, where's the good landlord tax, relief or something else is attached to the structure and how much people are paying. Or, I'm sure we have tax programs for affordable housing that are different. But whereas this proposal, where it might run into problems, is where just identifying it's the person, if they have a job in a certain place, they get this tax relief. I guess, I know Councilor Worrell asked a question to the filer. I'd just like to follow up with that. And maybe you answered Councilor Flynn already. I apologize. Is there anything other than, do you have any cases or any analysis that suggests that rebuts Councilor Coletta Zapata's statement that this could be illegal? Do you have anything to support that?
Thank you, Councilor Weber. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
I don't have anything in writing, so I don't want to present something now, but on the other hand, I would like to ask for something in writing that says this is illegal based on an opinion from a lawyer. We can't have it both ways, Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. I believe that language is in the committee report, but Councilor Weber, I will allow you to respond if you would like.
Yeah, no, the issue is, I think as Councilor Braden mentioned, we've been debating this for over a year now, and I think everyone here knows how serious this is and how we our constituents, our residents need help, and if we don't get this up soon, we'll be denying them the help they should have gotten in January. But we delayed here for too long. The State House delayed. I don't want to further give anyone any more excuses to harm our residents. So we do have a timeline here. So I was just asking if it's up to us to decide if they had anything that would help us make that decision. It sounds like the answer is no, which I'm not saying that that should sway people one way or the other, but I think I agree with Councilor Braden is we need to act now rather than have more delay. Thanks.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernando Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess first thing, I guess thank you for the courtesy of allowing us to discuss the motion before the motion's on the floor. There is no such rule, but thank you for using your discretion to do that. There is absolutely no such rule that says specifics to time and discussion before that. But either way, as far as the legal language being in writing, through the Madam President, if you would allow Councilor Coletta to just point out which section or exactly where in the report so that I can reference it. And Councilor Flynn, I do agree with Councilor Coletta. I do want her to provide it, though. And in response to Madam President, in terms of our attorney speaking to her, I think Councilor Murphy was specifically asking for advocacy on her behalf. And so it'd probably be a good idea to give her that if she needs time, a recess to talk to our attorney and get the language. If Councilor Flynn needs it in writing, I think Councilor Coletta is preparing to deliver that. And then, Councilor Flynn, what I would say is that delineating specifically what type of people we should, in terms of residents, we should benefit from this is, in my opinion, from the little bit that I know, would be incorrect. So, but outside of this, I think this is an excellent suggestion, Councilor Flynn, that perhaps creating a program that does that supports our frontline essential municipal workers and so forth. So would be happy to see you file something separate from this so that I can be of support. But for now, waiting for the opportunity to speak to our attorney, because Madam President, with all due respect, I just think that it's fair to allow individual councilors, if they're asked to speak to attorney, that they do that, since it's in discussion right now, and then obviously waiting for Councilor Coletta to respond.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. If you'd like to respond, you may.
Thank you so much, Councilor colleague. It's on page 4, and I also had talked about it when I was reading the report. Page 4, 2 paragraphs up above summary of amendments. The primary legal issue concerns Article 112 of the Massachusetts Constitution, which governs property taxation and mandates proportionality in taxation. The proportionality requirement dictates that all property within the same classification must be taxed uniformly, with limited exceptions allowed under state law. And again, this was produced in the committee report, which everybody got. If folks, yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. But then also, the other part of this too is that in order to change the Constitution, there is a different process. It would not be, this is not the correct vehicle to do this. Oh, you don't have the report, the committee report. It's on the agenda.
Councilor Coletta Zapata has the floor. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yeah, this is in the committee report that was filed in the agenda on Monday. So
Do you have a point of clarification? Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, you have a point of clarification?
Of clarification, please don't correct me that way, because I don't see you correcting other people that way. When they make a mistake, you have all of the courtesy and patience and all of the compassion to be able to correct them differently. Do not correct people one way and correct others another way. You need to set the precedence and the tone here. In the way that you jump and correct Councilor Mejia, in the way that you don't let her finish her expressions or when she's speaking, allow people to finish to speak. You're not doing it to some and you're doing it to others.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
You're welcome. So point of clarification, I'm trying to find it, whether we go on recess or we take a minute for me to find it. I understand I understand that it was in the agenda. You're doing it again, you're interrupting me before I can even finish my sentence. If I can please have a moment to locate it, just because it is poignant for me to be able to reference it. I'm agreeing with her, but I would like to be 100% sure that that is the position. So if we can just have a second, just a second for me to locate it, if that's okay with you.
You may have a moment to locate it. Councilor Coletta Zapata, would you like to inform us where it is or to provide? Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
The third paragraph on page 4 of the committee report, it explains the legal concerns that we have. Based on my own research, there are 3 potential legal challenges that I listed before. I'm happy to go through them again. I was just trying to inform my colleagues. It is up to us to do our due diligence to make sure what we put forth as a body will withstand a legal challenge. And that's just my intention. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through the chair to the chair. Is it true that I'm reading this where you're just referencing Article 112, or do you actually spell the whole section out?
We'll take a moment because I believe she's locating the matter for her.
But don't I have the floor?
But you're asking her a question, and she's right now responding to another
maybe then
colleague.
we need a recess?
Yeah. So, okay, do you want to repeat your question? And Councilor Coletta Zapata?
Yeah. So just to make sure, the way I read the committee report, that you reference Article 112, but you don't spell out the full article. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if you'd like to respond, Councilor Coletta Zapata, you may.
That's correct.
Okay, I can read. I'm going to read the section that is in the Constitution. And I don't learn this way, so I do believe, like I say, at Green Sheet Time and others. So reading to you, I hope no one feels disrespected, but I do just want to get it on the record. I do not feel like this is a thorough way of making sure people understand what the law actually states. But it does say that Chapter 1, Part of the 2nd of the Constitution is hereby amended by inserting after the words "and to impose and levy proportional and reasonable assessments, rates, and taxes upon all the inhabitants of and persons resident in estates lying within said Commonwealth," the words, "except that, in addition to the powers conferred under Articles 7 and Articles of the Amendments, the General Court may classify real property according to its use in no more than 4 classes, and to assess, rate, and tax such property differently in the classes so established, but proportionally in the same class, and except that reasonable exemptions may be granted." So it does state, the way I read it, that there is legal ability to have 4 classes, and not sure if through the chair, to the chair, if we know which of those 4 classes there are? And does it change which each rule using this article, or is it blanket for all?
Through the chair, Councilor Coletta Zapata, if you'd like to respond, you may.
Thank you for that. So based, again, we looked into this. So based on this, reasonable exemptions are fair and valid, and they are allowed. For example, some reasonable exemptions that are already law, and this is what is on the books so far. Certain nonprofits, senior citizens, veterans, and individuals with disabilities. This proposed amendment seeks to exempt a category of property owners based on their employment as municipal frontline workers, which is not currently a law. A legal challenge could argue that this creates an arbitrary distinction between similarly situated property owners, violating this proportionality principle. And so the City of Boston, if this were to pass, would need to justify why this particular exemption serves as a compelling state interest. But again, this is not like the vehicle in of itself, this being included in this, might be challenged. We need to have a separate process to change the Constitution to make it legal. And so that's, I think I'm going to end my reasoning. I hope that folks understand that this is not an opinion, it is law. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair, if you'd like to respond, Councilor Murphy, through the chair, you may.
So the way that I read it then is that we can create new exemptions, that we do have that power, which is what nonprofits and people of certain age do. And so anything can be challenged. Things are challenged. Contracts are written to be challenged. I mean, people go in front of courts and attorneys all the time to challenge things. So the way I'm reading it is differently, and it's saying that we do have the power. So making, uplifting the good idea that Councilor Flynn had, that we seem to all want to support our, I'm sorry, you're making a face that makes me seem like...
No. I have something.
Okay.
Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
If you do, then I'm sorry, but I did take it as you
Councilor Murphy,
sign, because
no.
oftentimes when I'm speaking, you take a sigh or you make a look, and I just want to make sure that you don't feel as though I'm annoying you.
Councilor Murphy, I allow you have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay.
Yes.
But when I'm speaking and I'm looking right at you, it's distracting. I'm sorry.
No,
Well, I'm not
then-
really sorry. I just want to be clear.
Okay.
So I do think that we do have the ability. So it's how you read it. So I do think we need to take a recess then and ask our attorney to weigh in.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
President. And for those who are tuning in, I just want to be really clear and for the record, I am in support because I don't like to lead with fear. I think nobody wants to be the one that prevents seniors from having peace of mind. So for all of this stuff that you are seeing here, for me, and I'll speak for myself, I'm always going to be about the process. And every single time I find myself here, I'm going to just remind everybody that we have to be consistent. And so this is why we're having this debate right now, here. And it feels like, I think Senator Warren yesterday in our meeting was talking about flooding, like how the new administration is just throwing everything at us. That's how this administration has been. This particular term that we've been here in these seats has been a series of things that have just been flooding us in this chamber. And then what it does is creates this type of discourse. And then we all look crazy because we're out here just trying to have a voice, which is very reflective of what people are out in these streets saying about us. So the way we are behaving here as a body is the same way a lot of constituents feel about the decisions that we're making. And so it's important for me, right, as we debate this, for us to be thorough in our process. And so I think it's important, Madam Chair, that if there is a need to have legal counsel, I've heard it 4 times and I have yet to see it happen. If this is going to satisfy those who need it, then let's just give it to them so that we can move on.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak, and we will be going into a 5-minute recess now that you have spoken. And if anyone would like to ask our council questions, you may. We'll go into a 5-minute recess, perhaps 10 as needed, but we are in recess. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session. Thank you, everyone. So I don't know if anybody wanted to put anything onto the record or clarify any points. I know that people were able to consult our city council, so if there are any other points of discussion or if anyone would like to speak, you have the floor. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity, like many of my colleagues, to speak with the city council attorney and informed by the city council attorney that they're really taking no opinion on this, whether it's legal or it's illegal. It's based on what your interpretation is. It's unclear. That's what I mentioned at the very beginning. It's unclear. What I did ask for is a written recommendation or a written ruling from a city attorney, which we don't have, obviously, or from an outside counsel. But the city council staff attorney basically said they're not able to determine whether it's legal or illegal. So in the interest of justice, let's assume it's legal. And let's be respectful to our dedicated city employees, our essential city employees. Give them an opportunity to stay in the city. They might be making $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year. They don't have the money. They don't have the ability to pay their bills sometimes. And even these city retirees, the city retirees make a small pension. They're not making $80,000, $90,000 a year on a pension. Most of them making $30,000, $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year. So I guess my point is we have the ability right now to stand up and vote for dedicated city workers, treat them with respect, or we can hide behind some ruling that didn't actually take place, that it may be legal or illegal. But I would ask my colleagues to stand up and support essential city workers. Do we know any in our neighborhoods? Do we know them? Do we know them by name? Do we see them at coaching Little League? Do we see them coaching, teaching dance? Do we see them tutoring people? Those are the city employees I see. In my neighborhood in South Boston, there's a lot of dedicated city employees. I think many of my district councilors feel the same way. They know them by name. They've been working for the city for 30 years, 40 years, much longer than us as city councilors. Give them an opportunity to stay in Boston. We are their hope. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councillor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think just my final comment on all of this is that the response, Councillor Flynn is correct that the Constitution, the Massachusetts Constitution, allows for reasonable exemptions, which has already been established, and that's what I mentioned with senior citizens, veterans, and individuals with disabilities. There are ways in which to do this. There are two ways to amend the Massachusetts Constitution. This is not one of them. And I think just in general, we are talking about meeting the definition of reasonable. My argument is that this particular definition would not be sufficient. And so when we're talking about constitutionality, that is what I meant. And so based on that, I'm going to respectfully motion for a vote on this matter.
Okay, that motion is seconded. All in favor of moving to a vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote? A motion to move to a vote requires 2/3 majority, I believe. So 9 to vote in favor. 9 to vote in favor. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councillor Braden? No. Councillor Braden, no. Councillor Coletta Zapata?
No.
Councillor Coletta Zapata, no. Councillor Durkin? No. Councillor Durkin, no. Councillor Fernandez Anderson?
Oh.
No.
Mr.
Supposed to be the other.
One moment. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I think I did not do a good job. This is the only time that I'm going to interrupt the vote. So what we are voting on right now is the motion to close debate, which requires a 2/3 vote of the council. So a yes vote will close debate. And a no vote will mean that we can continue having a discussion. We are not yet at the vote on the substantive matter. The chair recognizes Councillor Murphy. What is the point of order?
Saying that there were lights on, so there were colleagues who still wanted to talk. Thank
I
you.
understand that. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion to move to close discussion and move to a vote? That does not. It is not open for debate. That has been seconded. We are doing a roll call vote on the motion to close debate and move to a vote. Yes vote means it does not matter. It is not debatable. We are moving on to a motion to close debate to move the previous question. Mr. Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote. A yes vote means we're closing debate. A no vote means we will continue having discussion on this amendment. The chair recognizes Councillor Durkin. What is the point of order, Councillor Durkin?
I think it's confusing that we already voted, so I think we should have to change our vote.
I interrupted the vote and nullified that. We're nullifying that vote. So, Mr.
I wanted to speak.
Yes, but it has been, the debate has been closed. She had a point of order that I understood. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote? Okay, what is your point of order, Councillor Flynn?
My point of order, Madam Chair, is other council colleagues had their lights on, and they had their lights on before someone actually called for a vote. I wanted to give my council colleagues an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. That is not a point of order. That is not a point of order. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote to move the closed debate and move the previous question?
Councillor Braden. Yes. Councillor Braden, yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councillor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councillor Durkin. Yes. Councillor Durkin, yes. Councillor Fernandez Anderson. No. Councillor Fernandez Anderson, no. Councillor Fitzgerald. No. Councillor Fitzgerald, no. Councillor Flynn. No. Councillor Flynn, no. Councillor Lujan.
Yes.
Councillor Lujan, yes. Councillor Mejia. No. Councillor Mejia, no. Councillor Murphy. No. Councillor Murphy, no. Councillor Pepin. Yes. Councillor Pepin, yes. Councillor Santana. Yes. Councillor Santana, yes. Councillor Weber. Yes. Councillor Weber, yes. And Councillor Worrell. Yes. Councillor Worrell, yes. 8 votes in the affirmative and 5 votes in the negative.
Thank you. That motion has failed. The amendment is still open for debate. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so just quick. I can debate, right? Or is this a point?
I said it was open for debate.
I want to make sure I'm showing up appropriately. So I'm just curious because during COVID, our office established a fund, and it was $750,000 for municipal employees, and it was a rental program that we created. And while that may be different than what we're trying to do here, but the city found a way to identify who was worthy of it and who wasn't. And I think if we know who our municipal employees are, and if we know which ones make under a certain amount of dollars, right? Like, it just will help me understand why your motion is not valid. And I'm asking you so you can help me understand this, because I am like utterly confused right now, and I need some clarification. Like, we've done it, we support municipal employees, because what you're saying is, like, if we vote against it, that we don't care about municipal employees, and I do. So I just want to make sure that I understand the rhetoric that's happening right now. I am in support of our municipal employees, for the record. I've done, we've already set the precedence of what it looks like to help support folks who were struggling during COVID, so we were able to provide them rental relief. I know that at-large Councillor Santana has a social mixed housing hearing order, right? I'm trying to do workforce development housing for municipal employees. So it seems like we have different pathways to be able to support municipal employees. And so maybe, Councillor Flynn, this may not be the vehicle to get us there, so we don't hold Councillor Coletta Zapata's home rule petition hostage. Maybe what we can do is find a different pathway towards some of the things that we're working on as a body and demonstrate what it looks like when we work together. So I would like to offer that recommendation to my colleague because the fight is not over. We can round two in a different format for us to get to where we want to be. So I'm just going to offer that for consideration because people are paying attention, and I think it's important for us to move through the agenda. We have like 101 items to get through, and I just wanted to ask my colleague, Councilor Flynn, respectfully, would you be willing to entertain such a recommendation?
Thank you, Councilman, and I do want to respond to something you stated because there are a lot of great ideas. One thing that I would love, actually, is for us to be able to means test property taxes, for it to be based on what people are actually able to pay, to be based on their income and all of that. And I think that's a great idea, personally. I think it is a great idea to means test property taxes, but it is unconstitutional, which is a reason why I have not presented that as an amendment. So there can be great ideas to support our most vulnerable residents, our Black and brown residents, those who are not financially able to pay, but we are not able to means test in a way that I would love, right? We've heard testimony here from people who live in different wealthy parts of the neighborhood of the city who said, please tax me more, I can pay more. But our system doesn't allow that, even though I would love for us to be able to do that. Our system, it is unconstitutional, and we don't have that ability. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Council Mejia. I just think this is an opportunity to, as I said before, to support our essential city employees. We have to ensure that there is a Boston for them. Many of them speak to us every day about how difficult it is for them to stay in the city. They're homeowners. Many of them live in my area. Many of them live in Councilor Pepin's district too, in Councilor Earl's district. But is Boston going to be for everybody, or is Boston just going to be for the wealthy? Is there an opportunity for city workers to continue to live here? And if there is, give them an opportunity to stay here. Give them a little bit of respect, and that respect includes a little bit of tax relief. They're not getting a lot. But maybe it's the difference of them paying their electric bill this month. Maybe it's the difference of them paying the food bill or sending their kid to an after-school program. Maybe it's putting fuel in the car. Those dollars add up. Those pennies add up. As I was saying to this body a while back, I was at a store in South Boston on the corner of F Street and West 5th Street. And a city retiree was in there looking at a can of soup. And they were struggling whether or not to buy that Campbell soup based on the price, whether it was $1.99 or $2.05. That 6 cents made a difference. So that 6 cents made a difference for that person. But that's the type of relief we are providing for essential workers, is give them a little bit of dignity, reward them, acknowledge them. There are programs that are specifically designed for city employees, essential workers, that we assist all the time. This is no different. And if it is different, the mayor's office and their legal team will review it as well. We know they will. They'll do their due diligence. But don't shut out city employees that need our help now. Give them an opportunity to stay in Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, I believe, I saw Councilor Weber, Councilor Pepin, then we'll go to Councilor Mejia, and then Councilor Braden. Okay. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think most of us spoke to our attorney, and I think the advice we got was consistent that it's not clear whether this would be constitutional, and given that, I think we have to take that advice into account. Because of that, I think it's likely, let's say it's a 50-50 shot, it's likely that putting this provision in will further delay this measure, and either from the mayor's office or from outside parties challenging in court. And when you weigh that against the consequence of providing tax relief for our residents who need it, you need to take that into consideration, that there is no actual support for this. It's nothing that says it's definitely unconstitutional, but there's certainly things that suggest it's unconstitutional. And I'd also like us to keep in mind that frontline workers would benefit from us passing this proposal. And by inserting this provision, I think it makes it less likely that we will be providing tax relief for all city residents, including our frontline workers who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And for the record, I do have a lot of municipal employees in my district that are amazing homeowners that are served by firefighters, police officers, teachers, public works employees, transportation department employees, etc. They are the front line of the city workforce. However, I don't really appreciate the rhetoric that is being used in the room at the moment, where it feels like we're being pressured to vote for something that might not even be constitutional at the moment. So I would like to pose a question on the floor: if this is even the appropriate process, how are we even able to vote on this at this time? Because I don't feel comfortable saying yes or no on something that we don't even have clarity on what's the right process.
Thank you, Councilor Pepan. I can only speak to the process that I used and that Councilor Coletta Zapata discussed as well. There was an amendment that I wanted to offer again based on means testing. I'm a lawyer, but not on this particular issue. Spoke to council, spoke to our team, and realized that it's not something that we could do that is constitutional. I didn't put that amendment forward. Whether something precludes us from saying this amendment can't be on the floor because it is unconstitutional or because we believe it is unconstitutional, there's nothing that states that there's a mechanism to prevent that. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to first apologize to my colleague to the right, but I am going to propose that we close debate. As much as y'all hate to hear me say that, but I think in the interest of, we've given this enough oxygen, Councilor Flynn, and I think we, given the situation and given that we have so many other amendments that we need to go through, I think out of respect for the body and respect for the chair and the process that we're trying to go through, I offered another pathway towards addressing some of the issues that you have recommended through different hearing orders that we have filed. I believe that we all care about municipal employees, as Councilor Pepan has stated. I think given the fact that we have been at this for almost 2 hours, with all due respect, Councilor Flynn, I am going to ask that we close debate. And I want to say, motion to close debate. I need a second. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to close debate and move the previous question. That motion is not debatable. Mr. Clerk, could you please, and it requires a 2/3 vote in order of a yes vote means we close debate and move to a vote. A no vote means that debate will still be open. Mr. Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
You want to tell her what it's for, though?
A motion to close debate
That I proposed.
that she proposed.
Yes. I already spoke to him. Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepan. Yes. Councilor Pepan, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. 10 votes in the affirmative and 3 in the negative.
Thank you. That motion has succeeded. Mr. Clerk, we will now move on to taking a roll call vote for the amendment. A yes vote would be in support of the amendment, and a no vote will be not in favor of the amendment. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote on the amendment? There's a point of order. This is a majority. This is a majority.
Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, present. Councilor Coletta Zapata. No. Councilor Coletta Zapata, no. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Present. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, present. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Council Flynn, yes. Council Lujan?
No.
Council Lujan, no. Council Mejia?
Present.
Council Mejia, present. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen? No. Councilor Pepen, no. Councilor Santana? No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber? No. Councilor Weber, no. And Councilor Worrell? No. Councilor Worrell, no. 7 votes in the negative, 3 in the affirmative, and 3 present.
Thank you. That amendment has not been adopted. Mr. Clerk, could you please read into the record again Councilor Flynn's next amendment?
Amendment of docket number 0236 offered by Councilor Flynn. Notwithstanding Section 5 of Chapter 59 of the general laws or any other general or special law to the contrary, the City of Boston shall be permitted to allow for an exemption from taxation of real property for $1,000 for long-term residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and are aged 55 years and older.
Thank you. So the motion, Councilor Flynn, we first have to take a vote on the motion to allow your amendment before the body. So all in favor of allowing the motion to amend, because both motions were seconded at the same time, we are now voting on allowing this motion to amend to be before the body. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Councilor Flynn, if you would like to speak, you may. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to take this opportunity to discuss another amendment to allow property tax relief or an exemption for longtime residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and are age 55 and older. I also called for a hearing to discuss providing tax relief for our long-term residents and essential municipal employees, which we discussed, including those who have owned property for over 20 years. Property taxes are a heavy financial burden for almost all families. But this is especially true for those who have bought their home decades ago before housing prices and property values skyrocketed in the city, some of which was due to new construction nearby. So we're asking residents to support more housing, which we need more housing, and then when the housing is built in their neighborhood, that increases the value of the property owner's home, but also it increases their property tax. They may not be wealthy, but they are just as much a part of the soul of this city as anyone. They contribute to our city in so many ways, from youth sports to civic organizations, volunteer work at the Boys and Girls Club, our community centers. Post-pandemic inflation has also caused hardship for many of these longtime residents. They also face financial difficulties with paying bills, the cost of living, rent, and property taxes. Boston is not just a city for the wealthy, it's a working class families also. Boston must be a place for them. They're not able to go to fancy restaurants or to the theater every other week. They're worrying about paying their bills for their kids, paying car insurance. And is there a Boston for these families? We're going to make that decision right now. Post-pandemic inflation has caused hardship. They also face difficulties paying bills, rent, property taxes, their kids' college tuition. Today I'm asking us to consider giving relief for long-term residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and age 55 years and older. I think that's something we all can support. I don't know a reason why someone would be against that unless they don't think there should be an opportunity for long-time families in this city. We must include them. It's not just people that come to Boston for these wonderful colleges and universities, and we welcome them. But shouldn't Boston also be about people that have lived here a long period of time as well? I think so. I think that's a fair question, and we're going to decide that question here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the maker of this amendment, I'm reading this as long-term residents, so it would be homeowners who are living in their home, but do we need to clarify, because if they own more than one home, would they get the $1,000 rebate, or would it be only the home that they're occupying it?
Through the chair, if you'd like to respond, Councillor Flynn, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good question. I would think it would be just the home that they occupy, that they live in. If they own more than one home, I don't think I would support benefiting them. It's about struggling families trying to make it in the city.
Okay, so do we need to just...
Through the chair, Councillor Murphy, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Yes, I do want to continue. Thank you. Should we amend it to make the wording a little bit stronger to make sure that it is just the home that you're occupying, that if you do own other homes, that it wouldn't apply to those?
Through the chair, Councillor Flynn, if you'd like to respond,
And
you
that
may.
question isn't just to the maker, it's to maybe the chair of GovOps, because this amendment is going into her committee report, but to this body, if people think that it's important, just to make sure, because I know some people might feel as though, certain residents.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council Murphy. Madam Chair, with your permission, could we take a 15-minute break, recess, give me an opportunity to change the wording, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. I think that's appropriate. It's an important part of this discussion. If 15 minutes is allowable, I'll have that document here.
Mr. Clerk, Mr. Clerk, Councillor Flynn, there were audible groans from my colleagues when you proposed having a recess. If during debate will
Madam Chair, though,
I hear you, and we have spent time on this. Your staff can work on. Yes, I'm responding. I'm going to say no at the moment, but if your staff would like to work on the amendment, and the debate is continuing, and it shall continue. If you then have a motion that your staff would like to bring, that will be fine, but I am not going into a recess.
Okay.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will do that, but I'm not worried about whether or not my colleagues express themselves through a groan. I'm here to defend my constituents and fight for my constituents. If my colleagues don't like that, I'm fine with that. But I have to do my due diligence as a district city councilor, and if I get some of my colleagues upset with me, that's the price I will pay defending my constituents, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Part of the issue, and going forward, there are, under Robert's rules, there are limits in terms of debate on motions, and because of how long these have been going, we will in the future be implementing those. If your team would like to amend the motion that you currently have on the floor while we continue to hear from our other colleagues, that can happen. The time right now is 2:20. We will continue for debate.
Point of order.
Councillor Murphy, what is your point of order?
My point of order is, could our central staff attorney amend it for us?
That is not a point of order, Councillor Murphy. It is not a point of order. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. Councillor Mejia?
I would like to speak because I was speaking before.
Okay, Councillor Murphy, you may speak. You do not have a point of order, but you were speaking, and if you would like to respond to Councillor Flynn, you may.
I would like to ask, so that the debate can continue and we don't have to stop for a recess, if people don't want to take the break to do that, if we could have central staff amend this amendment to make sure it's worded in a proper way.
If it is central staff or Councillor Flynn staff, they may do that at this moment. Is that all?
Well, I need an answer. Isn't that something that our central staff could support us in right now?
It looks like Councillor Flynn is taking care of that matter. Councillor Murphy. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We're like a whole bunch of misfits here today. And
I agree.
And I really do just apologize for, the back and forth that we are subjecting our viewers to this afternoon. I think it's really important, and I think this is a really great lesson for us to recognize that when we don't follow protocols, policies, and procedures, regardless of who the chair is and what recommendations are had, we probably would be having a different discussion on Wednesday when it was time for us to make a vote. It is clear that my colleagues here have not had really good relationships with you. I don't know what happened, but whatever. Here we are. I think out of respect for the process, I'm just going to recommend that, this tit for tat is just not going to help us. We're just going to not going back and forth. Let's just all just stop. Let's leave all of these things at the door, and let's focus on doing the people's business. I think Councillor Flynn, the president's recommendation of working with your staff and central staff if need be, while we continue to debate, is I believe I will second that. I don't know if that.
It doesn't, I'm the
Oh,
president.
so I
Doesn't need to be
want to
seconded.
support you.
Thank you.
Just for the record, I want to support your leadership, and I think that we have 15, I think, let's just keep it moving. I really do
Thank you.
believe that's what we need to do right now.
I'm trying to move this train. The chair recognizes, I believe, it's Councilor Coletta Zapata, go to Councilor Braden, and then we'll go to Councilor Worrell. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm just speaking to the contents of the amendment. The same parameters of my last argument apply here. Exempting people who have been living here for a certain amount of time could be seen as favoring one group of property owners over the other without demonstrating through the legislative process a distinct benefit. And so again, I just want to reiterate, I'll keep it at that, that there is an opportunity for our body to do this. There are two ways to amend the Constitution. This is not one of them. And so there is still the option to present a home rule petition that gets to this or gets to the last amendment. And so I will be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A question to Councillor Flynn through you, the chair.
You may ask the question to the chair.
I'm curious, the current residential exemption reduces the tax bill by excluding a portion of your residential property value for taxation purposes. This fiscal year, the residential exemption will save qualified Boston homeowners up to $3,484 on their tax bill. Is this amendment going to be in addition to that already existing residential exemption for property owners?
To the chair, Councilor Flynn, if you'd like to respond, you may. Okay, Councilor Flynn either is not responding or shaking his head no. It's unclear to me. No, I'm not responding. He's not responding.
So
okay.
It's very unclear to me why we need this amendment if we already have a homeowner exemption of $3,984 for homeowners who are resident in the City of Boston.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And question to the filer or the maker of the amendment. Just some clarifying questions is, Councilor Flynn spoke about wanting to provide relief to low-income homeowners. So is there an income limit on this exemption? And then also, how much would this cost, or how much burden would this shift onto any other residential property, knowing that we are exempting that from another set of households, we have to ship to somewhere. So how much is that shift? And then also, what would that do to the new residential tax rate? Be it because now that shift happened, do we know what that new residential tax rate will be?
Thank you. The chair, Councilor Flynn, if you would like to respond, you may.
Yeah, I would say it's up to the council how much that relief should be for. I have my own recommendation, but I would leave it to my colleagues to decide what is the value of a city worker. How much are we able to provide some relief for them? Is this a priority for us? If it's not a priority for us, then vote against it. But for me, it is a priority because I have a lot of homeowners in my district that are longtime residents over the age of 55, and they are struggling to pay their taxes. And I'm going to do my best to support them. You can make another choice, Councilor Worrell, but for me, I'm going to continue to advocate for long-time residents because I think it's critical that we keep them in the city.
Councilor Worrell, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
Yeah, and a few more questions that went unanswered. Is there an income limit? I think the intent is to help, some of our lowest paid employees or moderate or working class. Is there an income limit on this?
To the chair, Councilor Flynn, if you would like to respond, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, working with my colleagues, maybe $30,000 a year, maybe a limit of $30,000 up to, $70,000 a year. That would hit low-income workers that would... Council Weber? Were you saying something, Council Weber?
No, we will not be policing people's expressions or
Oh.
anything like that. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor. You were speaking to,
Okay,
you're
no,
responding to Councillor Worrell.
I was speaking to Council Worrell, and he was
Yes.
talking to Council Weber.
Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
$30,000.
Councillor Worrell, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
Thank you. I mean, if that's the intent, I would like to make that amendment also to his amendment, to Council Flynn's amendment. No, I mean, I would encourage him to do it. All right, I'm not making that
Okay,
amendment.
okay. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Weber. Councillor Weber, you have the floor.
Sure. Yeah, I think that Councilor Worrell's questions, I raise an issue with this. I have additional questions. I'll just make comments, and Councilor Flynn will have opportunity to respond. Where the $1,000 number came from, 55 years old, 20 years, what impact it would have on young homeowners, who are often earning less than people who are 55 years old, how many homes would be affected by this. And I just reiterate, I think Councilor Coletta Zapata raised, which was, I think these are worthwhile issues to explore, just not in this, alongside this, home rule, which we're trying to get through and get support for our residents now. We should look at all these questions. I think we need a lot more information about how to craft this in a way, including the income limit, that it works for people in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, to the chair, if you would like to respond, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Council Weber, these are questions and answers that we should have had in the second working session or the hearing. We didn't do that. You were one of the councils that didn't want to have a second hearing. That was a missed opportunity for us. We should have had a second hearing so we could ask those good questions and respond with answers. Instead of having a debate about it right now, we should have had a second hearing. We missed that opportunity, Council Weber. We didn't do our due diligence. Now we're scrambling, and we're trying to come up with questions, and we're trying to come up with answers. We don't have the right information at this time, and we're not doing our due diligence to the residents of Boston by not fully debating these issues in this type of environment. We should have been sitting down in a hearing, talking about those specific questions, coming up with the answers where we could all agree on what a low-wage worker would make. What impact would this have on other property owners, young property owners? Those are the questions we could have asked ourselves during another working session. But you decided, and you agreed that we didn't need one. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I'd also just like to reiterate and thank Councillor Coletta Zapata as a chair for her diligence and her work when she asked folks about amendments, and also the obligation that each of us, again, have. A lot of the amendments that are being proposed sound very similar to something that I wanted to do, again, which is means test property taxes. I vetted that opinion. I vetted that desire to do that amendment. My office vetted the desire to do that amendment with other counsel, with corporate counsel. When we had hearings, I asked those questions. I actually asked them twice at two separate hearings that we had on this issue. So I, did not rest on my laurels. I made sure that I was asking the questions when I was thinking about putting forward an amendment. Did not put that amendment forward because there are constitutional questions, the same that present here. The chair recognizes Councillor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Council Brayden, for your question. And on January 27th, when we had that jam-packed hearing, there were 4 dockets, and docket 0269 was a hearing order on residential property tax values and assessing process. And one of the things we did learn that many people don't qualify. So not every homeowner would be getting both, that you have to apply and you have to actually be awarded the exemption. And I think, if I remember correctly, when I asked if there's other incentives, would it be on top of, and they did say that the max, I think, was more like 3,700, not 3,400. I don't know the exact amount, but that others can't be combined if it went over a total amount. So again, know that I have a lot of questions when it's my turn to talk about the actual hearing order, not these amendments we're adding, but I do believe that another hearing order or working session would have been important to answer these questions.
The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Ave Maria. So this is interesting. I think it's really important, and I'm going to just say this. I think we have to be super mindful of how we are characterizing the votes that we're presenting our colleagues to take. I think I'm going to be, again, clear for the record. All of the folks that you are advocating for are my constituents too, as an at-large city councilor, and I care about everyone here in the city. So I never want anyone who's tuning in to think that what you're fighting for, I don't believe in or support. I think it's also really important to uplift our district colleagues who I'm sure agree with me, because you are going to have folks knocking down your door if you don't support something that sounds really great. So I just want to be really clear. I believe we all care about the quality of life for our residents. I think what is the problem that we're having right now is the process and how I'm going to go back to the process and how we're getting there. And I think those 4 hearings that we had, it was at the beginning of the year. People keep saying that we've had multiple conversations and multiple hearings, but there was the debate around the tax rebates. That is what we should be really focusing most of our energy in, because that was one of the add-ons. All of these other add-ons are coming after the fact. So I just think, let's just keep those 2 things separate. I think that if I'm clear, what I am seeing is that folks saw an opportunity to be able to bring additional amendments before we sent it to the state for consideration, and that's why we're tacking on all these things. That's what I'm seeing. I think, and I'm going to say it again, I think there might be other pathways for us to be able to get there. I think that if we don't learn anything about protocols, policies, and procedures, I think if people are asking, and through the chair to the government ops, or through you, Chair, because you're the president of this council, normally, everybody's okay. Normally, right, you file, the ordinance comes, there's a hearing, and then there's a working session, or maybe not. Maybe people have sidebar conversations with the administration, if you're so lucky to be in their good graces, and if you're not, you're lucky if you even get a call back. You ask a question and you don't find out whether or not your amendment was considered until you read the committee report Monday, a few days before the meeting. I just feel like that does not work for relationship building. That does not work for us to show up in this council. So I just need to know, because we still have a whole year left here, and it's election season and everybody's acting up right now. So I just need to know, moving forward, is the standard that we have, this has been what I've normally have been through in other iterations of this body, is that an ordinance is presented, there is a public hearing where the public can speak and deliberate. Then there is a working session in which colleagues are able to go back and forth, comb through the language, and go tit for tat for every single little thing that we want to do. And then we bring it up for a vote. What I have noticed in this iteration of this body is that we are bringing things up for a vote with very little discourse and debate. And so that's why we're here, held hostage, because folks don't feel heard. So I'm going to ask again, because if y'all want to go look through every single tape since we've started this new iteration of this body, I've been asking for consistency. So if we're not going to do the way normal things happen here in this council, and we're going to do business differently, then let's just set the standard and let's hold ourselves accountable to it. But we could be utilizing our time differently instead of fighting with each other publicly. And I know I do it too. Don't, I see your face. I do it too, okay?
There's no policing. Councilman Mejia, you say this all the time. There's no policing of anyone's expressions in this body, especially because of the misinterpretations that often result in that. So, yes. If I told you from my vantage point, looking out to all 13 counselors, all 12 counselors all the time, the different faces to make assumptions based on that. There are racial implications, there are gendered implications, and I do not want us to get into that here in this body.
I hear you.
Councilman Mejia, you have the floor.
I always say that if I don't say it, my face will, so everybody already knows.
And your face often does.
And that's
Thank
right.
you.
And I'm my true, authentic self in this chamber. I worked really hard to be up in here, so I show up this way. Anyways, going back to my discourse here, I think it's really important, President, that we have a standard that we're going to be held accountable to, because this is just getting a little bit messy. And every time I come here on a Wednesday, I don't know what is going to be put up for a vote and what is going to get flooded and what the administration is trying to do and how we're all just lining up. So I would rather us stick to the norms, figure out how we're going to do the people's business and keep it moving. Let's just keep it moving.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. You asked, it is the discretion of the chair how they would like to, we encourage at least a hearing when it's on an ordinance, but there have been ordinances that have been suspended and passed. You've been on this body longer than me. One term, last term, there were, all of the time, there were different practices. Green sheets were pulled, there was no issue there. Folks would sometimes have a working session, not others. It is the discretion of the chair, and I have confidence in the chairs of our committees to move how they believe is best. The chair recognizes Councilor Breeden, and then Councilor Coletta Zapata, and then I encourage that we move to a vote. The chair recognizes Councilor Breeden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've just been looking at the assessing site and looking at all the exemptions that are available. There's quite a lot. I go back to the original question I had. It seems like this amendment is trying to address a problem that doesn't exist right now. We have an owner occupancy a tax exemption that is $3,984. We have a senior rebate that seems to be means tested, that if you, I think it needs looking at. We have a veterans exemption. We have an exemption for blind people. We have a co-housing exemption. We have an elderly exemption. We have a hardship exemption for those folks who are maybe called up for national in the army and they're called up on active duty. They have an exemption if they're away. We have an exemption for people who are called up for military duty, physical or mental disability. And again, we're talking about real estate relief on real estate taxation. And it's a very, very we're not talking about a broad group of people across the city who would benefit from actually help with their rental costs or whatever. So I really do feel that this merits a more deeper conversation. I think we should, Councillor Flynn's obviously very passionate about this issue. I think he should have a hearing order on looking at all the exemptions and seeing how they're relevant or not relevant and any tweaks that we would suggest. But I think at this moment in time, this issue is moot. We have a tax exemption of $3,984 for owner occupancy, and that's basically what we're talking about here. So thank you, Madam Chair. I would respectfully ask to call this up for a vote.
Thank you. That has been seconded, but before we can do that, I know that there was an amended, there was language for a motion to substitute, and I don't know if that has been placed before us. I know that Megan is working on it.
No, could I speak on that?
One moment. So, Councilor Breeden, you moved for a vote. Is that correct? Did you move for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to pause here only because we need that updated language, and I've been informed. Is that updated? Yeah. Okay, Ron, could you please pass that out? That updated language, that everyone has it. Yes, Councilor Flynn, I see your light and I hear you. Ron is passing out the updated language at the moment. I want all of my colleagues to have the updated language before them. Okay. Does everyone have the substitute language before them? Councillor Flynn, would you like to make a motion to substitute so that this could be the new amendment before everyone?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to substitute the previous document and add this new document.
Is that motion seconded? Okay, thank you. The motion to, all those in favor say aye. Aye, all opposed say nay. Okay, this docket is properly before the body. There is, because there was this outstanding, I do hear your motion to move the question, but because there is this outstanding language, I will allow Councillor Flynn to speak on this updated language, and then I will go back to you, Councillor Braden. Councillor Flynn, we all have before us this updated amendment, right? And we've just voted on the motion to substitute this language, so you now have the floor if you'd like to speak on this motion, on this amended language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I know my colleagues just got this a minute ago, and want to say thank you to my assistant, Vanessa, and City Council Central staff for helping. Docket 0236 is hereby amended by inserting the following language to Section 5. Notwithstanding Section 5 of Chapter 59 of the General Law, or any other general or special law to the contrary, the City of Boston shall be permitted to allow for an exemption from taxation of real property for $1,000 for long-term residents who have owned a home in Boston for at least 20 years and are age 55 and older. Such an exemption shall be applied only to a taxpayer owning one residential property, and such residential property shall be the principal residence of the taxpayer as used by the taxpayer for income tax purposes. This exemption shall be in addition to any exemptions allowable under Section 5, provided, however, that in no instance shall the taxable valuation of such property, after all applicable exemptions, be reduced below 10% of its full and fair cash valuation, except through applicability of Clause 18 of Section 5 of Chapter 59, where, under the provisions of Chapter 59, the exemption is based upon an amount of tax rather than on valuation. The reduction of taxable valuation for purposes of the preceding sentence shall be computed by dividing the said amount of tax by the residential class tax rate of the city or town, multiplying the result by $1,000. For purposes of this paragraph, parcel shall mean a unit of real property as defined by the assessors in accordance with the deed for such property, and shall include a condo unit as well. Madam Chair, I felt it was important to read that into the record for people at home that might be following it. I just wanted to be fair and transparent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. You have the floor.
A point of clarification, Madam President, through you, through the chair, to the maker. Does this mean that he's proposing to reduce the owner occupancy tax exemption from $3,984 to $1,000?
To the chair, Councillor Flynn, if you'd like to respond, you may. He would not like to respond. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote on Councillor Flynn's amendment?
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I've raised this issue at least 3 times, possibly 4. This is a very, very important question.
I agree with you.
And I would like the maker to at least answer the question.
Yes, I cannot force anyone. I give people the opportunity to respond. Councillor Flynn, if you would like to respond through the chair, you may.
No, I think you called for a vote, and then Councillor Braden added something. Is that accurate to say?
Well, Councillor Braden had the floor. She asked a question. I should have returned to her, and I did not. So I returned to her.
But then you added, Madam Chair, you called for a vote.
Councillor Flynn, if you would like to respond to Councillor Braden, you may. If not, okay. So Councillor Flynn would not like to respond. Councillor Braden, if you would like, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, it's very unclear to me that the existing tax exemption for owner occupancy in the City of Boston is $3,984. And this amendment that Councillor Flynn is proposing is to move to an owner occupancy exemption of $1,000 for long-term residents who own their home. I really don't think this makes sense. He's advocating to reduce the tax exemptions that are eligible residents are allowed to have. He's wanting to reduce. My understanding of the language is he's proposing to reduce the exemption from $3,984 to $1,000. I'm confused. I don't think that's a benefit. I think that's a regressive step for our folks who are struggling to pay the real estate taxes in Boston, to reduce the residential exemption to $1,000. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Flynn, if you'd like to respond, you may.
Yeah, it's, Councilor Braden is inaccurate on a lot of the points that she's made. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Braden, if you would like to respond to the chair, you may.
Madam Chair, Madam President, I'm just totally frustrated. This is the maker of this amendment refuses to answer that question. It's very unclear to me, and I'm sure it's very unclear to the folks who are watching this debate, that he is proposing a tax rebate of $1,000 when we already have a tax rebate of $3,984. To me, that seems regressive, and I don't think I would be lining up to vote for that. I think that's detrimental to our residents.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Flynn, if you'd like to respond, you may.
She's entitled to her opinion and to vote that way. Madam Chair, I have a hearing order on this subject. Those are the types of issues that I do want to discuss. I have a hearing order that we will discuss that. I do hope Councillor Braden will be in attendance. But we had the opportunity last week and the week before to discuss a lot of these issues in a second hearing. We chose not to have that. Now we're having this hearing on a Wednesday, and it should be in the committee hearing. And Councillor Braden chose not to show up to the original hearing. So, you know, I just want to be fair to my colleagues that, you know, this discussion really should have been happening in the hearings, not on the traditional Wednesday. And Madam Chair, that's all I'm going to say on it. We could go back and forth for the half hour.
We could go back and forth forever. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. If you would like to respond to the chair, you may.
My final comment is this merits a much deeper conversation that we will not sort out today. We need a hearing on this. We need a deep dive. We need to get the assessing department in here and look at all these exemptions that we have for veterans and people who are visually impaired and elders and people with disabilities. And we need to look at them line by line. But this amendment does not make sense, and it really doesn't have any place in this request, this home rule petition that's going to the state right now to get relief for our owner-occupiers in the City of Boston. So I rest my case, and I look forward to the hearing. I also resent the fact that I'm recovering from major surgery on my knee. I have been absent. I apologise for my absence, but in this point in time, I need to take care of my own health, and I resent any implication that I'm neglecting my duty as a City Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden, and I hope that you are recovering. There's a lot happening. I heard a point of order. Councillor Murphy, what is the rule that you believe is not being followed at this moment?
I would like to present that. Earlier, there was a councillor who wanted to speak before a vote because there was a question that it was understood that maybe people wouldn't know which way to vote. And I do want to respond to Councillor Braden's question about the fact, because not everyone qualifies.
Okay,
There's
just because you had a point of order,
right?
And now you're speaking substantively on the matter. Right. So, Councillor Murphy,
so will
you have the floor.
allow me to speak
yes.
on it so that people?
Yes, yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, Councillor Braden, at that meeting, there were 1,700 applications, and the hearing was before the February 3rd deadline. I looked up on the website, it looks like there's about 1,090 appeals right now. So most of our homeowners don't qualify for those other tax abatements. So this would be another option, in my opinion, where if the others that you listed, if you're not a veteran, if you don't fall under other categories, and if you know, because the appeal for your home is only that you're questioning that they assessed it improperly. And most people don't even question it because they sometimes come back with a larger tax bill. So this would be another option for people who say, like, I'm not going to appeal, because you get your bill and some homeowners say, hey, I don't think you assessed my home properly. That's what people do. So this would be for people who have lived here for over 20 years, know that there's no abatement or rebate option for them, that they could take advantage of this. And in no way would they do both or choose one over the other. So I just wanted to be that's my understanding on this.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to reiterate yet again, right, that if we had different norms here, we probably would have a different conversation and we'd be done with all of this by now. It is clear that my colleagues do not feel that we have done our due diligence, and I appreciate that feedback. However, it seems to me that either one or two things will need to happen. I don't know how many more amendments we got coming down the pipeline, Councilor Flynn, but I think in the interest of just making sure that we can move things along, I am going to humbly again suggest, and I think this is the reason why we are showing up this way is because the same way the councilors feel is the same way that community folks feel. People do not feel heard, people do not feel affirmed, and so all of this energy is in this chamber, and we need sage here, and we need to show up differently. That's why all of this is happening right now. So I just think that for the sake of moving things along, I am going to recommend that we move this to a hearing and that you organize and you bring people into this chamber, right, who can help demonstrate how and why we need this. But right now, trying to, obviously you already know the environment that we're in, trying to change anyone's mind today is not gonna work. So I would recommend respectfully for us to put this to bed.
Councilors. Councilor Mejia has the floor.
Oh, I don't, that's fine. I'm so used to all of this, but so.
I actually can hear it very,
okay,
so I'm
that's
just
you.
asking.
Okay, because I've learned how to be here. So I would recommend that we just, my motion is to close debate. I'm not even done speaking. Hold up. Let me finish my thought. Hold on. My motion is to close debate and give Councilor Flynn an opportunity to go through a different channel to execute his vision. And I respectfully say that to you, Councilor Flynn, in the interest of just moving the work along. My apologies again, but I am going to just ask us to keep things moving because we have an agenda to go through. So out of respect for the body, out of respect for those who are tuning in, out of respect for these people who are sitting in these uncomfortable seats, I am going to ask us to keep it moving. Thank you.
Councilor Mejia has a motion on the floor to close debate and move to a vote. Has that been seconded? Seconded. Okay, we will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote on the motion to close debate and move the previous question? Again, it requires a 2/3 vote. A yes vote means that we close debate and move the previous question. And no vote means that debate stays open. Mr. Clerk, does everyone understand?
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. To close debate, yes. Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy. No. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. 10 votes in the affirmative, 3 in the negative.
Thank you. We will now take a roll call vote on the amendment itself. A yes vote, which only requires a majority of the council, so 7 councilors, would mean that the amendment would be added to the chair's recommendation, to the committee report and to the home rule petition, and a no vote would mean that it is not added. Okay? Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden. No. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta Zapata. No. Councilor Coletta Zapata, no. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Present. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, present. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
No.
Councilor Lujan, no. Councilor Mejia. No. Present. Oh, present, sorry. Councilor Mejia, present. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen? No. Councilor Pepen, no. Councilor Santana? No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber? No. Councilor Weber, no. And Councilor Worrell? No. Councilor Worrell, no. 9 votes in the negative, 2 in the affirmative, and 2 present.
Thank you. This amendment has not passed. So we are still, before us, we have the chair's main report and a recommendation that it ought to pass. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I also have an amendment that I'd like to propose. I've been waiting for this moment, and so, where is it? I've been waiting all day and I lost my script. Here we go. So, I'd like to motion to reconsider. Oh, where is it? I need a second. Nobody's going to second my motion?
You want to...
I want to propose an amendment.
So it's not a motion to reconsider, you want a motion to amend?
I want a motion to amend.
Okay, so
I'll second.
the motion to amend is seconded. All in favor of the motion to amend, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
All this time I waited and I can't even find my script. Okay. So I am going to just go off the cuff here. I actually would like, so I understand that Councilor Coletta, we had communicated to your office to reconsider number 10, which is the amount of the exemption for small businesses. I want to just note for the record that our amendment, there's no legislative or constitutional laws around it. For those who are tuning in, mine does not have the same issues that Councilor Flynn's amendments have. So all of my colleagues, in case y'all gonna get, questioning, mine's is legit. So not to say that yours wasn't, but my amendment is, I'd like to propose, I asked for 100, and I am going to ask, instead of 30, I'd like to propose an amendment for us to do a 50,000 exemption. And that is because right now, a lot of small businesses are feeling this crunch. We were just in DC these past few days, and we brought business owners, many of which were having a hard time with even just keeping up with their rent. They have this personal property tax exemption that is making it harder for them to keep their doors open. Right now, the exemption is at, I think, Councilor Coletta Zapata's is at 30. And while I understand that the city of Boston, if we go anything higher, like comparing ourselves to Cambridge, I have a hard time doing that because when I look at Boston, just Dominicans alone have over 500 businesses here in the city of Boston. So when we're looking at equity and we're looking at the types of businesses, comparing Boston to Cambridge, knowing that Harvard is occupying so much space in Cambridge, I think the clientele and the types of businesses are very different when we're thinking about small businesses. And the exemptions for small businesses in particular is that many of the barbers who have, they're being taxed on their chairs, any type of equipment, and oftentimes some of them have more than $10,000 or more than $30,000 worth of equipment. So I'm just asking for a threshold a little bit higher than 30. I know I was being aggressive with 100,000, so I'm asking my colleagues to consider meeting me halfway. And just out of courtesy and out of protocol, policies, and procedures, and just professional courtesy, while I do appreciate getting the committee report on Monday, it would be helpful to me for us to have some dialogue so that I can understand things, so that it's just a better practice. So I've had to now utilize this moment to fight for it. So I'm asking us to consider this amendment.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor. Oh, okay. You don't have the floor. Okay. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councilor Mejia for introducing this. So when we were reviewing the numbers going from 10 to 30, I think I mentioned this earlier, Right now, it stands at $10,000. The increase to 30 captures a specific pool of businesses, about 5,500 businesses that are, we're talking about the smallest of the small mom and pop. We were looking at numbers for 100,000. Obviously, that's, you know, I appreciate Councilor Mejia's counter, I guess, and for lack of a better term, to $50,000. We did notice, like, as we do incremental steps up in $10,000, so from 40 to 50, there was, if we're casting a wider net, we run the risk of potentially capturing businesses that are chain restaurants or businesses where, like, the spirit of the original intent in this proposal isn't necessarily for them. And so I do appreciate the decrease in the number. This is the first time that I'm taking a look at it, but based on some of the research that we've done in looking at those increments, I would like to keep it at 30. It is fair, and again, it provides the relief that we are looking for from mom and pop businesses, and I appreciate Councilor Mejia's partnership. I think earlier last year, we had looked into this to try to figure out how we can actually protect the businesses if and when the commercial burden or the shift goes to our commercial property owners. And you know, we spent a lot of time looking into this, and I think I know that Boston is not Cambridge, but if we are going to increase it by, I think, 40%, where there's a fiscal argument to be made as well, to a fiscal responsibility argument to be made. And so I'm going to vote no on this amendment, but I do appreciate the efforts of Councilor Mejia. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. So, you know, just the proposed increase is not just about adjusting numbers, it's about reflecting the financial realities of our residents and small businesses. The 30,000 threshold, while is a step in the right direction, does not go far enough to provide meaningful relief to those who need it most. Increasing the exemption to 50,000 allow us better to target our support to small businesses who may already be struggling with the rising cost of doing business or living in Boston. This adjustment will help reduce the financial pressures on them, allowing for more resources to be reinvested in their businesses, families, and local communities. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment that we're providing here. For those folks who are tuning in, like, what we're trying to do is rage against the machine here, because every single thing that we're bringing here, unless it did not come from the administration, or, you know, we're gonna have a hard time passing anything through. I'm gonna dig my heels on the things that I think are important. And as someone who chaired the Once Upon a Time, the small business and the workforce development, and as someone who understands what it looks like to have to face these small businesses day in and day out, I think an increase from 30 to 50 is a reasonable ask. I feel like this particular iteration of this body, we have an opportunity to stand up for folks, and I'm not asking you all to break the law, to break the rules, to do anything other than just give it a little bit more of a bump so that our small businesses can thrive here in the city of Boston. I understand and I appreciate the chair for her pushback. This is normally the way this is healthy discourse, but I will also have to just disagree with the notion that we're doing the best that we can. And I think that we could do better, and if we're gonna show up for our small businesses, this is the best way for us to do that. So I'm going to ask you all to consider this. You know, we haven't been following a lot of the procedures during this whole session here, and, you know, I think we need to move on, you know, and I'm going to ask everyone to support increasing the personnel tax exemption in Section 5 from 30 to 50,000. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify, or to just add that this home rule petition is passing in a new draft, and I know that it's not what was sent to us by the administration. There were changes made to reflect that we need more robust understanding and discussion about what the nature of rebates, if we do rebates, what that looks like. So that's why this is proposed in a new draft. I just wanted to clarify that. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and For the record, I'm going to support the amendment offered by Council Mejia. I think it's a reasonable request that you made, Council Mejia, and I don't think there's anyone on the City Council that knows more about small business owners that are people of color and women-owned small business owners than Council Mejia. She talks to these small business owners, and listens to them, and knows exactly, in my opinion, knows exactly what they need during these challenging times. Again, I'm going to support Council Mejia. My question to my colleagues, and maybe to Council Mejia, is, again, I'm definitely supporting. I think it's a great proposal, but if people aren't going to support it, is there a recommended number that you could live with, striking 30,000 and inserting 50,000? So that would be my question. I think the 50,000 number is appropriate, but if that's not an appropriate number for my colleagues, is there another number that you could live with? So Council Mejia can continue to advocate and fight and support these small business owners throughout the city. Again, many of them are immigrant-owned small businesses owned by women, people of color. They deserve to be heard too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the chair, Councilor Mejia, if you'd like to respond, you may. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
You know, I'm going to model behavior here to allow people to see what it looks like to continuously be the one that always has to take the high road and compromise. I am going to let it go. Because we know we're living in a very different climate right here. Unless everybody's going to support me. But if you don't support me, because I know how we roll. No, so what I think I'm willing to see what happens with the vote, and then I have a backup plan to support these small businesses. So either way, right? Either way, we're going to win.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood the math correctly, and in terms of like what what we're really talking about here. My understanding, and for Councilor Mejia, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the tax rate is about $11 for every $1,000 in value. So if a business has an exemption that increases by $20,000, that would be about $220 for their tax bill for the year. So I just wanted to set that level here as kind of the expectations of what this is going to do. I honestly applaud Councilor Mejia's efforts, but I'm also considering Councilor Coletta Zapata's sort of explanation of why it was set at this rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
I'm curious, and this is just becoming a reoccurring theme here. I'm going to take your question, but I'm going to defer it to the chair in her leadership. So if you could, Councilor Coletta, explain to us why the adverse reaction or desire to not want to increase it $20,000 more. What's the difference between 30 and 50? It's only $20,000. So I'm just curious what's the struggle here? Because, it would help me better understand it. And maybe you too.
Thank you. I think Councilor Weber's question, yeah, okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
So my understanding was that he was asking about the tax rate. I don't think that he was asking about my opinion of why I want to keep it at 30. I think I had explained that in my original comments to your amendment. But Councilor Weber, can you just please repeat it, just so I have some clarity?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Weber. You have the floor.
No, I just so if I understand what this would mean would be, on average, if we pass this, it would save businesses $220 a year. That's how I read it. I understand how exemptions work. Maybe I don't. So obviously the maker knows this, but as the chair of government ops, you also have an opinion on it, and you've weighed in. So happy to hear from you too. That was the only purpose of my comment, was just to kind of. I think when people watch at home, they hear $20,000, but what we're really talking about are the tax bills. And just for my sake, as I think about this, I just wanted to get to the actual tax dollar savings, and that could make or break a business. I'm not saying that's a little or a lot, or I'm just trying to figure out exactly what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councilor Cleta Zapata, if you'd like to respond, you may.
Sure, and I think it's because I don't have the numbers in front of me. I know for a fact that for the $30,000 exemption, that's 5,500 businesses. And so when we get into 40 or 50, I just don't have those numbers with me to figure out how many folks are getting the exemption. So I appreciate Councilor Mejia's amendment. I think that I do just want to clarify that there was a comment that was made of amendments that didn't come from the administration didn't get included. Just to echo our council president, we have an amendment that was included in the new draft from a council colleague. And while we may have some fundamental disagreements on what is fiscally responsible or what is fair, the merit of the inclusion is not based on who the person who introduced it is. And I feel like that's an important distinction that I have to make here. The other thing too that I took under consideration was the fact that this was already voted on and passed by this body. And so the council has already said that this is an adequate number, that this is a number that we're comfortable with. And that was definitely a part of my decision to keep it at the 30. And so I don't have a response really, because I don't have the information in front of me to Councilor Mejia, but I just want to make sure that got on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to, through the chair, Councilor Mejia, if you'd like to respond, you may.
Yes, so I just want so that everybody who's really listening here, this is not about, I think we're trying to confuse the situation here, and I'm glad that Councilor Coletta clarified the tax dollars. My focus is really about the equipment that businesses have and how they're being taxed. And their equipment is often valued above $30,000. So if you talk to Carlos Castillo, or Merengue Restaurant, or you talk to Miami Restaurant, some of these businesses, the equipment that they have in their business is far more than $30,000 in exemptions, right? So that's why we're trying to increase the amount of exemptions that they have. Because in my conversations with these small businesses, that they're, some of the chairs, if you're a barbershop, it's $2,000 that it costs for a barber chair. And if they have 10 or 15, they're not gonna be able to qualify for this exemption. So that's why I'm trying to increase it. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what I'm trying to do here for the people, just so we're all clear. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what I'm trying to focus on right now. So, and I do think that it's important for us to just keep going back to the fact that if we had a fair hearing working session, we probably would not be having all of these conversations right now. Because yes, this passed, we went through the legislative process, but I wasn't happy when it went through the first time. And so I saw an opportunity to revisit the advocacy that I've been doing on behalf of small businesses, and this was the opportunity for us to bring it back to the council floor. Now, I understand that we might not have the political will to do such a thing, and I'm willing to do the work, perhaps maybe doing an impact study before we even go there, just keep putting everything back to the back burner, because when it comes to things that we want to fight for, we're always going to have to wait, and the other things just plow through here. So, I'm willing to just have a backup plan for the backup plan at this point, because we're an interesting bunch.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think, in terms of doing this for personal property tax in excess to what, as Councilor Mejia's team, or Councilor Mejia has stated here, in excess of $50,000 of value. It does, I think, it does incentivize landlords to think that, you know, tenants or vendors are going to be saving a certain amount, and then incentivizing for the landlords to push, you know, increase the rent. And I don't know if that point has been made, so I do apologize if I'm being repetitive. The other point here is, obviously, you know, if you're making an amendment and the questions, I don't think it's fair to expect the chair to respond to an amendment someone else is proposing. You know, if we have questions, either we're going on break or we're deciding that it's too soon for the vote, and we're holding a working session. There is a deadline. You guys all have read it. March. What's the deadline? Anyone?
It's March 1st.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's around the corner. So I do understand the urgency of us having this on the floor today, and I mean the original docket, but in terms of this here, I would feel more comfortable, one, if we had more information. Two, the city doesn't have like a full inventory of businesses. The city has not done an assessment of the state of those businesses, their need, or in terms of, you know, overall like tax assessment on businesses in Boston. So I think it would be kind of premature for us to vote on increasing an amount without understanding its impact. So I would feel more comfortable if there was actually a study to assess the tax impact, so that before we could increase it. And then considering that we do want to save the city money too, so there's a balance here to hold, and so 30,000. I don't think that, you know, the fact that we voted the first time, considering that folks evolve their opinion or positions, or that there's been further conversations and collaborations with our state partners and community, sometimes our positions may evolve into something else. So that's, respectfully, I don't think that's a fair thing to say, because many of us here, time and time again, change our minds or, again, evolve our positions. So that's moot. And you know, and also a little on the side, I don't think we're a bunch of misfits, and I think these comments, respectfully, are void of professionalism. I don't think we should even say that. I think we're human, and I think that we have intentions. There's a lot of heart here in terms of protecting our constituents, and we put a lot of work into research. So I take you all seriously, and that's why, like, if I'm pushed to a position where I have to say to you, hey, that doesn't feel right or fair, I will. But I think we can continue to grow in this job and continue to do the work for our constituents. But calling, and then, you know, someone else agreed that, you know, we look like a bunch of misfits. I resent that. I think we should maybe take a break, maybe do lunch. Folks at home would understand. We've been here hours on one subject. It doesn't have to be taken, but maybe taking a deep breath and just, again, offering ourselves, be kind to yourselves, like offering ourselves a little grace that we are human and we are professionals and we represent the city of Boston. We're doing the best that we can to navigate this thing so that we can take responsible decisions. Those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Clara Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and I do appreciate, as always, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson's professionalism and ability to articulate just the shared and common goals that we have here. I did just want to clarify, when speaking about the 5,500 eligible businesses, I think I misspoke and said the tax rate when I meant the personal property tax exemption, but that's it. And I am seeing no lights on. I am moving for a vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Clara Zapata has motion to move the previous question. That has been seconded. It's not up for debate. All in favor of removing the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote? What we are voting on right now is Councilor Mejia's amendment that is currently before the body Yes vote would be in support of the amendment, and a no vote would be not in support of the amendment. This requires a majority vote of 7. Are there any questions on voting? There are no questions on voting. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata? No. Councilor Coletta Zapata, no. Councilor Durkin? No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Present. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, present. Councilor Fitzgerald? No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane?
No.
Councilor Louisiane, no. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy? Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Verpen? No. Councilor Verpen, no. Councilor Santana? No. Councilor Santana, no. Councilor Weber? No. Councilor Weber, no. And Councilor Worrell? No. Councilor Worrell, no. 8 votes in the negative, 4 votes in the affirmative, and 1 present.
Thank you. This amendment has not passed. Okay, so before us is still the motion of the committee chair that the docket ought to pass in a new draft. Open for discussion. I see Councilor Murphy's light on. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have an amendment to put forth.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, motion to put forth an amendment that's being passed out now. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll wait a minute for it to be passed out.
There's a motion on the floor to amend. Ron is passing out the amendment. I don't know if anyone has there are any questions or debate on the motion to amend? I see no lights on. Okay. All in favor of the motion to amend, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote on allowing Councilor Murphy's motion to amend to be properly before the body?
Thank you.
There was a second.
Was there a second? Sorry, I didn't know. Is there a second? Is a second to that motion? So this is a vote on a motion to amend. I'm explaining what the motion to amend
But
is.
before you do, it's about not going forward, because I do have a question. Because it wasn't seconded, but then it seemed like you were asking someone to second to move forward. Isn't it true that if no one seconded saying that they didn't want it to come before the body, that we wouldn't take a vote?
I actually didn't know that there wasn't a second. The clerk stated that he wasn't sure if there was a second, and so then I asked for clarification if there was a second, and it was seconded.
I think there might have been a misunderstanding, though, because if no one seconded it, isn't it true that then it wouldn't go to a vote?
I will second it. I will second the motion. If there was unclarity, there's no clarity on my part what that means, I will second the motion. Okay, if there was no clarity. So the motion is before the body is Councilor's motion to amend. Councilor Murphy has a motion to amend. There was a no vote. I want to clarify, we should take a roll call vote. This is just on the motion to amend. It requires a majority. If you vote yes, that's going to allow Councilor Murphy's motion to amend. If you vote no, it doesn't allow the motion. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden? Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata? Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin? Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson? Councilor Fitzgerald? Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn? Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Verpen? Yes. Councilor Verpen, yes. Councilor Santana? Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber? Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell? Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes.
Thank you. The motion to amend is properly before the body. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I just want to clarify for those in the chamber or listening in about our open meeting law, that once this committee report for docket 0236 was put on the agenda on Monday, we are not allowed as colleagues to talk about it because it would be open meeting law. So I just want to be clear, and for the past amendments also, that it wasn't that over these past few days we chose not to communicate, because I did have information I wanted to share with all of us beforehand. I know at the beginning of this hearing, I did pass out 3 separate pieces of paper, hoping that during this time, we've been here 3.5 hours, that you may have already gotten a chance to look at it. I'll go through it now, but I do just want to be clear that once something's before this body, we are not able to talk about it as a group. So this discussion is being forced to happen now on the floor. So as we confront the pressing issue of escalating property taxes that threaten the stability of our communities, it is imperative that we consider effective, immediate solutions to provide relief to our residents. I urge my colleagues to support the proposed increase of residential exemption to 40%, a measure that offers tangible benefits to our homeowners. I do have some procedural concerns and the need for equal consideration. I have concerns regarding the process surrounding this docket. Docket 0236 was brought forward with the favorable committee report, yet docket 0142, the Council's Home Rule petition to increase the residential tax exemption from 35 to 40%, was not given the same consideration. This home rule, which I sponsored along with Councilor Rowell, was filed on December 11th, well before the Mayor's Home Rule petition. I did speak to Councilor Coletta Zapata, the chair, on Monday evening, but at that point, like I said, this report was already forward, and any other option to put forward for this would have been a late file or pulling from the green sheets. After the January 27th hearing, where 4 different dockets were discussed at that one hearing, we were assured that a second hearing would take place to address outstanding questions and ensure each proposal received the appropriate review. Unfortunately, only the Mayor's Home Rule has been advanced, which I believe is neglecting an important opportunity for a fair and thorough discussion. By limiting the review process, we have done a disservice to our constituents who deserve multiple, well-vetted solutions to the property tax crisis. Proposed amendment docket 0236, to ensure our residents receive the relief they deserve, I am proposing an amendment to docket 0236 to incorporate the residential exemption increase to 40%. Thank you, Ron, for passing it out to our colleagues. Docket 0236 is hereby amended by inserting the following language after Section 6. Section 7. Notwithstanding Section 5C of Chapter 59 of the General Laws or any other general or special law to the contrary, with respect to each parcel of real property classified as Class 1, residential in the City of Boston, certified by the Commissioner to be assessed to its full and fair cash valuation, and at the option of the Mayor, with the approval of the City Council, there shall be an exemption equal to not more than 40% of the average assessed value of all Class 1 residential parcels within the City of Boston. Provided, however, that such an exemption shall be applied only to the principal residence of a taxpayer as used by the taxpayer for income tax purposes. This exemption shall be in addition to any exemptions allowable under Section 5, provided, however, that in no instance shall the taxable valuation of such property, after all applicable exemptions, be reduced below 10% of its full and fair cash valuation, except through the applicability of Clause 18th of Section 5. So I will now speak to my amendment. The need for multiple options. The Mayor's previous tax plan failed in the Senate last year. It is in our constituents' best interest to send a petition to the State House that includes multiple options, increasing the likelihood that at least one measure succeeds. Our colleagues at the State House have expressed interest in approving an increase in the residential tax exemption. We should not limit their choices. Benefits increasing the residential tax exemption. A lack of a promised second hearing in a rushed process. The committee process, at the January 27th joint hearing, 4 significant proposals were discussed, including docket 0142, a home rule petition to increase the residential exemption to 40%, docket 0236, the Mayor's home rule petition for a citywide tax rebate program, Docket 0269, a hearing order on residential property values in the assessing process, and docket 0270, a proposal to adopt the good landlord tax abatement. A missed hearing. Despite the chair's promising a second hearing for 2 tax-related proposals, that hearing never occurred, and I believe instead only the mayor's proposal is being advanced for a vote without the promise of additional discussion. And as we have seen today, there are lots of questions from our colleagues are coming up. So I do want to speak a little bit more about why I believe there's benefits in increasing the residential exemption to 40%. Direct and immediate relief. Immediate tax reduction for owner-occupied homeowners. It will address the recent surge in property tax assessments. There is proven effectiveness. The current residential exemption has already proven to be an effective tool for mitigating tax burdens. Increasing it builds on a successful framework that aids seniors, fixed income families, and long-term residents. And complementary to other proposals, a high residential exemption is a straightforward and immediate method of tax relief. It can be combined with other tax relief measures for a more comprehensive approach. And for preserving community stability, I believe it will prevent displacement of long-term residents and ensure Boston remains a city where all residents can thrive. And I believe that we must spend less, that the last 4 years we've had the luxury of $695 million in COVID-19 federal funding. That money is now gone. And as we await the mayor's upcoming budget, I do hope it reflects responsible spending cuts to prevent seniors, city employees, and residents on fixed incomes from bearing the burden of increased taxes. I do just want to speak on a few other things here. So for clarification on the homeowner rebate, that I know a lot of questions were still unanswered after that January 27th hearing, that I do want to put on the record here, and these are questions that I had prepared and were ready to bring to the second hearing, that a rebate calculation and distribution. Methodology. What method is used to determine the rebate amount for homeowners? Uniformity. Will all homeowners receive the same rebate amount, or will it vary based on property value? Projected averages. What is the projected average rebate amount across different property value ranges? I have heard different things, in that maybe everyone would get the same amount, and that amount would be close to $200 to $250. A one-time check for less than $250 would be given. I'm not sure if that's true. Impact assessment. How does the administration ensure that the rebate meaningfully offsets the impact of rising property taxes? And the timing of it. When would homeowners receive these rebates? And would they be timely enough to offset the current tax increase? I believe those questions detailed are crucial to understanding how the program will provide immediate relief. The impact on renters and multifamily homeowners. Market influence. Can the administration provide evidence that an increase in the residential exemption would directly lead to higher rent prices, given that rent levels are influenced by multiple market factors? Historical data. Has there been historical evidence showing that past tax savings for landlords have resulted in lower rent prices for tenants? These details are crucial for understanding how the program will provide immediate relief. Legislative strategy and feasibility. The State House passage. Since all home rule petitions must pass through the State House, and considering the mayor's prior tax plan failed in the Senate, what assurances exist that this proposal will pass? In multiple options, given the legislative uncertainty, would the administration support sending multiple property tax relief options to the State House to maximize our chances of securing meaningful relief for Boston residents? A lack of a promised second hearing. I mentioned earlier that we had 4 what I considered significant proposals that were discussed at one hearing on January 27th. Despite the chair's second hearing, I mentioned that already, but a need for fair and transparent process. Homeowners, especially seniors and long-term residents, are facing immediate financial strain from rising property tax. Rushing through only one proposal while neglecting others, I believe, does not serve in the best interest of our residents. I urge us to consider adding this as an amendment to add to what is already going to be sent up to the State House if the mayor's proposal passes here on the council. And I do know that when this was filed back in December, on December 11th, the last meeting we had of the last year, after we knew that the plan had failed in the Senate, that I didn't hear directly from the administration, but I did read a critique that someone from the press office had given to a news outlet. And the administration has critiqued the plan to increase the residential exemption, arguing that it would increase the actual residential tax rate and shift the tax burden onto renters. I contend that this argument oversimplifies the issue and fails to acknowledge the broader benefits for homeowners. Below is my point-by-point response. Direct homeowner relief versus uncertain rebate mechanisms. Increasing the residential exemption provides immediate direct relief to homeowners facing skyrocketing tax bills. In contrast, the mayor's rebate-based approach is subject to administrative delays and does not guarantee timely relief. Balancing the tax burden fairly. The claim that a higher exemption shifts the tax burden onto renters is misleading. Many multifamily buildings already benefit from the exemption when owner-occupied, and landlords have alternatives such as tax deductions, operating cost adjustments, or cost spreading measures instead of immediately raising rents. Renters already bear the cost of property taxes. Renters have always indirectly paid property taxes through their rent, regardless of the exemption level. The mayor's plan does not ensure that any savings will be passed on to our tenants. Homeowners are at immediate risk of displacement. All of us have heard from our constituents that unlike larger landlords who may absorb cost increases, many homeowners face the immediate risk of being taxed out of their homes. And there's no guarantee that the mayor's plan will pass at the State House. No home rule petition is guaranteed passage. The mayor's previous tax plan failed, and the current proposal may face the same legislative hurdles, especially because it is basically the same. We did add the rebate, and I do think that a second meeting and then here the debate on the floor is an opportunity for us to add more amendments to it to include in the rebate, which I think is a good idea, but isn't going to give the impact that our homeowners need. And so also advancing multiple tax increases the overall chance of the Senate being able to pass some of this home rule petition and maybe not all. Maybe they're not in favor of the tax shift, but if they have other options to choose from to give our residents relief, I think that that's important. The argument against increasing the residential exemption selectively frames tax shifts while ignoring the pressing realities for homeowners. Rent prices are driven by many factors beyond property taxes, and immediate direct relief is essential, especially for those on fixed incomes. A higher residential exemption is a proven method to stabilize housing costs for the most vulnerable, and it can coexist with other relief measures such as rental assistance and tax rebates. I believe that the council should support both approaches to ensure comprehensive, fair, and immediate tax relief to our residents. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will join me in supporting adding this amendment to the committee report. Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Councilor Clarissa Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilor Murphy for bringing this forward. I do take issue with the number of inaccuracies and misrepresentation of facts and events that was just talked about just now. I have my staff checking the tape so we can check it and we can actually figure out if I did or did not say it. My recollection, and there were people that were there, is that I never promised or boxed myself into another hearing or a working session. And so to say that and to have it be inaccurate, and we're double checking this, I would like the record corrected, please. And we're waiting on that. The other thing too is that, the other thing that was said that I just want to respond to was that this proposal, the residential exemption, was not given the same consideration to be brought up for a vote. She's correct that I called my colleague on Monday to ask, what is your preference? Because I did say during the hearing and then on the phone as well, that I have some concerns. I think we just have some fundamental disagreements about who should shoulder the burden of these residential exemptions. And because of that, as chair, I went to you and I asked, do you want to put it up for a vote, or do you want to keep it in committee? We can keep talking about it. And respectfully, you never got back to me. And so I had to come to your office this morning to understand what your plan was. And this is surprising, quite frankly. And then I also think that the opportunity for fair and thorough discussion, based on the hearing and the multiple hearings and working sessions that we've had, there has been adequate discussion. And then some of these questions that I'm getting, that we're getting about the rebates, like these are new to me. None of these questions were asked during that hearing, and you have the right to ask any questions that you want. Some of these have already been answered, though. The methodology, it's going to be the residential exemption. Will all homeowners receive the same rebate amount? That was also talked about in the hearing. The other aspect of this, too, is that, at least when it comes to the rebate part, I understand that folks may still have questions. There is an additional process. So this is just simply giving the City of Boston the authority through the special law to have a rebate program. I do want to just mention a couple other things too, just to be sure to get it on the record. Those that get the residential exemption will be eligible for this rebate. And so looking into this, based on last year, about 77,000 received the residential exemption. And so that's real relief to these folks. There's no additional application. If the legislature and the governor pass this home rule to give us this authority, the CFO would work with the Office of Budget Management to determine a fiscally responsible amount of money to present to the City Council again for approval. And we're able to bake in and codify the fact that we would have explicit oversight into this process. It would provide direct relief to the eligible person, and it is less of an administrative burden, quite frankly, than the residential exemption, because it's going to be a direct relief given to folks. And again, additional process is forthcoming. To speak to the merits of my council colleague's proposal, it would behoove me as a renter to talk about the shift from 35 to 40. The City of Boston is 70% renters, right? And that's not to exclude our homeowners from any sort of relief. I think that's why we're here, trying to shift the commercial burden. We're also, they get residential exemptions as it is if you're an owner occupant and you don't rent out the entirety of your unit. But increasing the residential exemption to 40 could exacerbate disparities between different types of property owners while potentially influencing rent levels, and again, potentially influencing rent levels in Boston. Class 1 parcels can be eligible for the residential exemption, which reduces the tax burden for owner-occupied homes. This exemption applies to only primary residence where the owner lives. The residential exemption is supposed to be neutral, which means that we're going to have to make up this money somewhere. And in that instance, the burden of the exemption is redistributed. In a city, again, where approximately 70% of Boston households are renter-occupied, which translate to about 400,000 people, we must consider the potential significant ramifications for renters. Renters in properties owned by landlords who do not qualify for the exemption, so I think larger buildings, could experience higher rents if landlords pass their increased tax burden to their renters. And when you are a larger landlord and you are a little bit far removed, you have a property management company, you don't have that personal relationship. And so it does ripen the conditions for that to happen. And so just talking about the implications for housing policy, and given the significant proportion of renters, changes to the property taxes or exemptions that disproportionately impact rental property owners could indirectly affect a large segment of the populations. And so if we're debating the merits of this proposal through the lens of potential benefits or harms, and within the same set of facts that absent the shift within the tax levy to commercial properties, the burden to make this revenue neutral would come from renters. In a renter-dominated city where folks are already struggling to make ends meet, it is not a compelling argument, in my opinion, and I do oppose this amendment. And again, this is not, I try to refrain from any sort of personal or misrepresentation of things, and I am quite simply saying that we have a difference of opinion. and potential value set when it comes to this particular issue. And I have to think about the renters, and so thinking about the overall net harms to about 400,000 of our folks, I'm going to be voting no. But I would like to understand if I ever said, and just excuse me here, I never committed to a second meeting, and so I would like the record corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clara Zapata. Councilor Murphy, if you would like to respond to the chair, I was going to, you may. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So a couple things, and I can't control ever, something I've learned in my 55 years here, that you can't control how people react to how you show up and what you say. So I'm sorry if you took offense to any of that, but I can't control that. And in no way was it meant for you to feel that I was attacking you. But Monday, when you called, it was the first I knew that the committee report was coming forward. I told you I wasn't sure yet. Yesterday, I spent many hours working with my staff and also central staff on working a lot of what was passed out today. And then a few hours more realizing that would be in violation of open meeting law, so I couldn't share it. And then working with central staff again this morning about what is the best plan. It could have been pulled from the green sheets. We did talk about that later on, but there is the possibility that the home rule petition may not have been properly brought to the floor. And I believe one person, it would have probably blocked it because they blocked even the debate about an amendment. So I did not feel confident that waiting just, and I know it's still a home rule petition that is in committee. And at the end of the January 27th meeting, I was here for the whole thing. Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, and myself were sitting on that side. I know it was jointly chaired between both Chair of Ways and Means and yourself, the Chair of Government Ops, that I know you were sitting at the end. And we had many conversations.
Councilor Murphy, there's a point of order on the floor. Councilor Durkin, what rule do you feel is being at this moment violated?
Mentions of other councilors, you need to refer to councilors through the chair.
Thank you. If you could refer to councilors to the chair, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. But I was just trying to set the visual stage that I remember, and that many of my colleagues were very concerned that we were having one hearing on 4 very important dockets that I know we all care a lot about, and that we wanted to be assured. And maybe there was no definite guarantee of the words of "we will have a second," but there was definitely conversation that this is outstanding. And the understanding I came away with, and I know talking to some of my colleagues who were there till the end, that they were also under the same impression. So if I misinterpreted what you had promised, and a promise isn't really, you can always change your mind, and I respect that as the chair of any committee. You don't have to follow through on something if you change your mind, and there's lots of good reasons to change your mind. And the questions I have that I put forward and I read are in no way did I expect you to answer them today, but I think it does clarify this is what I was coming with, ready for the second hearing that I was anticipating. I was caught off guard when I saw that it was being brought forward for a vote, and I can have my own feelings also, felt that if there were other dockets at that hearing that could have a favorable committee report brought forward, I would have appreciated, and I know that doesn't really matter when it comes to the rules, but that before I saw it in the agenda, that I was aware that this was going to come for a vote. We're not going to discuss it more. If it was a hearing, if it was a working session, because I did have my questions ready, and we left that hearing with many questions open. So I'd just like to clarify all of that and hope that if there's any other debate or questions on this, I'd like to go forward.
Councilor Clara Zapata, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may. And please direct, I know you direct it through me. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. So there was a mention about open meeting law. There is nothing that, we are colleagues. Boston is better when we work together, right? We are colleagues, and we have to talk to one another. And the open meeting law, and this is all under the umbrella of the open meeting law. The open meeting law does not exclude us from having individual conversations. And I'm sorry, I feel like that's another misrepresentation, and I do appreciate the apology. of potentially misrepresenting my words or whatever it was. But I think it is, it's important for us to be able to come to this body and say things with a level of credibility so that residents understand what we are saying is 100% true. And that is the integrity that I bring to this body. And I double check, I triple check things, and that's what our residents deserve. That's what Boston deserves. And, you know, there is talk about a second hearing, all of that. Again, I did not hear any of these questions during that hearing. I also had questions about the rebate. I brought it up to the administration. We worked on an amendment that is reflected in this committee report. Ultimately, again, this just gives us the authority to do this. There will be a quote-unquote second hearing, for lack of a better term, when it comes through as an appropriation order and goes to the Ways and Means Committee. And so all of these questions, I mean, again, some of them have already been answered through the first hearing, but if you have more, there is another opportunity to talk about it. I believe in the rebate as a way to give immediate direct relief to folks. Residential exemption is in effect right now, and just thinking about the shifting of the burden, the rebate doesn't come at the expense of other residents and renters. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Murphy, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may. Okay, Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and both of the colleagues that recently spoke highlighted the issue of open meeting law violation. I'm not sure if it is or it is not. But what I did hear is that colleagues, city council colleagues, are able to talk to each other to discuss something relating to this docket, and that's not a violation of open meeting law. But I guess I want to do my due diligence and be consistent and be transparent. But is there any potential that we have violated an open meeting law based on colleagues interacting with administration officials during this period of time? And if they did, is that an open meeting law violation? And how does the public know about that particular conversation in the interest of transparency? I just want to make sure if we do send something up to the State House that it's not going to be kicked back to us because potentially this body was in violation of open meeting law. I think all of us would agree that we don't want to see that happen. And I guess my question is there the potential that it could happen based on interactions through email, through conversations with the mayor's office that probably need to be reported?
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question. Is there a claim as to like who was present? And if there isn't, then all of this, we should just bypass all of this. But technically 3 councilors or more of the same committee, members of the same committee, open meeting law. If there were people, councilors asking questions from the administration, this is just my hopefully humble opinion, that you can ask questions to the administration, but unless it was like a meeting of 3 councilors or more. But if is there a claim on is someone's claiming that they know that 3 or more councilors of the same committee met through the chair?
Thank you. And I'd just like to respond and say that it requires a voting quorum, and all of our committees have 7 members at least, and so it would require 4 for there to be any potential violation. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the. I don't know if Councilor Flynn, if you wanted to respond actually to Councilor Fernandez. Okay, thank you. The Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. And to respond to what Councilor Flynn said, 100% know and understand that it is, life is communication and relationships and talking. And after the conversation, knowing that I did not have the questions, answers, or information ready to share, but yesterday I was going to email this to my colleagues, thinking this would give us a time to work through it, like we talk about when things are pulled from the green sheets, or we want to suspend and pass $14 million. Like, there's questions. It's not that we don't maybe want to support it in the long run, but in no way in that I see that there was an open meeting law violation. I'm saying, though, I made sure that we weren't violating it, because it wasn't until, and it's what central staff said to me, as soon as the docket was presented earlier, that's when we could pass out and talk about any of the amendments that were going to be brought up. So just wanted to clarify, that's my feeling on it.
Thank you. And I do just want to clarify again what Councillor Coletta Zapata stated, that we are always permitted to talk to each other. I made sure I talked to all of my colleagues about the fact that we were voting on the clerk and the assistant clerk. So I just, we should be willing and able to talk to each other. And there is no open meeting law concerned with us having a conversation with another colleague. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And as a co-sponsor, I am supportive of this idea. However, I was hoping that, our way of moving this idea forward was through the original HRP. But, we are here now, so I am supportive of the idea, but I would prefer to work on the original HRP. However, I do want to just talk about the residential exemption in the years that it did increase. There was 4 or 5 years that it did increase. And in between those years, when it didn't increase, and I'll pick 1 year, 2000 to 2017, where we did not increase the residential exemption, kind of trying to blame that the residential exemption increase will then increase the rent for renters. Between 2017, we did not increase, right, the residential exemption. However, I would assume that rents did still go up. So I just want to just put out there that I don't think this is a bad policy in terms of putting, increasing the rent on renters, because that is, in my opinion, a completely different market, and that kind of dictates itself. And I do think that when we're talking about tax relief, we should be sending up all the tools that we have at our dispense to the State House. However, like I said before and earlier, I would prefer us working on the original home rule petition, sending that up by itself, but I am supportive of the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote on this amendment? A yes vote would be in support of this amendment. A no vote would not be in support of this amendment. It requires a majority vote. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Okay, Mr. Clerk, could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden. Present. Councilor Braden, present. Councilor Coletta Zapata. No. Councilor Coletta Zapata, no. Councilor Durkin. No. Councilor Durkin, no. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, present. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiane.
No.
Councilor Louisiane, no. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, no. Councilor Santana. Present. Councilor Santana, present. Councilor Weber. No. Councilor Weber, no. Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Councilor Mejia. Present. Councilor Mejia, present. 5 in the negative, 4 present, and 4 in the affirmative.
So one more time, just so 5 in the
5 in the negative.
Okay.
4 present and 4 in the affirmative.
Okay, this amendment has not passed. What we have before us as a council is Councilor Coletta Zapata's recommendation as chair that the committee report, the home rule petition, ought to pass in a new draft. Is there any discussion? Anyone would like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor. Oh, just the order. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue to advocate for additional property tax relief for our residents, whether it be increasing residential exemptions like Councilor Murphy proposed. I also supported increasing the senior exemption like Councilor Worrell proposed as well. As I said earlier in this discussion, I also called for a hearing to discuss and to vote on providing tax relief or an additional exemption for our long-term residents, essential municipal employees as well, especially those who have owned property for over 20 years and are over 55 years old. Many bought their property decades ago, and they can't afford the escalating property values, taxes, in parts from their values increasing due to new construction nearby. They are not wealthy, but they are part of the city. As it relates to this issue today, unfortunately, instead of compromises, we didn't compromise at all. We did not entertain any of the alternative proposals. I encouraged colleagues over many years that we needed to address spending, especially the 8% increase in the city budget. I also recommended other options as well to address the economic challenges we're facing. Tapping our rainy day fund, reviewing our 70% dependence on property tax long-term. With falling commercial property values, over 70% dependence on property taxes, over 50% of our land absorbed by large nonprofit organizations in the pilot program. We have long-term fiscal issues to address in our city. I continue to advocate for a blue ribbon commission on both downtown office vacancies and our heavy reliance on property taxes. One of the reasons I'm so focused on downtown Boston and public safety is I want people to come back to work. In my opinion, we should not be raising everyone's property taxes, especially while we do nothing to cut city spending after hiring over 300 employees. Residents ask me, how are we able to raise taxes on residents of business to this degree, but at the same time, we can afford to publicly subsidize a professional stadium for a private sports team on public land? I wish I had a good answer for them. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of revisionary history of what just took place. There was no compromise. A deal was reached with business groups at the 11th hour. The City Council passed this property tax shift last year with inaccurate data. The Massachusetts State Senate, fiscal watchdogs, business groups who were initially on board walked away from the proposal when the actual data was finally provided. The residents know what happened. We can try to scapegoat a few people, but just know that's zero credibility on the issue. Blaming people never works. I'll be voting against this plan. I'd like to see us make cuts in our budget, currently at 8%. We had an opportunity to ask the administration what the preliminary budget percentage would be increased this year. We weren't able to get an accurate number. Will it be 8%? Will it be 6%? Will it be 5%? But in the final analysis, we have to address spending in the city. We just can't continue spending money nonstop on every single program. At some point, the money runs out. We have to be fiscally responsible and fiscally disciplined. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair has Councilor Scarpelli on the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We're now speaking on the home rule petition as a whole, right?
Yep.
Amendments be gone, whatever, concluded.
We are now speaking on
Gotcha.
the chair's recommendation that
Yep.
the home rule petition ought to pass in a new draft.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam President. So on the whole, this home rule petition is not perfect as it stands. There are some parts of it that I fundamentally disagree with it in terms of the long-term health of the city that may come of it. But there's some good pork barrel legislation in here that I think are, I believe addresses important issues and provides appropriate relief to the residents and small businesses of Boston. As it relates to earlier, when we talked about some of these amendments, there were some that I was hoping to see in there, others that I thought may have been too far. We didn't want to get to an Oprah level of you get an exemption, you get an exemption, you get an exemption over here, because at some point we do have to actually take in money to pay for services. But what my hope was that is For instance, the 40% residential I thought was a fair one that could be added in. I understand that the majority of this city is renters, but that just means the burden is spread out across that much more. And not all renters are low-income people. We have people that rent in this building that make a very high amount of income, and those people could provide carrying the burden for those that have bought their houses and stayed here for a longer time. My understanding of the legality of that stuff is that what we were presenting, even if it were included in amendment, but we're unsure of the legal standing, was that it would be taken out for us. Now, I don't recommend we take that on every time. We should probably do our homework before presenting amendments so that we're not asking others to do the work for us about what is legal and what's not. But I do feel with some of these amendments, it could have been we're just seeing what sticks and going forward from there, and we will find out through the process what is allowed to be in there or not up at this home rule petition. And believe it or not, I was actually toying with the idea of putting an amendment forth myself, but you can imagine my own delight at my own decision of having not done that, given the last 4 hours that we've been here. But I do want to give it some credence while we're here, and that was about asking the legislature to look at extending the deadline for the abatement period on the value of your property. As we all know, that ended February 3rd. Most people got their tax bills early January, so with the post office mess-ups. Some even got it a little bit later than that. And folks don't have the time in their daily lives to look at it and say, well, I have till February 3rd. And a lot of people don't even know about the February 3rd date. So I understand the crunch that might put on the administration, on the timeline of the assessing department and others, and I want to be mindful of that, how going forward that could affect that. All other exemptions are due April 1st. So I guess I just want to go on the record here of saying, should we look at the ability to either this year, in fairly evaluating people's homes, because that was a big piece of why their taxes went up, if they missed the opportunity, that February 3rd date, to ask for a reevaluation of their home and an abatement on that, that we extend that to the other exemption deadline of April 1st. Now, I know, again, that's a lot to take on, but maybe we should look at least extending it in the future so folks have more time to react to the tax bill and learn what they can do. Because the last thing I want to do is unfairly take money out of someone's pocket because they're potentially were reassessed wrong. And I'm not saying that the assessing department is doing a bad job assessing. No one's going to bat 1,000 on assessing every property and the value. There are some that were quite off, though. And I want the folks that feel that they were egregiously misvalued, that perhaps missed the opportunity of the February 3rd, to look at that as to open that up again and allow them to be reevaluated. But I do understand the impacts that causes on operations and staffing and the timeline here. But maybe that's something we as a body look forward to at another hearing. But I just wanted to say that as it goes up to the legislature now. That being said, as a whole, there's a lot of good stuff in here that supports things I believe in the small biz and residential relief. And so I will be voting to go forward with this home rule petition. But I would like to have seen some other things in there as well. So just want to state that for record. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernando Jameson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways from the hearing was that we still have so much work to do in terms of implementing systems for accessibility. I heard a lot from my constituents that the way that you're notified, even if you are a homeowner, and this is something that happens every year with all of the issues with the mailing system, that folks weren't really getting notifications on time, and then now we're talking about basically crumbs, like amounts of monies that would give exemptions, and if you don't know it in time, I want to piggyback on my colleague who is proposing an extension. Not only do we need an extension, but we also need to look at how we do assessment. In terms of its valuation, the formula that is used, it's based on surrounding properties. So we're not going inside of a property and we're actually looking at the conditions of things. We're looking at the property and its surrounding, and then we're saying, okay, you're 3-family. We're basing it on how many units, what other the values of the other surrounding properties, and unfairly assessing properties, and then of course negatively impacting the increase. So I do feel that it's one of those things where, you know, you're voting for the lesser of two evils, or many evils here in this case. And we have so much work to do in terms of getting it right, but also the fact that, you know, folks are not getting notified, and then when you do have exemptions or rebates that they could take advantage of, not getting the information on time, but also not having access. We talk a lot about digital access here, not having access to the information, and not actually fairly saying, yes, we are executing this, or we are distributing this benefit equitably. So I'm not even sure what the results are going to be, but obviously not pausing it and supporting it today. And then to my colleagues who have proposed amendments, my reservations, hopefully I've been clear that it needs further research, it needs further conversation, and we've said enough about how we wanted a working session in order to do that, and just discord in terms of like not agreeing whether or not folks were responded to or met or whatever. I think there's some work to do there, but it does pose the question of, if you create an amendment that only adds a part of a section, and you have not disputed the sections itself, then are you in agreement with the ordinance as it is, the home rule position as is, but you're just adding a piece of it? So can we vote? Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What are we talking about? Alternative revenue resources. I think we have so much more work to do in this space. I don't think we're going to fix this is an attempt to try and address the issues that are resulting from our failure to pass a home rule petition last year at the State House, and try and offer some relief to our residents, our homeowners in the City of Boston in the short term. But we need to really dig into the bigger issues about our revenue resources. We had a hearing on it earlier in the year before we broke for the holidays. 53% of our property in the City of Boston is tax exempt, but only a portion of that is the meds and eds. So our educational institutions, even though they have a huge footprint in the City of Boston, they are tax exempt, but also state, federal and city are all non-taxable, and quasi-governmental organisations like Massport is also untaxable. So we have a lot of other entities that really put so much pressure on our real estate taxes to pay for the city's services. So again, I think we need to continue this work. We're only I think we're at the end of the beginning, is what we would say, and we need to get into this again and keep working on it. It's not really, we are trying to get our departments up to workforce levels that they can actually deliver city services. We talk about inspections and assessments. Those departments are understaffed. So, cutting staff is not the answer to this problem. We just have to try and find other sources of revenue. I think Councillor Fitzgerald and I have talked about this a lot. And we also have to recognise that there's an inflationary pressure on our housing stock. The value of housing in Boston has gone up incredibly. And in neighbourhoods like ours in Allston Brighton, 80% of our population are renters, with a median income of 45 to 60% of the area median income. So, we're not rolling in dough here. We may be living in very expensive housing stock, but it's not luxury housing stock. So we have lots of things to address. And we also, the other issue that's driving our cost of housing and then by extension increasing our real estate taxes is the speculative investment by cash buyers and private equity buyers who are inflating the cost. They can come in and buy a house, drop $1 million in cash for a house. That's what we're up against. So we as a group of people here that get our heads together and come up with real solutions and engage with other legislative partners at the State House to try and come up with some real solutions. And let's really focus on the people that we have to focus on, our residents and our renters and our homeowners in the city who call Boston home, and try and come up with solutions that really make a difference. We spent 4 hours arguing this out for the last, and it's really, we're almost back where we started. So This conversation's not ended, and I think we just need to, as Councillor Flaherty would say, sharpen our pencils and get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, I wasn't going to speak, but then I realized that, you know, this was what happened in the national scale. They're trying to beat us down so that we can get tired, but I'm not going to get tired. I'm going to keep on talking. So I think we have an opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to just moving the conversation along. I think what I am concerned about as we continue to navigate these waters is just kind of like our timelines, our deadlines, and I feel like we just had a hearing. If we could have booked this on a Tuesday, we would have been ready. Now we're doing this on Wednesday. So hello, this was what a hearing would have been like. So we did have a hearing on this. So thank you. Glad that we were able to do it. On top of 500 other things that we need to speak on today. But I think that hopefully this could be a good lesson for how we're going to continue to move forward in different ways and doing business differently so that folks can deliberate in a public hearing space, not during city council meetings. So I'm hoping that we can change that dynamic as we continue to plow through this work. And I think that there were some other things that were raised during the one hearing that we had where 500, like 3 other or 4 things were debated on. So it was a lot. So that I'm clear, this particular vote that we're taking on is just on the home rule petition, not your stuff, not all this other scaffolding that happened, right?
Cool. All the amendments failed. We are voting on...
Yep. No, I just want to be clear because there was a lot of dialogue here.
I'm clarifying, yep.
Thank you. And so I think that if we have not learned our lesson, I think today serves as a really great teachable moment in terms of how we should be moving forward, because it's clear to me that folks are going to continue to utilize their mics to be heard. And so whether we do it in a hearing or we do it here in a council meeting, I think this presents itself as an opportunity to do things differently. So I'm going to encourage my colleagues to do just that.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? I just want to thank Councilor Coletta Zapata for leading us through this. This is the second year of us having this conversation about taxes. Again, I think I already stated this. I like that my staff independently were asking about a lot of questions about the rebates, and I like that we added more contour here about what the rebates would look like and have more oversight over that. So I just want to thank you for your openness and your willingness to engage in conversations with everyone. Mr. Clerk, Councilor Coletta Zapata has moved for this home rule petition to pass in a new draft. Could you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. No. Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0236 has received 12 votes in the affirmative and 1 negative.
Thank you. This docket has passed. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are going to take a short recess till about 4:30. It is 4:21 now, so if everyone could still please be back in chambers at 4:30. Thank you. We are in a recess. We are back in session. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0293?
Docket number 0293, the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities, to which was referred January 29, 2025. Docket number 0293, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $145,687.72 in the form of a grant for the fiscal year 24 Violence Against Women's Act, a STOP grant awarded by the United States Department of Justice, passed through the Mass Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund a civilian domestic violence advocate who provides services for victims in Jamaica Plain, as well as for Spanish-speaking victims citywide, and also supporting overtime for all civilian domestic violence advocates citywide. Submits a report recommending that the order ought to pass.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. As the chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities, we held a committee hearing on Thursday, February 6th, to discuss the docket that the clerk has just read into the record. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Pepin, and Councilor Weber for joining us. I think it was a very important conversation. Thank you for being here to listen to the police and also the grant writer about the importance of this money and other initiatives they're trying to make sure stay afloat in the domestic violence part of the police department. But representatives from the administration, Jenna Savage, who's the Deputy Director of Research and Development for the Boston Police Department, and Lieutenant Detective Nicole Lapointe from the Boston Police Department were the representatives that gave a comprehensive overview of how the funds will be utilized. They spoke on the collaborative efforts between various community groups, the use of language line services for non-English speakers, and the ongoing work to ensure comprehensive support for all domestic violence victims in Boston. The grant will fund civilian domestic violence advocate to assist victims in Jamaica Plain. We learned that there is not a domestic violence advocate at each district police station across the city. This one will be added to Jamaica Plain, as well as being Spanish-speaking victims citywide, while also supporting overtime for the civilian domestic violence advocates throughout the city. We learned that overtime is needed because there's not enough of them, so oftentimes they do have to work to support the other neighborhoods that they did outline that do not currently have an advocate working alongside the police. The panelists highlighted the significance of the grants and its positive impact on the department's effort to support our victims of domestic violence. So I'm asking if anyone who attended would like to speak. I know some district councilors did do a good job advocating, and we did ask questions about how they chose which districts did get a domestic violence advocate to work alongside the different departments. So I'll open it up to any of my colleagues who attended who may want to speak on this, and then I'll bring it forward for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councilor Murphy for this informative hearing. It was an exceptional hearing, and we learned about what Boston Police continue to do in support of survivors of domestic violence. However, many stations across the city don't have a domestic violence assistant coordinator. If we're serious about this issue, and I know we all are, but we should ensure that every district in the city has a domestic violence assistant coordinator, especially those that speak many languages, such as Cantonese or Spanish. We don't have one in A1, which is the downtown area into Charlestown and Chinatown, but we should have one there, especially one that does speak Cantonese. We also need one in the south end as well. That's what I advocated for. I think it's important that every district have it, and it should be a priority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The Chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities moves for passage of docket number 0293. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. We are now on to matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0135?
Docket number 0135, ordinance to protect workers from heat-related illness and injuries in the city of Boston.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. On Monday, we held a hearing within the Government Operations Committee. We were joined by a number of my colleagues, as well as Jody Sugarman-Brosen from the Labor Protections Department. There were a number of, I'm ultimately going to keep this in committee. I did commit to having another working session within this hearing. There's a number of things that were changed, and ultimately there's some data that we're going to be requesting. So at this moment in time, I'm going to request that this docket stay in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. This docket number 0135, will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0325?
Docket number 0325, order for a hearing to discuss Boston's fiscal year 26 budget.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councilor Orell. Councilor Orell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to, before I start my remarks and report on the committee, I also want to give my co-sponsor, Councilor Weber, and his team for their work with me on this docket. The Committee on Ways and Means hosted a working session on February 10th. We were joined by Councilors Pepin, Murphy, Flynn, Fitzgerald, Weber, and Durkin. We received a letter of absence from Council President Louis Jen, Councilor Braden, and Councilor Santana. This was the first working session held in a series of working sessions where we will be host and discuss and set our priorities for the FY26 budget. During this session, councilors discussed RFIs for the upcoming operating budget and the priorities councilors have for budget investments, given the different needs and issues facing our communities. Based on these conversations we'll be having in the near future, my office has started drafting and editing a list of RFIs for each department to be finalized and returned by each department to the City Council ahead of the budget hearings. We will also be hosting several public listening sessions on both the operating budget as well as the budget for the Boston Public Schools to hear testimony from constituents and ensure we are prioritizing the concerns that are most important to them. The first of these will be this Tuesday, February 18th at 6 p.m., and I encourage constituents to join us at these sessions and to offer testimony either in person, virtually, in writing, or you can also record yourself and send that testimony in. The administration will also be brought in for a hearing on February 27th. At this time, this docket will remain in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Orell. This docket number 0325, shall remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0241?
Docket number 0241, message and order temporary extending urban renewal plans in the city of Boston until March 31st, 2027, or passage of a proposed relevant home rule petition.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councilor Durkin, the Chair of Planning, Development, and Transportation. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On February 11th, the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation held a hearing on 0241, message and order temporarily extending urban renewal plans in the city of Boston until March 31st, 2027, or passage of a proposed relevant home rule petition. This matter was sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on January 15th, 2025. We were joined by Councilors Murphy, Worrell, Flynn, Weber, Louis Jen, and Fernandez Anderson. The administration was represented by Devin Quirk, Deputy Chief of the Planning Department, Lisa Harrington, General Counsel of the Planning Department, Ruben Cantor, Senior Policy Advisor of the Planning Department, and Max Houghton, Policy Specialist from the Planning Department. All provided a presentation dealing with the topic at hand, and testimony there was testimony from my colleagues, and we took questions. The proposed urban renewal and 12 active urban renewal districts include the Brunswick King Urban Renewal Plan, the Campus High School Urban Renewal Plan, the Central Business District South Station Urban Renewal Plan, the Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan, Downtown Waterfront Faneuil Hall Urban Renewal Plan, Fenway Urban Renewal Plan, Government Center Urban Renewal Plan, which we're standing in, Kitteridge Square Urban Renewal Plan, Park Plaza Urban Renewal Plan, South Cove Urban Renewal Plan, South End Urban Renewal Plan, which includes Roxbury, Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan. Colleagues, let me be clear. By standing today, we have an opportunity to continue shaping Boston's future by extending urban renewal plans for another 2 years. We must be guided by the pressing challenges of our time. Housing. Today, 11,748 affordable units are tied to urban renewal tools. These homes and the thousands of people who rely on them are at risk if we fail to extend these powers. For all the flaws in the system, urban renewal mechanisms have preserved these resources for decades, providing critical stability for families in need. Scrapping these tools without a clear, workable replacement plan would be reckless, especially when Boston is in the situation we're in now, needing to provide increased affordability. Yes, reform is necessary. Urban renewal has its shortcomings, but we must learn from the mistakes of the past. But to dismiss these tools outright, to claim they failed to support affordable housing, undercuts the very real good they've done and puts vulnerable families in jeopardy. The committee hearing we had was a little over 2 hours. I know in the past this issue has been more controversial. Today we learned from the presentation that open space and preserving open space and preserving affordable housing are the ways in which the city is using these tools. At the hearing yesterday, joined by the administration panel, we reviewed the 12 active urban renewal areas and received information about the land disposition agreements. We learned that while awaiting passage of a home rule petition that would reform the city's urban renewal policy, the planning department must request an extension to urban renewal to prevent the loss of these important land protections. LDAs are meant to represent the public interest and community leverage over large projects and smaller projects by introducing restrictions protecting open space, community institutions, elderly, income-restricted housing, and historic preservation. These LDAs are an extension of the urban renewal plan, with the majority of LDA expirations tied directly to the urban renewal plan sunsetting. The administration panel provided LDA-related data, including a number of LDAs, types of LDAs, expiration dates, locations, and examples of current LDAs. These can be referenced in a slide presentation that was provided. They explained that this order would approve a 2-year extension for these 12 urban renewal plan areas that would be in effect until March 31st, 2027. If no action is taken, urban renewal will expire on March 31st, 2025, and the city would lose key land use protections for nearly 12,000 units of affordable housing. That doesn't mean that these agreements would disappear immediately, but it does mean that we lose a seat at the table, and the city loses a seat at the table in negotiating. We would also lose 2 million square feet of open space and other protections. Therefore, as the chair of the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, I recommend moving the listed docket from committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At this time, my recommendation is to the full council that this matter ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I plan to vote in favor of this, although I do have concerns about the community engagement process and public input. Somewhat related to this is the Plan Downtown Boston that was been ongoing in discussion for over, I believe, 6 years, maybe 7 years. And residents felt taken aback when a new plan, a new major proposal recommended by the planning department changed the height for housing. So BPDA still has a lot of work to do in terms of community engagement, listening to residents, and I highlighted that residents really need to be part of the discussion. It can't be a top-down approach to development. Residents have to be part of it, have to be respected, and when we have major developments taking place to make a major change in the planning process, such as Plan Downtown, it did take residents, they were surprised in a negative way with that recommendation from the planning department that the height would be increased after, I believe, 6 years of planning. So in my opinion, BPDA has a lot of work to do to regain some trust. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Okay, Councilor Durkin seeks. Councilor Durkin seeks passage of this docket. The chair of the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0241. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say. Oh, Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0241. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0241 has received 11 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Docket number 0241 has passed. We are now on to motions, orders, and resolutions. I want to remind everyone, per Rule 39, a lead sponsor may have the floor for 3 minutes when a new docket is introduced, and co-sponsors may have the floor for 2 minutes. We will be adhering strictly to those rules. And also, I know that there are a few refiles on this on this docket. Limiting refiles recommendation is to limit refiles for 30 seconds to a minute, and co-sponsors preferably not speaking on the docket, or the councilors. We will be taking one docket out of order, so Mr. Clerk, if you could please read docket number 0484.
Docket number 0484, Councilors Louisiana and Durkin offer the following. Resolution in support of the Mass General Brigham primary care physicians.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen. Council President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can I invoke Rule 12 to add Councilor Weber as the third original co-sponsor?
Council President Louis Jen looks to invoke Rule 12 and add Council Weber as the original co-sponsor. Seeing no objections, Council Weber is so added. Council President Louis Jen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say thank you to all of the Mass General Brigham primary care physicians who came here and had to leave because they had to go back to work. But just want you to know that we here on the council hopefully stand in solidarity with you as you try to get recognized as a union. We recognize the invaluable role of our healthcare workers, and we acknowledge the contributions that you make every day to our city. We've been active in recognizing the vital role healthcare workers play to support their right to better working conditions. This isn't our first time being with you in this fight. I know last year, Councilors Durkin, Councilor Santana, others were with you on Labor Day, making sure that we were at hospitals advocating with you and on your behalf alongside the building trades and so many others. So we are happy to support you. This move by MGB physicians follows similar efforts by Salem Hospital, Cambridge Health Alliance, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, and Brown University Health in Rhode Island. Why are MGB primary care physicians organizing? Their concerns include increased patient loads, loss of autonomy, high turnover rates, and this has had an impact on patient care. When there's reduced support staff, there's longer wait times for patients, and the elimination of valuable healthcare programs. Studies show that profit first decision making, we talk about that a lot here on the council and in the city, can lead to poorer health outcomes, right? When we're putting profit before people, especially in the healthcare industry. And so the right to collective bargaining we know and recognize as fundamental. Healthcare workers deserve a seat at the table. Supporting this resolution sends a strong message that Boston stands with its healthcare workers in advocating for fair treatment and sustainable working conditions. So I'm seeking suspension of the rules and passage of this docket today, and hope that my colleagues will stand with me. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Getting to live and work next to these healthcare workers living in Beacon Hill for 10 years, I've gotten to see them in their scrubs on their way to get coffee. I've seen how hardworking they are. I've seen them needing to get a bite late at a local pub because that's the only place that was open. I've respected these workers for a really long time. And in the pandemic, I remember there was a local Beacon Hill bagpiper that every day at 7 p.m., people would clap for the healthcare workers because they kept us alive in a time where we weren't sure that our family members and that we were going to survive a pandemic. And I don't see clapping now. I don't see enough support for these workers. And uniquely, my district has both Mass General and the Brigham and Brigham and Women's. And I see these workers all throughout my district striving to survive, looking for health care, looking for dignity in their work, and they're not getting it. And it's upsetting. It upsets me every day to get follow-up call after follow-up call that this institution is not operating in good faith. It upsets me even more that they're laying off workers to promote their own bottom line. And I think that the city council standing with these workers now is more important than ever. We're at a time where the federal government is rolling back protections for labor and workers. And but locally, we're seeing the same. We're seeing DEI initiatives being stripped. We're seeing companies and institutions saying, well, maybe I don't have to do the things that make my institution more inclusive because the president says so. And today, I stand with them in their right to dignity, a fair wage. I stand with them in needing health care. I stand with them in needing to afford their life, which is extremely expensive. And I think everyone deserves the right to have a family, to live in a place that is safe, and they deserve the right to organize. And so I'll stand with them every day, and I look forward to buying one of them coffee soon at my local coffee shop. So thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Weber. Council, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you to the sponsors for adding me as a third person here. And I was out there on Labor Day. I believe Councilor Flynn was there also, if it hasn't been mentioned yet. But just as an attorney, I represented workers all over the country, many of whom were not allowed to form a union, not even recognized as employees. So I will always stand up with workers who want to stand together and collectively bargain for fair wages and fair benefits. And I really hope that MGB will step up and lead by example. I think, as Councilor Durkin mentioned, we have a Trump administration that is trying to stop the National Labor Relations Board from even functioning or meeting. So I think we have to advocate for workers on that end as well. I stand by the primary care physicians at MGB, and I fully support them in this push to be recognized, and so they can bargain for their wages. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward and for sticking with our incredible healthcare workers. I think the perspective that I will bring to this is that I will always stand with Mass General Brigham. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think it was April 12th when we found out my mom had COVID, and she was one of the first folks to be intubated, and it was a really scary time. And so we're talking about primary care physicians here. They shifted to the ICU to address the spike that we first saw, and they literally saved my mom's life. And I'm indebted to them many times over. I will always stick with them and other workers that are calling for the right to collective bargaining. They deserve a working environment where they're not going to be burnt out. They deserve adequate pay, and so ensuring safeguards for our healthcare workers ensures better overall healthcare outcomes. And so, of course, I support this, and I stand with you every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to acknowledge Councilor Murphy. Thank you, Councilor Weber, for acknowledging me. I also want to acknowledge Councilor Murphy was at many of those demonstrations as well. We also demonstrated at the BU Medical Center for physicians there. But Mass General Hospital is the largest private employer in the region. And the incredible work that these medical professionals provide our residents every day is outstanding. And during the pandemic, when people are working from home or not working at all, we would see, I represented the Back Bay, I represent the South End and South Boston, but I would see people going to work, walking to the train station, walking to the the hospital in their scrubs, but they're saving lives, and they're helping move the city forward. They're unsung heroes as far as I'm concerned in this city. They deserve dignity and respect because they've earned it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand and thank the makers for this incredibly important resolution. Every day we hear of healthcare workers in hospitals that are not unionised experiencing threats of dismissal and layoffs. Even experienced nurses with decades of experience and service to the Mass General are in danger of losing their jobs and their livelihood. And I think in the absence of having union protections, it leaves them very, very vulnerable. So I stand in support of this resolution and hope that Mass General will allow their nurses and their medical staff to, and all of their healthcare workers for that matter, to organise and to attain fair wages and good working conditions going forward. Very often when you work as a healthcare professional, I speak for myself, for a long time you do it because you love the job, you want to be of service to people, and you get exploited. But sooner or later you run out of gas and you get burned out and get disillusioned and you have to leave. The burnout rate for physical therapists at the moment, I think, is about 7 years post-graduation. That's not sustainable. We need to support our really highly qualified and highly trained healthcare professionals to do the job that they're trained for and support them in every way we can. So thank you.
Thank you. Just want to thank my council colleagues for bringing this forward. I just want to say I also stand with our healthcare workers. We know that they are essential to our strength and our health of our city, and I stand with them for fighting for fair wages and more benefits. Would anyone like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta Zapata, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Pepin, Councilor Santana. Please add the chair. Councilor Louis Jen seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0484. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say... Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0484. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Yes. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin. Yes. Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0484 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0484 has been adopted. Mr. Clerk, you please read docket number 0468.
Docket number 0468, Councilor Worrell offer the following ordinance to establish RISE, reshaping inequities through systemic empowerment.
Thank you. Thank you. And I also just want to recognize, thank you, Gabrielle and Jose, for sticking it out with us. And thank you for being here. You have our support all the way. So thank you so much. And thank you to all the doctors who had to go back to work. So make sure you give them our thanks. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is a refile, just looking to continue this conversation to strengthen this ordinance to see if we can make passage this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to add their name?
Yes, I would like to add Councilor Mejia as original co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia is added as original co-sponsor. Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, could you please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Please have the chair. This docket number 0468, will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0469?
Docket number 0469, Councilors Murphy and Flynn offer the following. Petition for a special law regarding the use of non-disclosure, confidentiality, and other employment agreements in the City of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand before my colleagues today to present a home rule petition, an act relative to the use of non-disclosure, confidentiality, and other employment agreements in the City of Boston. This petition is intended to address policies in the Mayor's office and across all city departments. I did file a hearing order on this issue to examine the use, purpose, and impact of these agreements within the city. And that hearing did provide valuable insights. The hearing was combined in the Rules Committee with Councilor Weber's policy briefing that we did work through. And from that, we did decide as a body to implement a policy that prohibits NDAs on this body in the council. And the discussion that ensued clearly indicated to me that a more permanent and far-reaching solution was needed. Based on that input and after careful consideration, I've determined that filing this home rule petition along with Councilor Flynn is the most effective way to ensure lasting reform in this area. Our petition is designed to protect not only sensitive city information when appropriate, but also to safeguard transparency, accountability, and the people's right to know, especially regarding issues such as workplace misconduct, discrimination, or harassment. By moving forward with this petition, we are taking decisive action to align our employment practices with the highest standards of open government and public trust. It is my belief that these measures will reinforce accountability within our administration and among our contractors while preserving the integrity of our work environment. I'm looking forward to the meetings in the committee to support this petition going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Councilor Murphy for adding me. In recent weeks, I have heard from residents across the city that they want to see non-disclosure agreements removed in city government. NDAs and confidential agreements often create a sense of mistrust as agreements are shrouded from public view. It erodes public trust, creates confusion, rumors. Removing NDAs will signal to residents that the conduct of city officials will be public. Their actions will be held accountable. I believe all previous NDAs in city government should be public. Last month, Governor Healy issued a formal policy prohibiting NDAs across the executive branch. Massachusetts State Auditor DeZolio also recently released findings highlighting the need for limits on NDAs in government as well. The city should follow the lead of Governor Healy. The implementation of NDAs in similar agreements in municipal government is not a common practice. As I mentioned, it erodes public trust in government. We must be transparent. Ethics must be part of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? I do have a question for the makers in terms of why this was filed as a home rule petition. Is there a reason that we believe that we would need state authority, or is this something that we could wholly do within the city, which then would require an ordinance? Just trying to understand why an HRP, a home rule petition, and not just a city ordinance. Because my understanding is that it's within our purview, but the chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, we can speak more during the hearing, but we did reach out to the mayor and she did not respond. So she could have, like the governor did, where she stepped right in before even the auditor's audit came out, right? So was hoping that the mayor would have just implemented this. So thinking this might be the best route, and we can talk through that during the hearing.
Okay, I understand. Just in terms of structure and in terms of what the city has authority over and like what we need to go to the state for permission for, that's what my question was about. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councillor Murphy and Councillor Flynn, for offering this petition for a special law on non-disclosure agreements. When we come across it, it's not a regular occurrence, but when we come across instances of city employees who have been dismissed or forced out of their jobs, and that they're asked to sign non-disclosure agreements to cover up a situation that should be seen have some light of day. It's very, very disturbing, and I think it's a situation that we need to address. And I hope that we can have a very balanced and nuanced conversation about how important this is. The confidential, if somebody has been abused or treated badly or forced out of their job for any particular reason, and then they're asked, oh, we'll give you some money if you sign a non-disclosure agreement. that just sets up a whole culture of, it sets a culture of fear for others who may dare to speak up about abuses in their workplace. So I feel this is really important, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. And I also just want to clarify, I know folks are hearing some noises. There's a city department that is being remodeled. That's why. That's where the noises are coming from. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just wanted to give you a brief answer. Thank you for that question. Councilor Murphy answered it perfectly. But I would add, when we did send the letter to the mayor, it would be easier if the mayor's office kind of unilaterally implemented a decision barring NDAs throughout city government and making all previous NDAs public. That would be ideal. But if that doesn't happen, we'll go through this route.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify my question. It's actually like home rule petitions are when you need state authority for something, and I don't believe this is something that there's state authority for. So just as a matter of like the structure and the process, that was my question of what the right process was. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, I'm just curious from your recommendation, if we do as a body are able to just do it as a ordinance, would it be easier and more efficient? I'm just trying to understand what your comment is, and maybe these my colleagues, if they'd be willing to do something that if expediting it quicker, because you have to get the home rule petition through the working session, and then it goes to the state, and usually things die there. So if you wanted to live and you wanted to make it happen, the question begs, do you want to change it from a home rule petition to an ordinance? Is that a question that you're asking the makers, or is that what I'm understanding?
I'll clarify again what I was trying to say. It's not actually a question of what's easier or not. It's like what is correct or not. What is the correct? If you don't need state authority for something, you don't file a home rule petition. Period. Yeah.
We don't need a state.
Okay.
Right, to my point. Then if you don't need it, then why are we going outside of our normal constructs to shepherd a piece of legislation through our process?
That was my question.
Right. So this is going back to the point that I've been making for the last 2 years. If there is a structure and a formal way in which we go about doing business, we should maintain that, because we're going to set the precedents to do it this way this time, and then we don't normally do things that way. I just feel like this is a really good example of why sometimes things get a little bit confusing. At least they do for, when we're trying to facilitate things. So it would just be helpful to me, because you're the chair and because you're the president and because we have an opportunity to prevent something from going down the rabbit hole that we don't need to. Can we, with my colleagues hopefully being open to it, go through the proper channel to execute?
Councilor Mejia, my response to that is either way, it's whether it's as an ordinance or a home rule petition, it goes to the Government Operations Committee. And so I am expressing what I believe to be correct, that it's not something that we need special authority from the state, and therefore it should not be a home rule petition. There is a world in which there's discussion that leads otherwise. That's what I'm stating. But it will be in the Government Operations Committee, and it will be hashed out. It can be hashed out then. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
So I want to be really clear about what I'm articulating. What I'm trying to say is that once it gets placed in the committee, it'll be placed as either a home rule petition or an ordinance. No? Or it'll be either or. It won't. It doesn't matter at this point.
I believe in committee there will be opportunities for this to be hashed out.
Okay, that's what I want clarity on.
That's why I didn't say anything definitively. I asked a question.
Yeah, and because I didn't know either, I want to make sure that I'm clear so that when I walk out of here, I know what I'm signing up for when this comes through. That's all.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, and thank you for your questions. You did just say that if it was a hearing order or a home rule petition, it would go no matter what.
Ordinance or home rule petition.
Right, so, okay, so because she's asking for it to be a hearing order to go into like the accountability here committee or?
No, that's not what she's asking. I understand.
Okay.
That's not what she's asking. Okay. Councilor Mejia, it's okay. We can move on. I understand what you're asking, and I believe it could be hashed out in the Government Operations Committee. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Pepin, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0469, will be referred to the Government Operations Committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0470?
Docket number 0470, Councilors Braden and Lujan offer the following. Petition for a special law and act regarding that broker fees in the City of Boston be paid by the party who solicits a licensed broker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0479, Home Rule petition regarding broker fees. I'd like to suspend Rule 12 and add Councillor Pepin as a third co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councillor Pepin is so added.
Thank you, Councillors.
Oh, apologies. Councillor Braden seeks to suspend the rules, add Councillor Pepin as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councillor Pepin is so added. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councillors Louis-Jean and Pepin, for co-sponsoring this with me today. This is a Home Rule petition, is a refile from last meeting of 2024, so I will be brief. As mentioned, when it was first filed, my office was communicating with housing and development staff from cities and towns that had sought to abolish unsolicited tenant-paid brokers' fees for landlord-solicited services. They also raised this proposal with the Mayor's Office of Housing over the past year or so and in the Office of Intergovernmental Relations. This proposed Home Rule petition incorporates language from various proposed bills at the Legislature, including provisions in Governor Healy's FY26 budget. This is an important initiative because the unregulated practice of tenant-paid broker fees in the rental process places undue burdens on prospective tenants, many of whom are already severely cost-burdened in the current rental market. Prohibiting tenant-paid brokers' fees for landlord-solicited services is one of the measures to reduce upfront costs and alleviate financial barriers for renters. This promotes renter protections by requiring the broker fees to be paid solely by the party who solicits the broker's real estate services. And I look forward to having the conversation in the Council and leveraging this local home rule petition to supplement current momentum that we are seeing at the state level and from other municipalities in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Weber, Worrell to this docket. Docket number 0470. This docket will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0471?
Docket number 0471, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss requiring all micro-mobility devices to be licensed, registered, and insured.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Councillor Fitzgerald as an original co-sponsor?
Councilor Fitzgerald is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last February 2024, I raised this issue in a hearing order to discuss community process related to Boston Transportation Department. At that time, I said instead of not engaging with neighborhoods on street redesign with a top-down approach, we should listen to neighbors and address the increase of mopeds and other devices from third-party delivery drivers. We continue to hear from neighbors or witness mopeds and scooters speed through stop signs and red lights, go the wrong way on a one-way, ride on the sidewalk, navigate between vehicles at red lights, endangering pedestrians and drivers. Residents consistently shared serious concerns to me about micro-mobility devices, and they don't have a license, registration, or liability insurance in the event of a crash, and that they pose a danger to pedestrian safety. This new dynamic impacts road safety and can put pedestrian safety, drivers, cyclists, and users of micro-mobility devices in harm's way. I advocated repeatedly with the administration on the council floor, in the media, and on social media. If you can go 20 miles per hour, you should be licensed, registered, and insured. Last week, the administration proposed an ordinance that would require third-party delivery providers such as DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub to obtain a permit to operate within the city, which would require the companies to have liability insurance coverage for all drivers using their platform. This is exactly what I proposed a year ago. While having third-party delivery operators obtain a permit and insurance for their workers is a start, and we need more enforcement to deter bad behavior, we should be looking at consistently and having all road users licensed, registered, and insured to make sure everyone is playing by the same rules. We know in recent years, groups of dirt bikes who have at times occupied the streets to do stunts and racing. We know electric bikes also travel faster than 20 miles per hour. We have all heard stories at civic groups or neighborhood meetings of not only mopeds, but dirt bikes, electric bikes, and yes, even regular bicycles who go through red lights, stop signs, or the wrong way on a one-way street. There is a sign currently on Summer Street and Dorchester Avenue, right near the post office, on the way into City Hall. It says, and I quote, "Stop here" in red, and below, "Accept bicycles." There are bike lights on this road, but we continue to have cyclists who do not wait for the lights. Signs like this only add to the confusion for vehicles, trucks, pedestrians. Why are we not having everyone get licensed, registered, or carry liability insurance? In my opinion, whether it's a car, moped, dirt bike, electric bike, or bike, everyone has to be obeying the same rules of the road and be licensed, registered, and insured.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. If you could wrap it up. There are councilors who have to inform me that they have to leave, and I'm starting to stay strict to this 3 minutes. So in the next 10, 15 seconds.
We can't have rules for one set of road users, but not another. Boston can no longer be the Wild West. And last week, we're introducing a grant to electrify the blue bike stations. And I'll be honest, I worry about a city-sponsored electric blue bike going 20 miles per hour the wrong way up a one-way street without a helmet and someone getting hurt. We're not making them getting registered or carry liability insurance. This would potentially be the exact same issue we're talking about with a third-party delivery.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Thank you, Councilor Flynn. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor. We're trying to stick to the 3 minutes. Thank you. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Well, I'd like to say in Ed's 3 minutes, I'm very thankful that Councilor Flynn has brought this forward. It's really, to me, it's a two birds, one stone issue, where a lot of the community meetings we're going to lately, we're also seeing an increase in the use of these micro-mobility devices along with crime-related activities. And it makes it very difficult for our police to track those that are committing crimes on these because they're not registered and so therefore they can't identify them or license. But also it is another means of income. When we spoke earlier about identifying other means of income to help out with these rebates and abatements and things like that of that nature. So it's sort of this, I would look for there to be, if it's licensed and registered, I assume there's an excise tax involved as well that the city would see. So happy to be a part of this two birds, one stone solution. I thank you, Councilor Flynn, for bringing it forward.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the clerk through the chair if this is too similar to 0407, which is in the Government Operations Committee. As you know, I hosted a hearing 0303 the 2024 with the food delivery services and the administration, and 0407 is actually the follow-up. That filing from the mayor is actually the follow-up to the hearing and the conversation and the working group that I've been a part of. So thank you.
What docket is it?
0407.
Do you have a copy of the hearing of that hearing order?
We don't have, there's only 2 lines of a docket here, not the whole thing.
We have it electronically. Do you want to look at it electronically?
Well, it should
We are in a brief 5-minute recess.
be in a paper.
We are back in session. Mr. Clerk, on Rule 15, what is your decision?
Which document is
Docket number
that? The 40. Oh,
docket number 0471. And the docket that Councilor Durkin mentioned, I believe, is 0401.
yeah, in government operations, docket number 0407 was filed by the mayor. The message on for your approval, an ordinance for road safety and accountability for delivery providers. And the councilor had a question about the similarity of docket number 0471. And of course, the mayor's order is specifically for the accountability delivery providers ordinance for all the Grubhub delivery providers. And then where Councilor Flynn's encompasses all micro-mobility devices to be licensed, registered, and insured. So in my opinion, I believe it is different.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We had a robust discussion on this. I believe that these two dockets are similar. I believe that you can argue that there's enough difference for there to be separate filings. I do just want to state, we're seeing this over and over and over again. Dockets that are very similar being filed on top of one another. And that is the antithesis of what it means for us to be working together. And so, no one has to be the king of their own castle. If there's a hearing order on an issue that you care about, I suggest that either partner or show up at the hearing and ask your robust questions. We cannot do business this way of layering docket and docket and docket upon each other that are so similar that will take up time on the council's docket and then takes us time to determine. Like a lot of the language in Councilor Flynn's hearing order is very similar to a language of a docket that was filed last year, and is very similar to a lot of the language that is in the ordinance that the mayor filed. I believe we could have a conversation on the ordinance, and then from there we could see what is still left on the table. That's what I believe. So I am really hoping that in the future we're doing a better job of working together and of determining that a conversation can happen after another one if it isn't as broad as you would like it to be, because the way that we are doing business here is untenable. It really is. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So, two things that I'd like us to just to offer is that Councilor Bebeng and Councilor Flynn and I have a citywide task force around quality of life issues that was born out of the moped and violence situation. So I'm going to offer to my colleague to allow this conversation to also be led by community, and that we can find some ways to include and engage folks in the process, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a hearing order. We could do some of that work through there, so it doesn't have to be so political. So that's something that I'm going to offer, and that way we create a pathway for real community engagement that leads to some really good policy making. So I'm going to recommend that my colleague consider withdrawing his hearing order and allow some of the work that we've been doing really well together and having a different way of getting there, okay? With consideration. And then the other piece that I'd like to offer is that I think, and I just want to name this because this is what I do. I think that the reason why so many folks are interested in filing things that look different than the administration is because there are difference of opinion of what we believe is good governance and what we believe is good policy making. And what happens is that most folks here, right, when it comes down to taking votes or making things happen, sometimes they may feel like their voices are not heard, and that potentially might be why there's so much discourse and so many competing interests when it comes to the administration and or the committee chairs or things of that nature. So I'm just going to name that as a possibility as to why we might potentially be seeing these dynamics playing out here on the council. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to acknowledge Councillor Pepin and Councillor Mejia working with them on a citywide task force specifically on this issue, and do want to acknowledge the important work both Councillor Pepin and Councillor Mejia have been doing in engaging residents, engaging public safety, listening to residents, listening to people that have these mopeds as well. And as I said before, I didn't necessarily agree with Councillor Mejia or Pepin on the issues, but listening to the public, I changed my opinion on some stuff. So the important work that Councillor Mejia and Councillor Pepin are doing is important. That's all I want to say about this, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I also just want to acknowledge that Councillor Durkin did file a hearing order on this same exact issue last year. So as you acknowledge other leadership, I also want to acknowledge Councillor Durkin's leadership on this issue for filing this last year. And I also want to note to what Councillor Mejia stated, it's not just administration where we're seeing filings on top of filings. We're seeing it among us as colleagues. And that is what is untenable, right? We're picking off tranches when the conversations can be and should be happening together. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This issue really, I've been the leader on this issue for a number of years. I've been on the forefront of this issue, and I know the city made plans recently on it, but I have been the leader on this. I represent a part of the Back Bay. The city implemented taking away the Back Bay, taking away the MBTA bus on the Back Bay. I actually represent Boylston Street, and I was the one that recommended that. So you are right that sometimes we do conflict with the administration, but I do want to advocate for what I've been fighting for a long period of time. And when someone takes issues away from me, I do respond, because I want to let my constituents know that I'm advocating hard on their behalf, and I follow these quality of life issues, public safety issues, and I take them serious and I take them personal. And I'm going to continue doing my job, and sometimes it does overlap with others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I just want to be very clear that passion or advocacy on an issue that can continue in a hearing order, and so just for the in the hearing. So just for the future, advocacy and passionate advocacy can continue on another person's docket and on another filing. Stacking filings on top of filings is not the way to go. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. This docket number 0471, will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0472?
Docket number 0472, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to review the pilot program in the City of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the same. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Councilor Mejia as an original?
Councilor Mejia is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is a hearing to review the pilot program in the City of Boston. Boston is fortunate to be rich with higher education, medical, cultural institutions that play a critical role in both our city and regional economy. At the same time, the city is heavily reliant on property taxes for revenue, and our large nonprofit institutions, which also receive essential services from the city. The pilot program was established to encourage large, tax-exempt nonprofit institutions to make annual voluntary cash contributions or community benefits due to basic city services provided by the city, such as police, fire, snow removal. The City of Boston's pilot program seeks 25% of what these institutions would be expected to pay to the city had their property not been tax exempt, to reflect the portion of the budget to essential services, half in cash payments to the city and half in the form of community benefits like scholarships, park and open spaces, workforce development, job training. In 2023, Through the annual pilot program, our large nonprofits contributed $35 million in cash, with $62 million accepted by the city in pilot community benefits. We are fortunate to have many world-class higher education, medical, cultural institutions that call Boston home. They are part of what makes our city unique. But our city pilot program asks our large institutions to also contribute towards the funding of public safety and city services that they themselves benefit from, as well as to provide community benefits for our neighbors and residents. The City Council has done some work in recent years in the pilot program. The City Council held a hearing in 2023 to discuss targeted coordination of community benefits in the pilot program. Council Braden has also held a policy briefing on the pilot last year. I know I held hearings in previous years as well. But this hearing order intends to be a way for us to continue the conversation and discuss ways where we can work together to straighten this program. In the final analysis, with falling commercial property values over 70% dependent on property taxes and over 50% of our land absorbed by our large nonprofit partners, we have long-term fiscal issues to address in Boston. The pilot program is about fairness to the residents of the city of Boston and to these institutions as well. It's also about fairness within the program to those partners who are paying their pilot agreements and community benefits, some more than others. Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, want to acknowledge and thank Councilor Braden for her work on this issue.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilman Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilor Flynn. And I also want to rise and acknowledge that Councilor Braden is the chair of the pilot committee and actually is the councilor that has the largest number of universities in her district. And I think, you know, even though I'm not the original, the lead sponsor, I would like to advocate, and I didn't ask you, but, you know, put you on, Councilor Braden, because we got to have this conversation in partnership with our District 9 colleague. But nonetheless, I think that one of the things that I really do appreciate about our conversations here, especially during the budget season and the tax mayhem that we have been through over the last few years, is that we keep going back to the fact that every time we have the administration here, they always say that they can't do anything, that this is what it is, it's voluntary, da-da-da. But I believe that it doesn't, just because that's how it is, doesn't necessarily mean that's how it always continues to be. And that's probably why they keep, you know, getting a pass, because we allow it to happen. I also want to thank and acknowledge the Pilot Action Advisory Committee that has been on the front lines doing work, trying to find a way to have a real meaningful seat at the table. I think that we have an opportunity in this year to really put some political will and courage behind this here as a council, because from what I understand, things have to get changed through a home rule petition or whatever the case is. Whatever we need to do, we need to just make a commitment that we're going to push these institutions to pay their fair share. I think it's unreasonable for them to have a pass as they do. And I think that, you know, it makes it uncomfortable for folks, but if we're talking about being courageous, this is a moment for us to be courageous. And so I'm looking forward to having the hearing and making sure that when the administration comes to the hearing, Councilor Flynn, that they're coming ready to tell us the why not. They're not willing to hold the institutions more accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councillor Flynn, Councillor Mejia for bringing forward this hearing order. We've been in an ongoing conversation with the administration and with more with the administration, but they've been in ongoing conversations with the eds and meds in the city. It's a very complex situation, and given the recent events in Washington with defunding of National Institutes for Health, etc., it's becoming even more complicated by the day. So I think it's a timely time to sit down and put it all out on the table and see where we are, and see if we can improve on the existing pilot program, which was instituted 12 years ago by Mayor Menino in a gentleman's agreement with the heads of all of these institutions. the leadership in those institutions has changed. We have changes in the leadership in the city, and we're in a different time. So we have to go back to the drawing board and come up with a program that works for everyone. So thank you, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. As the city councillor with 26 of the 45 pilot eligible institutions touching District 8, I appreciate having this conversation. It seems like I can just file something on pilot tomorrow and it will also end up on the agenda. So I do want to thank Councillor Braden for her leadership, because that is truly the person who's been leading this committee, and as the chair and vice chair of that committee, look forward to having that conversation.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please have the chair. This docket number 0472 will be referred to the pilot committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0473?
Docket number 0473, Councilor Weber offer the following. Order for a hearing regarding biannual review of the Boston Employment Commission and the Boston Residents Job Policy.
The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to add Councilor Mejia as a co-sponsor.
Councilor Mejia is added as a co-sponsor.
And I would also like to suspend the rules and add Madam President as a third co-sponsor.
Councilor Weber to suspend the rules to add myself as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, I'm so added. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
Okay, since 2017, this body has held biannual hearings on the Boston Employment Commission's work regarding the Boston Residents Jobs Policy, or the BRJP. As chair of the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development, I'm filing this hearing order so that we can begin to schedule both hearings to review compliance with the ordinance, which we know is meant to increase employment opportunities for women, people of color, and Boston residents at construction sites. There is a live dashboard, and just looking at it today, we're falling short of our goals. We're supposed to have 51% of hours worked by Boston residents on qualifying sites. Right now, that number is at 23.6%. For women, we're supposed to have 12% of hours worked by women. We're only at 6.7%. We are exceeding the expectation or the goal for people of color, which seems to fit within historical trends right now. The goal is 40% of hours, and right now that number is at 40.4%. But I look forward to conducting these hearings with my colleagues and my Vice Chair, Councilor Mejia, and I'll see you at the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please add my name. This hearing order is critical. It's important. It's required. And it's actually usually the best hearing order of the year. We get a chance to listen to the community, talk about what's working and what's not working. But the public testimony is the critical part of these two hearings. Looking forward to it, looking forward to the ongoing engagement on this, and ensuring that women, people of color, have the fair access to construction in contracts as well, whether it's in South Boston or Dorchester or West Roxbury or Mattapan and Dorchester or at White Stadium. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councilor Weber for bringing this forward. And this is one of my favorite hearings. And I guess what I would like to see a little bit more of is diving deeper into the details of the hours. Because right now there's, from my understanding, there's different pay grades inside of the union structure. So kind of seeing if there's any wage or any pay disparities on, if there's, more lower wage workers that fit a certain demographic, and then higher wage workers that are fit another demographic. So I think just more attention to the details. I think the devil is in the detail. So thank you. Looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much, Councilor Weber, for filing this. This is such a crucial, department within our under OEI, and we've been talking about this with my constituents, particularly with the advisory council, in terms of one of the departments that does not actually report consistently, and black men and boys, male advancement. butchering the name, being one of the ones that actually submit reports to us, like consistently. We see it here in our agenda on a regular basis. So looking forward to this conversation. Thank you so much for always advocating on workers' rights for the working class and everyone else, and also looking forward to getting these reports consistently done. From what my understanding is that they keep filtering the same folks over and over and over on construction sites, and being that District 7 is the district that is getting the most construction work or projects done all at once. So looking forward to also talking about looking into, how are we holding the White Stadium accountable and other projects in District 7 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Santana, Worrell, and I'm on the docket. This docket number 0473, will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Oh, did I miss a hand? Oh, and Councilor Fitzgerald. Okay. This docket will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0474?
Docket number 0474, Councilors Durkin and Santana offer the following. Order for a hearing to assess the efficacy of the City of Boston Municipal Code's University Accountability Ordinance.
The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know I have 3 of these coming up, so I want to be really short. Thank you. I'd like to add Councilor Braden as a third co-sponsor.
Councilor Durkin seeks to suspend the rules. Add Councilor Braden as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Braden is so added. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
I rise today alongside Councilor Santana and Braden to introduce a hearing to assess the efficacy of the City of Boston's University Accountability Ordinance. Boston is home to some of the world's most prestigious higher institutions of learning, and I'm proud as a District 8 councilor to represent such high concentrations. That's why one of my council predecessors, Josh Zakem, in 2014, assessed and amended the University Accountability Ordinance, and that's why Mike Ross, my predecessor's predecessor, also did this, originally wrote this. I had the chance to talk to former councilor Ross last night, and he's happy and excited to be part of this conversation. We just have to ask ourselves, is it working? Are institutions complying with the reporting requirements? And most importantly, is the data being used to effectively inform city policies? So look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I really want to thank Councilor Durkin for including me in this. I'll keep this very short. I think she mentioned all the points. We want to make sure that our institutions are being held accountable, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. I also want to just give a shout out to Patricia Flaherty, who was part of my former councilor staff, Mike Ross's staff, who I know really cares about this and has been leading on this in many ways, and is a constituent of Councilor Durkin. So I just want to make sure to give her a shout out as well. And just looking forward to this conversation and holding our institutions accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
I'm going to keep this really brief. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councillor Durkin, Councillor Santana, for including me in this. We have 3. We have BU, BC, and Harvard. And over the years, we've had many instances of disorderly drunken behaviour and all sorts of nasty things happening. And I think it's really a timely moment to sort of review where we're at and what's working and what's not working and how we can improve the situation. And I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the filers. I think this is an incredibly important hearing that we need to have about housing availability and what our institutions are doing to make that possible for their students. So thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Coletta Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0474, will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0475?
Docket number 0475, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Order for a hearing to review and evaluate the Boston City Council's legislative impact on District 7 residents and its collaboration with the administration on projects in District 7 to identify areas of improvement.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Try to be brief. Basically, there's a conversation that needs to be had about how councilors are filing, or perhaps even our state partners are working on legislation that impacts District 7. Projects, policy, budget, all across the board. I'd like to meet with you and discuss what have you filed for District 7. And I know that, you know, the legislation that we file is for the entire city, but sometimes specifically your positions on projects, your positions on budget, your positions on policies uniquely impacts just District 7. And so a conversation to be able to evaluate where you are in terms with this work. If you are noticing a pattern here of continuity, it's because there is one. I am evaluating myself in terms of metrics for all policies and projects and budget deliverables for District 7 with university partners and students to be able to implement a metrics, hopefully create a dashboard on our District 7. Everybody go to District 7, numeric 7, Boston, district7.com. It's our own district's website, not the campaign website, specifically where we have an inventory and the history. We've done a study of District 7. We have an inventory. We have a way for you to sign up for your local civic association. And this metrics or dashboard would actually provide a way to monitor progress in terms of across the board policies, projects, and budget deliverables. So now it's the time for us to say, councilors, where have you been on the projects in District 7? How have you voted? What positions have you taken? Have you supported, not supported? And what positions have you taken? So I'd like to finally thank my at-large councilors that have been supportive of projects or have been on the right side of projects that impact my constituents. But also specifically, I think Council Flynn, I know we're not supposed to name people, but Council Flynn is always specifically either in District 7 or advocating for the constituents in District 7. I know it comes from a long relationship with my constituents, and I appreciate it. I encourage all of you. Sometimes you'll see me add you to events or add you to things in District 7 because I welcome it, and I'd like to continue to work in collaboration to do everything that's possible for everyone in District 7. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Santana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to rise and thank Councilor Anderson for filing this. I'm someone who grew up in District 7. Family still lives in District 7, and as of last week, I am a District 7 constituent again. So very, very happy about that. And you know, as an at-large councilor, I know that we file policies that impact the whole city. But like Councilor Anderson said, you know, when you have a district that has been marginalized for so many years, and decisions sometimes have been made on behalf of residents, I think we need to. I'm really pleased by her intentionality to make sure that District 7 gets what they deserve. I'm looking forward to continuing to supporting, you know, the district councilor and District 7. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say thank you to Council Fernandez-Anderson for this important hearing order. And our districts overlap in many of the areas, including in the South End, in the Back Bay, in the Back Bay area as well. But I want to acknowledge her work on quality of life issues and constituent services, especially in the South End, where we represent a large area of the South End together, along with Councilor Fitzgerald. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Durkin, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0475, referred to the Committee on Post-Audit Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0476?
Docket number 0476. Councilors Durkin and Worrell offer the following. Order for a hearing on Boston's distribution and implementation of COVID-19 relief funding and programs.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'd like to suspend and add Council President Ruth C. Louisiana as a third co-sponsor.
Councilor Durkin, to suspend the rules to add myself as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, I'm so added. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I know we're getting late, so I will be brief. It's really important that we review the COVID-19 and ARPA-related findings. I know that we have fully received and fully obligated over $550 million of ARPA resources, and I'm proud to say that those resources have been used more effectively and more ambitiously than many of our peer cities. While many municipalities found short-term fixes, Boston took a strategic route forward, and I'm really proud to be chairing this hearing. I do notice that there is a similar docket on 0482. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave before that one, but I do think it's important that we have one conversation about ARPA resources, and that those resources are thoroughly vetted, and that we talk through how to make sure that those obligated funds are utilized prior to the deadline, December 2026. So thank you, and thank you to my co-sponsors. We all know how important this conversation is. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for Councilor Durkin for bringing this forward. I believe I heard in the working session the wanting of having this conversation sooner before the budget, to hear what programs have been discontinued, what programs will be continuing on the operating budget. So just looking forward to that conversation. If we could have it before budget, I think it will be useful for my council colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Worrell. I'm on this as a third. This is a really important conversation. We have an opportunity to make sure that the implementation is what we envision. So really important conversation, and thank you for filing. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also looking forward to this important hearing, and also doing a more thorough research investigation on the success and what happened, how successful these programs were that were funded. I think that's also a critical part of it. We haven't seen many studies about COVID funding. I'd be interested in learning more about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Fernandez Anderson, Murphy, Flynn, Mejia, Pepin. Okay, this docket number 0476 will be referred to the COVID-19 committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0477?
Docket number 0477, Councilors Durkin and Fitzgerald offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss contractor parking regulations, permitting, and enforcement in Boston.
The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you don't have the floor, but now you do.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to suspend the rules and add you as the third co-sponsor.
Councilor Durkin seeks to suspend the rules to add myself as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, I'm so added. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
I'm wearing Braden's favorite color of purple, so I think that's why you're confused.
Or because it's 6 o'clock. Right?
Yes.
It could be
Well,
that
I
too.
rise today to address the ongoing concerns surrounding contractor parking regulations, permitting, and enforcement in the city of Boston. I attended a Beacon Hill Civic Association parking and traffic meeting chaired by Ben Starr on January 23rd, where constituents expressed frustrations and cited multiple issues, such as contractors parking illegally, abused expired permits, incorrectly categorizing the permits they're using, and a general lack of enforcement. I'm excited to have this conversation. It's one that impacts quality of life in Beacon Hill extremely. I also realized upon talking to city departments that it impacts Dorchester and the entire city in different ways. So I'm excited to have a conversation that really gets at all of the issues that are that we have citywide. I did get all the 3-on-1 data for District 8, and this is one of the top issues. So, so in representing my constituents, I want to bring them here. I want to have them on the panel, and I want to have this conversation. So, and in partnership with my colleagues who represent the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Legit have a meeting later on this week with, to visit someone, a site visit about this very issue. It's more that we would never want to stop those that are updating our housing, creating new taxable property. However, this just brings in the value of common courtesy back to it to make sure the impacts, while we make those improvements, do not impede on other people's quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Durkin, for adding me as a third. Yesterday I had a cocoa hour, and a constituent that you mentioned, Ben, came and he spoke to me about this importance, and thank you for adding, because I know that this is an issue that matters to a lot of our residents, and so I thank you for elevating this issue alongside the Beacon Hill Civic Association and so many of our constituents. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell, please add the chair. This docket number 0477, will be referred to Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0478?
Docket number 0478, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offer the following. Order for a hearing to evaluate alternative options for the center running bus lane on Blue Hill Avenue and Columbus Avenue.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So for this hearing, I think it's a very similar, or at least one of our colleagues have already filed something that is inclusive of this topic. So I would say it's not similar in what I'm proposing here to discuss specifically alternative for the middle bus lane. But my council colleague who filed on government accountability, specifically on projects, she included Blue Hill Avenue. So I think this could be sort of a joint hearing, or she's offered to hold a specific hearing just for this. So just wanted to say to all my constituents who have been advocating, there's a petition out there with hundreds of signatures asking for an alternative. I know that I wanted to shout out my colleague from District 4 who has been advocating as well on alternative to the middle bus lane. So looking forward to a robust conversation. I think the administration is trying to do its best to, on carbon emission and figuring out ways that it's environmentally friendly. And I'm all for that. I believe in the cause. Let's make it electric. Let's go middle lane. Let's do all of that. But this conversation needs to be had. There is serious concerns. My team actually did a full survey of the entire Blue Hill Ave, all of the small businesses there, and we came up with about 76% of folks, business owners who were not aware that this was happening. And then of that 76%, 80%, and that's out of 115 businesses that were actually available. Of that 76%, 80% were not in agreement with the middle bus lane. So I think we should listen to the business owners, in terms of reducing 40% of parking. We are talking about serious concerns about displacement. Madam President, I do apologize. I wanted to add Councilor Mejia as an original co-sponsor, if that's okay.
Councilor Mejia, so add as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
That'd be all. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, because I have to hurry up and go, so I'm not going to say much, but I just want to thank my council colleague for adding me as an original co-sponsor. And I really do believe that the more that we're out in these streets, the more that we hear the truth of how people really feel about this situation. So I'm really excited to host the hearing and create space for this discourse to continue.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson and Councilor Mejia for bringing this forward. I've heard, some of the same things that both of my colleagues have heard. Businesses along Blue Hill Ave rely heavily on food delivery drivers, customers, delivery trucks, and commuters. And if we are looking to revitalize Blue Hill Ave with new businesses, I believe that we can't do that without additional parking for customers and designated delivery zones. These are not minor issues. They have a direct impact on the daily operations. And despite this, an independent economic impact study has yet to be conducted to evaluate how these changes will affect local businesses. And let's not forget, this Blue Hill Ave, which we're looking to turn into one lane, will be leading directly to a 10,000-seat stadium. Blue Hill Ave needs to be safer for all road users. There's no denying that. It needs bump outs and daylighting to make it safer for pedestrians. It needs bike lanes. It needs well thought out, sheltered bus stops to help our bus users. And it needs to have more trees up and down Blue Hill Ave. And I believe that that vision was more sketched out in the enhanced condition option that was presented to the community. And I believe that's also was more in line with community feedback. But I'm looking forward to having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councilor Fernandez Anderson for bringing this to the floor. As the district council that represents the very last bit of Blue Hill Avenue, probably where the project's going to start. I definitely want to be part of this conversation. And I've heard comments as well as what other options are there. And I think that we really have to dive deep into what possibilities we can approach, and what can we learn from other municipalities or other places that have installed not just the bus lanes, but also the actual safety of Blue Hill Avenue when it comes to crossing the streets and making sure that it's safe for everyone. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Caleta Zapata, Weber, Worrell, Pepin, Murphy, Santana, Fitzgerald. Please add the chair. This docket number 0478, will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0479?
Docket number 0479, Council Louisiana, for the following. Order for a hearing to update and replace Black Heritage Trail signage.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor President Louis Jen. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add, I can't do that. I would like to add Councilor Santana as an original co-sponsor.
Councilor Santana is so added as original co-sponsor. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is order on a project that my office has been working on for quite some time. Just making sure that we put it on the record because we have been working really hard with the city, with National Park Service, to get new signage for the Black Heritage Trail in Beacon Hill because it is an important part of Black history. We are in Black History Month, but it's something that we need to get done. There are current challenges with the trail signage, which includes many signs along the trail that are worn down, weathered, rusted, or covered in stickers and graffiti, diminishing their readability and effectiveness. It's important for the information on the signage to be accessible and to be engaging. And we need to collaborate with key institutions like the Museum of African American History, the National Park Service, the City of Boston, the Embrace Initiative, the Commemoration Commission as we're coming up on the 250th. I want to thank Dr. Noel Trent at the Museum of African American History for all of her work in helping to shepherd this conversation. I want to thank the city. We have had constructive conversations. We just want to make sure that this happens as soon as possible. So just putting this out there. Thank you so much, Councilor Worrell.
Thank you. Councilor Santana, Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, VP, and thank you, Madam President, for including me in this. The Black Heritage Trail is a historical and cultural asset that commemorates the legacy and contributions of Boston's Black community. And I think we need to just have an overall conversation about how we maintain and produce signage here in the city of Boston. And I think this is a good area. This is a good start to that conversation. But really want to thank the Council President for her leadership on this for many years. And I look forward to the conversation and making sure that we have the proper signage, maintenance moving forward for this historical trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak to this matter? No? All right. Is anyone else looking to add their name? Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Caleta Zapata, Councilor Anderson, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Pepin, Councilor Weber, and please add the chair. Docket number 0479 will be referred to the Committee on Arts, Culture, Entertainment, Tourism, and Special Events. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0480?
Docket number 0480, Councilor Mejia offer the following. Order for a hearing to evaluate year-to-date financial performance of the fiscal year 2025 operating budget.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
The moment I've been waiting for. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today I filed a hearing order, or good evening, to evaluate the year-to-date financial performance of FY 2025 operating budget. The FY 2025 $4.6 billion budget represents a significant investment in Boston's programs, services, and operations. Halfway through the fiscal year, it is critical to evaluate how those dollars have been spent and whether they have been delivering the results we have envisioned when the budget was approved. This hearing is about the finances of a budget that has already been approved. We are conducting a post-audit to evaluate how departments have managed their allocations, whether revenues and expenditures align with projections, and how effectively our programs and services are meeting their goals. As responsible stewards of our city, this is something that we need to get into the practice of doing yearly. The budget we approved in June doesn't go away once it's passed. We must follow up on it. We have an extensive process to approve the budget, and I also believe that there should be an equally just as intentional process to following up on how the budget is performing. Let's not fall into the habit of approving a budget and moving on, Instead, let's be thoughtful and proactive, ensuring that every decision we make is followed through with accountability and transparency. This hearing allows us to assess what worked, address efficiencies, and ensure that every taxpayer dollar from FY 2025 operating budget has been spent responsibly. I also want to recognize the Chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Roel, for being proactive as he prepares for FY 2026 budget cycle. While this hearing is focused on conducting a post-audit of the FY 2025 budget as it nears its closure, his forward-thinking approach to the upcoming budget highlights the importance of accountability and preparation of every single stage of the process. And with that, I'd like to also add Councilor Roel as an original co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Roel is added as an original co-sponsor. Councilor Roel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Councilor Mejia for bringing this forward, and I just look forward to work with you on this, on talking about year-to-date budget for the last year's budget. So looking forward to working with you and diving into the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Clarota Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Weber. Please add the chair. This docket number 0480, will be referred to the Committee on Post-Audit Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0481?
Docket number 0481, Councilor Mejia for the following. Order for a hearing to audit the financial impact of the Boston Police Department's compliance with the City of Boston Code, Section 11-1.1.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm filing this hearing to audit the financial impact of the Boston Police Department's compliance with the City of Boston's Code, Section 11-1.1. Boston is recognized as one of the safer cities in the country. This is a reflection of the hard work and dedication of our public safety professionals and the investments we have made as a city. But we know there's still more work to be done to ensure every neighborhood feels safe and supported, and that our public safety resources are allocated equitably and responsibly. Section 11-1.1 of the City of Boston Codes requires the Police Commissioner to prepare and deliver weekly reports to the City Council and the Mayor. These reports cover critical public safety data, including crime involving minors, crime data by district, year-to-date totals, and officer deployment by shifts. I want to really stress the officer deployment by shift because these metrics are also essential in making informed data decisions that impact resource allocations and public safety operations across the city. This audit will help identify gaps in compliance that may undermine our ability to achieve data-driven, equitable, and fiscally responsible public safety outcomes. By examining the timeliness and accuracy of these reports, we can pinpoint efficiencies and explore opportunities for improvement. This process will ensure that every taxpayer dollar spent on public safety is utilized efficiently. By improving compliance with reporting requirements, we can strengthen fiscal oversight, enhance resource distribution, and ensure the equitable deployment of public safety resources across all neighborhoods in Boston. And thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council Mejia, for this important discussion. I was at a community meeting recently, and Council Murphy was there too, talking about public safety. And this time last year, Boston is down about 130 police officers. A significant drop in police officers, which basically means more police are continuing to work mandatory overtime. And I've said it many times that we need to consistently hire several hundred police officers every year to meet the necessary requirements, the manning level, to ensure Boston is safe. But having 130 police officers reduction compared to last year is a significant loss. It does impact public safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I was rising for, we'll have to wait. Nobody else wants to speak.
Councilor Mejia, you have the floor. Councilor Mejia.
I'm just curious, could I do a point of information for something else? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I was wondering if you'd allow me to just read in my 17F. I know it's out of order, but I am I am really late to something that I'm supposed to be at 6. So it's a 17F that I just want to just read. No?
We are on this docket, so.
That's what I was trying to get clarity about.
So we're on this docket, and then we're going to continue with the docket, yes. Your 17F, is it a 17F that you can refile for the next? She wants to take it out of order. Okay.
I just was because I was told that I can do it. Okay. So you want me to just withdraw it and I'll just do it next?
Yes, to refile.
It's just, I don't even have to say anything. It's just read it into the record. I want to have a 17.
Okay, Councilor Mejia, let's finish this docket and then I'll talk to the clerk, okay? All right, Councilor Mejia, you don't have to speak on this matter. You're done speaking on this matter, okay. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Caleta Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number docket number 0481 will be referred to the Committee on Post-Audit, Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. Okay. Now you are looking to take out of order docket number 0940. Mr. Clerk, do you have that docket? Yes. You have it? Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0490 into the record?
Docket number 0490, Councilor Mejia offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F regarding vehicles owned, leased, and otherwise utilized by the City of Boston.
Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
President. So this is just a 17F that we're trying to gain some clarity around vehicles that include any city vehicles that are being used and allowed specifically like being unmarked with tinted windows, data on new vehicles.
No. Because. Apologies.
Our office, I'm just going to skip to this. Our office understands that there is a Boston City Code 7-84 that mandates that the administration comply with an annual list of all city vehicles, including details like department assignments, make, model, and engine size, and registration. And so what we're hoping is to have this information made available to us in terms of I believe there might be some discrepancies of what type of vehicles people get and don't get, and what some got tinted windows and some don't. Some have placards and some don't. I just think that we need to get consistent and have a clear, accurate account of what these vehicles have and don't and who has them. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0490. All those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0482?
Docket number 0482, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order for a hearing to examine the impact of expiring COVID-related grant funding and other expenditures on city programs and staffing.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. I know that this is an issue that we all care about, and at the hearing last week that I chaired and the domestic violence team from the police were here, they shared some, to me, I considered alarming programs and staffing that will end in June because it's funded through COVID. And I know many of us have had the conversations with schools and teachers and families at the school level when their ESSER funding ended, and they were confused why, teachers and programs were not going to be reinstated. So I think it's important, especially before the budget hearings start with each department. I know Councilor Worrell, the Chair of Ways and Means, mentioned that earlier this week at that working session on the budget. We did talk about that concern. It's one of the questions that is being put forward with the RFIs on that. But the City of Boston has received significant COVID-related federal funding, which has supported various city programs, initiatives, and staffing across departments. Under this administration, we have utilized a once-in-a-lifetime federal funding through OPER, as well as other sources, and we've supported a wide range of programs and initiatives. These funds have been instrumental in addressing immediate needs, implementing innovative projects, and delivering relief to residents and businesses. Just earlier, many of us were in the Curly Room when St. Stephen's program came and spoke about their funding. 400,000 was used through the city's ESSER funding, which will be ending also. So programs like St. Stephen's partnerships with their parents, tutors, is going to end also. The City of Boston has received the following COVID-19 related funding. ARPA, $558.7 million. CARES Act, $120 million. The Emergency Solutions Grant from CARES Act, $5.2 million. And we also received the Community Development Block Grant from the CARES Act at least $10 million, which is totaling approximately $695 million that we've been able to use for very important, and many times important initiatives, programs, and as we know, staffing. The funds have been instrumental in maintaining essential services, supporting city programs, and hiring additional staff. However, all these funds have been allocated and will run out soon, or in some cases have already run out, raising concerns about the sustainability of the services and positions currently reliant on these funds. So I do hope that we're able to address that with different departments, so we're able to see exactly what either if it's programming or staffing will not be able to continue under that funding stream. And I think it's important for a comprehensive assessment of all city programs, initiatives, and dependent on these sources. Just to highlight a few examples that the expiration funding may jeopardize, which are critical programs such as the Boston Police Department's Mental Health Crisis Response Pilot Program, which received $18 million in ARPA funding and will end in June. The Boston Housing Authority Healthy Public Housing Initiative received $32 million in ARPA funds to improve health and safety conditions in our public housing. And the Housing Authority Digital Equity Program received $1 million in ARPA funding to provide digital access and literacy to residents. These are just a few examples of programs that I think most of us would want to, if not all of us, to find other funding resources going forward. But we have to have that conversation so we have a clear understanding of what's going to happen when the funding runs out and where that funding is going to be pulling from. So I'm looking forward to this hearing and to get the information we need.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Clara Zapata, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Pepin, Santana, Weber, please add the chair. This docket will be referred to the COVID-19 Recovery Committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0483?
Docket number 0483, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, offer the following. Resolution to support a study to evaluate feasibility of establishing an electric shuttle bus program to connect business districts across Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have been working on the art corridor called the Ottery, as you know. All roads lead to Roxbury, the heart of Boston. And so I've said this before, it's Ottery or its roads or business districts and streets should be thriving and robust. And so in order to do that, we should create cross-marketing opportunities and we should mitigate the transportation issues that we have here in Boston. I think that this could alleviate it if the administration has not already done so. A shuttle bus program that could go between Beacon Hill and Mattapan or Nubian Square and Upham's Corner would alleviate some traffic time, as well as reduce carbon and hopefully, again, alleviate some issues with transportation, especially cross districts. There aren't any buses that goes in between. As you know, most roads are sort of parallel in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan area, but nothing that goes between the streets, or between districts. So I think I've spoken with a lot of business owners who have talked about how this would be a great idea. And the cross-marketing opportunity here is that you could actually have like coupons, or they could all function on an app where I could go to, for example, a barbershop in Nubian Square, and I could there get a discount or coupon because I went there to also shop at Beacon Hill, and offering that sort of cross-cultural opportunity as well. It would allow folks from Beacon Hill in one day to go to, again, shop in downtown, then go to Newman Square, then go to Upham's and eat at night. I think it's dope. I think you should support it. Just asking for some sort of feasibility study here in consideration to our upcoming budget season. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am asking for a suspension and pass.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Clara Zapata, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. This Councilor Fernando Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0483. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket number 0485.
Docket number 0485. Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution to support and create a small business trust cooperative in the city of Boston.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernando Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I realize that this is sort of an unconventional idea coming from, when we're thinking about trust co-ops, but the city can offer either technical support or sort of the resources to be able to support small businesses to do this. You see brick and mortar sort of like go out of business, or people not affording their overhead costs and looking at how to digitize their businesses. And I have presented here how Be Local can be transformed into somewhat of a smaller Amazon, if you will, for small businesses. It would be free. It would also be managed by a third-party agency that would provide technical assistance. So all of the resources that the city is already offering in terms of branding, itemization, looking at digitizing or fixing your website, it could all be done with a back office in your language on a Zoom. And so you would collaborate with the main streets and provide those services. This would tie perfectly with that concept of a co-op, because then you would have businesses that would support each other in terms of either providing some sort of investment in resources, or sharing resources, if you will. So just looking to possibly send a message to the administration and say, is this an idea that we could work on? I know that I've spoken with Chief Idowu in lengths about the digital marketplace, and he supports it, although obviously there needs to be an appetite from a tech company that would do it at the funds that were available at the time from ARPA dollars. So looking forward to continue to work with the administration on this and figuring out how we can, again, support our small businesses in developing co-ops to do Main Streets better and to digitize our marketplace so that we can support our small businesses in Boston. And also looking for suspended pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Coletta Zapata, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Santana, Weber. Please add the chair. This Councilor Fernando Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0485. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0486?
Docket number 0486, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution calling on the administration to provide constituent service software to improve City Council constituent services, advocacy, and follow-up.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to shout out, and I don't know who I'm shouting out because I don't remember who filed something similar. It wasn't exactly the same. I think it was Councilor Santana, who was talking specifically on systems to improve our constituent service, or digital systems to do that. This in particularly is because I've been looking into all types of softwares and programs, and then came Indigo and other types of programs that we're offering to supply this type of software to provide easier, more intuitive, more efficient constituent service. But it cost, I think, something around like $26,000 per council office, and that only offered, I think, 4 to 6 users or something like that. I could be wrong. Sorry, Indigo, if I'm not doing that right. But it felt costly, right? And so I think that the administration could look at ways of us connecting more to their 311 systems. For example, on the website, what I did is I used Airtable, and I provided spreadsheets for each statuses on constituent service inquiries. So when you click on streets, you'll see everything in District 7 that is pending on specifically, potholes and improving sidewalks. But if you do it more intuitively, you could actually connect our software with their software. And all constituents have to do, and I've said this before, is click on, please share information with my counselor, and then we would automatically get a ping. On our side, it could be filtered so that we can not violate any type of confidentiality, but we are the counselors, and you know how it happens, right? Like they call constituents, they call 311, and then they call us to reinforce it, and then we don't hear about it. Then we call the department, and then we're back and forth, but we're not working on the same system. If there's a way to filter it so that we're not violating confidentiality, or at first, all you have to do is provide the feature that the constituent could click on and actually opt to share with their counselor. Why aren't we doing that? Why are we counterintuitive? Why is this not happening? So my office, we've worked on, actually looking at softwares. We've used Airtable. I know we use Canva in terms of tracking projects and so forth, but we don't have something that actually filters emails as they come in through the software to say, these constituents care a lot about transportation. You could actually do that. There's a way to do that. And then you could also filter in ways of like how you send out emails. So if you want to send out emails specifically to housing, there are people that you can do it by way of filtering emails, but also by demographics, by other types of categorization. So I'm asking the administration to invest in the counselors that are supposed to be representing the constituents who pay the tax to do the job. But since the mayor holds the purse, then 2 seconds, Councilor, President. The mayor holds the purse to actually execute. So to the voters, the mayor is responsible for addressing all your constituent service issues, all of them, not the councilors. However, because we represent you, then we are somewhat the enforcer. But if the relationships are compromised between councilors and mayor or administration, sometimes there's a lag in response or communication issues. And so there you have it. Then there's no response and all of this breakdown in communication. We should do away with that. We should have a system that you pay your tax dollars so that we can get a system in order to do this more intuitively and more efficiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank the maker for bringing this forward. It's been a very, very long time since I believe the last time there was a formal inquiry into this. If the maker did not do it herself, I can't remember, and I apologize if that's the case. I want to shout out Ellie Pimentel, who was the former chief of staff to then Council President Andrea Campbell, who looked into this and also found that the licenses were going to cost $26,000 or $30,000 for the CRM system in 311, and they did make a concerted effort to get that to be a benefit that the city council can access. I have to tell folks all the time, they are shocked to learn that city councilors don't have access to the back end of 311. We have to depend on our relationships with folks in the department to understand what the bottlenecks are, and what we're hearing is that the delivery of constituent services, the delivery of basic city services is lacking. It's either taking a long time or folks are unhappy with the responses that they are getting, and they do come to us to figure out what is going on, and we're happy to do that and basically provide concierge service to make sure that folks get at least a resolution. But it is time for this to happen. I wholeheartedly support this. I think I've gone through maybe 5 or 6 different systems, first as a staffer, now as a city councilor, and so I think that we're past due, and I would support a budget amendment if it's not already reflected in the potential budget that's produced by the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I do apologize. I forgot to ask for suspension and pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Coletta Zapata, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pippen, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez Anderson seeks suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0486. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0487?
Docket number 0487, Councilors Worrell and Lujan offer the following. Resolution recognizing Black History Month in the city of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to suspend the rules and add Council Fernandez Anderson as original co-sponsor.
Councilor Worrell to suspend the rules to add Councilor Fernandez Anderson as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Fernandez Anderson so added. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Black history is American history. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But that arc does not bend on its own. It bends because of the sacrifices, the courage, and the relentless pursuit of justice by those who came before us. Here in Boston, that arc has been shaped by Rebecca Lee Crumpler, the first black woman doctor in the U.S., Crispus Attucks, the first to fall for American independence, Prince Hall, who fought for black education and dignity, and Melina Cass, the first lady of Roxbury, who dedicated her life to civil rights and advocated for affordable housing. Boston is also home to the African Meeting House, built in 1806, the oldest existing black church building in the nation. The historic site also housed the A.B.O. Smith School, the first black public school in the country, established in 1835. In politics, Thomas Atkins was the first black elected Boston City Councilor, winning his seat in 1967 and serving from 1968 to 1971. Jazz legend Roy Haynes, who died last year, revolutionized drumming, leaving a mark on music, but the Roxbury native also served as a state legislator in the 50s and a longtime pastor, caring for his flock, which included Dr. King when he was a student at BU. And groups like the Boston Black United Front have long fought for civil rights and economic justice, advocating for the black community through their collective action. Boston has been a mecca for black people driving that arc of justice forward, shaping history, pushing boundaries, and leading the way for change. And that change has been fueled by diversity, not just in race, but in ideas, in leadership. In many ways, black Bostonians have contributed to every facet of this city's history. James Baldwin once said, "History is not the past, it is the present." That is why we are gathering on February 19th in the Ionella Chamber to honor both our black legacy leaders and our young black future leaders, because this month is not just about looking back, but it's about uplifting the next generation of change makers. So with that in mind, I'm moved to suspend and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell, and I look forward to our Black History Month celebration next Wednesday. Thank you for spearheading that. Happy Black History Month, everybody. The struggle is real, and it continues for so many people in this country, especially for our black population here. We are in a time where people are using the word DEI to really express their anti-blackness. And we have come a long way, and there's still a long way to go. I want to thank Councilor Worrell for uplifting all of the pioneers on whose shoulders we stand. One thing that I really love about Black history that is really similar to a lot of the history of marginalized communities is that there are people that we can name who are the people and the pioneers in our community, like Crispus Attucks, like Rebecca Crumpler, like the people that Councilor Worrell stated, like Flash Wiley, who will be ending today in memoriam, a pioneering lawyer who had an influence on my legal career, or Danielle Georges, who was a poet laureate in the city from 2015 to 2019, who just passed away, sadly, to cancer. What I love about Black history is that there are people that we can name, and there are so many people we can't name, right? These are regular, ordinary folks who attempted and who tried and who oftentimes weren't successful in becoming someone, right? Rebecca Crumpler was the first black woman to be a licensed doctor in the United States, but we know that there were black women who wanted to be doctors before, and there were black women who were serving as doctors before, even if they didn't get the recognition from medical schools here. So I really love the opportunity that Black history presents itself to remind us that Black history is American history, and to remind us that as we are celebrating those whose names we know, for us to uplift and remember the names that we don't know, right? We had Corporal Woody Woodhouse here a few weeks ago as a black veteran. We uplifted him and his work, and all of the people who died on battlefields whose names that we don't know and who we don't uplift. All of the people who tried to be lawyers, who tried to be recognized by this country and weren't. And so I think that's just especially important for us to remember and to highlight when so much about Black communities and about Black people is under attack nationally, that it's even more important that we celebrate who we are, the strides we've made, and the struggles that we are fighting and will have to fight in the future. So again, happy Black History Month, y'all. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess coming into this position, there was a practice where the eldest Black elected would lead the celebration, so I missed that, and then it got changed, and I didn't get notified of that, and so I was pretty bummed by that or disappointed, but I look forward to the celebration that you and Council President, Council Rowell, Council President Lujan are putting together, and I thank you for adding me to this. In terms of Black History Month, I think we often talk about it as an oxymoron that every month is Black History Month, and what does that mean? And so why do we need a Black History Month? And so it's yes, race is a social construct, but you know, it's the white supremacists that originated this concept, right? At first we get categorized, then we get named, and then we get called BIPOC or colored or Black, and now we follow the very trends. So I'm of the opinion that every month is Black History Month, but I'm also of the opinion that education is important because as you say, oh, you don't see color or you don't see race, it is just as important for you to be educated on the history so you can understand, and as you know, our Jewish brothers and sisters say, never forget. It is very easy to stand by things that are popular or politically advantageous, to be able to say, you know, never forget. It is advantageous to be able to support Ukraine. It's advantageous to support other races and cultures. But when it comes to Black people, and particularly African American history, they seem to get the lowest end of the totem pole. Sometimes people sort of lackadaisically, reference the need for DEI or the need for marginalized or investment in the marginalized people, and then they sort of throw the African American people in there. But it's not very intentional. Black African Americans continue to be tokenized in this country. Myself, as an African woman, as a Black African woman, I have to understand my privilege as an immigrant, that somehow I fall under this class that is considered a degree over, so I get more privilege, I get the job, or I get the opportunity. And my brother or sister, African American brother and sister, somehow continue to be dismissed. But we take advantage of their culture, we take advantage of the path that they've paved for us. We come here, we don't pay homage, not enough. And I'm speaking from an immigrant perspective. For those who are people of color or Black immigrants that come into this country, you continue to take advantage of the very opportunities of the path that they've paved for you, and yet you dismiss their identity, culture, and humanity. You dehumanize them, and you think of them last. So I stand here to say that in the hopes that we continue to build in our unity, from the trauma of divide and conquer, that we are not together. There are Black people that continue to fight with their own identity and will treat others more importantly than those who look exactly like them. There are, and then when you see issues in the community, why can't they get it together? Because of 400 years of trauma, because of millions and millions of our ancestors who were murdered, slaughtered, raped, and massacred and abused, and continue to be perpetually abused and oppressed throughout the system that exists today. So I say this, that I stand up to say it is important to celebrate Black History Month. City of Boston, when you say that Black people or that inclusion is important, please stop tokenizing African Americans as if they're supposed to be the spokespeople for everybody, the face of the card to say that you are not racist or that you think of Black people. Please include people in decision-making and policies. Please don't ignore people when they disagree with you. Please have a seat with them. Don't just meet with South Bend and Beacon Hill or the North End and downtown or Rosendale. Meet with Roxbury. Go talk to Mattapan. Talk to Black people even when they disagree with you. Have patience. Have compassion. make sure that you are actually investing intentionally, transformatively in those conversations with African American people. I don't want to celebrate this thing anymore, this tokenized thing, where it doesn't actually represent real, genuine intention in investing in African American people. But I will, because for the time being, I guess the education is important. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the makers for bringing this important resolution forward. I also wanted to acknowledge the Tuskegee Airmen. We mentioned Woody Woodhouse, but I was friends with an older gentleman, Willis Saunders, who was a deputy superintendent on Boston Police, was a Tuskegee Airman, and I would listen to his stories about his service in our country, and then him coming on the Boston Police and being involved in the community. But even though he was fighting a war in World War II, fighting for our nation, he came back to the United States treated with such disrespect. So I want to acknowledge him. He was a friend of mine. I also wanted to acknowledge, and as Councilor Worrell mentioned, Tom Atkins was a city councilor, and actually the room in the city council, the first room on the left-hand side, is named after Tom Atkins, as we all know. The first room on the left. Our former constituent recently passed away, was an exceptional leader in the South End, Roxbury, and throughout the city. Mel King, wonderful, wonderful man that I've known for many years, like you all have as well. And then just wanted to highlight the first African-American mayor of Boston, Kim Janey, former member of this body as well, for the important work and leadership of Mayor Janey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Carter Zapata, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Murphy, Pippin, Santana, Weber, Councilors Worrell, Louis-Jean, and Fernandez Anderson, suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0487. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0488?
Docket number 0488, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution in support of establishing a community preference policy for affordable housing development to mitigate displacement in Boston neighborhoods.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Drawing inspiration from cities like San Francisco, which has seen success in reducing displacement through such policies, this resolution promotes equitable access to housing and aligns with city goals and of racial and economic equity. It is imperative that we create a fair and transparent system that prioritizes long-term residents while also complying with federal and state housing laws. And I mention that because, as you know, if it's funded through HUD specifically, you can't necessarily say we're prioritizing residents or specific demographics, because then you face the risk of being sued for, discriminatory practices. This policy not only protects residents from displacement, but fosters stronger, more inclusive and sustainable communities. I urge the mayor and the Boston Planning and Development Agency, or Department, and the Mayor's Office of Housing to collaborate in developing this policy, ensuring that all Boston neighbors are heard and have the opportunity to benefit from its implementation. I think together we can build a more equitable future where everyone has access to the opportunity to thrive in the communities they're helped to shape. And I know that a lot of you have advocated here, so shout out to my colleagues who, I think across the board, everyone, one time or another, has filed something on housing. This in particularly is a resolution to make a statement to the administration to say we support you in developing such policies. I know that I've spoken with Mayor's Office of Housing, BPDA, who all share the sentiment of creating some sort of anti-displacement ordinance or policy. And so, we want to protect long-term residents from displacement, but we also want to uphold housing equity fairness, supporting neighborhood stability and community engagement, as well as addressing growing housing affordability crisis. And of course, this is from my constituents, again, who are talking about specifically where are we with community engagement? How do we do it more intentionally or more in a more genuine way? When we say community engagement, there are other ways of doing it, right? Like, do we send people out and break our groups and we tell them choose a spokesperson and they come back into the group and then one person speaks for 10 minutes as opposed to policing that person for like 2 minutes each, and then people feeling like they're being dismissed? How do we fix this issue of how we engage our community and do it better? And I think that we can do it with community, by community, for community. I think Councilman here has some sort of slogan that she says, yeah, I don't remember it. But it's something along the lines of, you know, we have to be at the table to create these policies together. And so I want to encourage Mayor's Office of Housing, and shout out to Chief Dillon for always being so astute and super efficient when it comes to advocating for housing. And again, this is just to support a more inclusive model to creating policies like the one in San Francisco. Thank you. Oh, and I'm asking for a suspension and pass.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate my colleague for bringing this forward. I am curious to know more about the San Francisco model. We have folks all the time saying that they cannot afford to live in East Boston, afford to live in Charlestown anymore. A lot of the folks that I went to elementary school do not live in these communities anymore because they simply cannot afford it. I really want to learn more about this and just how there are ways in which we don't violate the Fair Housing Act. My understanding is that there is a lot of oversight by DOJ and HUD. And so I understand that a municipality could potentially argue that preference is necessary to prevent displacement due to gentrification. So I am curious to know how we do that. And I really look forward to the conversation. For those reasons, I'm going to vote present, but really look forward to the conversation and support this in theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I filed a hearing order, I think 2 weeks ago now, for an anti-displacement hearing. We talked about different strategies. So I think that, first of all, I just want to thank you for putting this resolution forward. I think it's a great idea. But to answer Councilor Coletta Zapata's question, I think that that's in the hearing that I'm hosting. I think that's a great place to talk about this as well, and in other ideas as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. You have the floor.
Cat lovers, don't kill me. But there's more than one way of skinning a cat, right? So I think that protection zoning happens to be one of them. Some of the ideas that you put forward in the hearing order is one of them. And I've looked into other ways of prioritizing when it's not federally funded and how we can do that. However, I do respect that you need to do your research. As you know, I'm someone who does not like to talk about what I don't know about. So I'd rather allow you the time to do some research with us together. And if Councilor Pepin is willing, happy to join my resolution with you and have the conversation together.
So you are no longer seeking suspension and passage?
No longer seeking suspension and passing with, granted, Councilor Pepin is okay with joining his hearing to also discuss the topic here.
Okay. Thank you. Are you just agreeing? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so anyone else want to speak on this matter? Okay. Would anyone else like to add their name? The chair, Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Fitzgerald, Pepin, Murphy, Weber. Did I say Santana? Sorry, late hour. Santana, Worrell, please add the chair. This docket will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0489?
Docket number 0489, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F regarding Boston Public Schools Code of Conduct violations.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm requesting a complete breakdown and request that this information be provided in a format that will allow us on the City Council to review the effectiveness of current policies and help us make any recommendations for improving the safety and well-being of all of our students, teachers, families, staff in the district, school bus drivers, everyone who's working within our school department. So looking forward to that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension of the rules. and adoption of docket number 0489, and passage of docket number 0489. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. We are now, before we get on to green sheets, would anyone like to add their name to a matter or to a docket when they were, or an issue when they were not inside of chambers? The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Fitzgerald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Clerk, 0469, 0473. Please add my name. 0469, 0473.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have those?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a point of order on Councilor Murphy's request on 17F. May I ask a question to you, Chair?
You may ask a question to me.
Are we still under the impression that 17Fs, that they will be delivered within 7 days to the person that requested it?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. I don't know.
Our rules clearly state that the 17F document should be provided to us within 7 days, if I'm not mistaken. But I just want to know if that is a guideline, or if that's a rule that we respect.
I receive your question. I would need to take time to take a look. Thank you. I do not want us to get into a discussion that was also not a point of order. So there was. It was not a point of order on a point of order. I will read what a point of order is. Okay. A point of order. I have it in this document. Is if you believe that there is a breach of the rules, there's a point of order. Yep. There's a 17F that has been filed. There's no breach of the rules. Therefore, there is not a point of order. So we are not going to get into debate. The clerk is nodding. There is no point of order. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it was a simple question.
I know, but it was not a simple question that was
Madam
not
Chair,
a point of order.
I asked it in a respectful way.
Of course you did. You asked it in a respectful way, but it was not a point of order, which means it was not a question. We don't just get up and ask questions. It has to be within the flow of the meeting. And we can have a conversation about it after. I am happy to have a conversation with you after in the most respectful way possible. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, are you looking to add your name to the document?
I think I missed 0468.
0468. Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
I have you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to add their name to a docket or in any other issue when they were out? Okay, we are now moving on to green sheets. Does anyone have any polls from the green sheets? No green sheet polls. Okay. We are now. Oh, the chair recognizes Councilor Orrell. Councilor Orrell.
You're late. Too late.
Councilor Orrell, you have the floor.
Felt the ayes. I'd like to pull docket number 0270 from the green sheets, page 17 of the green sheets.
0270. Mr. Clerk, do you have that docket before you?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the docket into the record?
From the Committee on Ways and Means, docket number 0270, order to adopt a good landlord tax abatement as a local option in the city of Boston.
Thank you. Absent objection, the motion of the committee chair is accepted and the docket is properly before the body. Councilor Orrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We previously held a hearing on this order, and before I turn it over to the lead sponsor, I'd like to offer some brief remarks. We've already heard from the administration and our advocates at the hearing. The intent of this legislation is clear. It's to provide a meaningful incentive for landlords who are already keeping rents affordable, not to subsidize those who neglect their properties or engage in unfair rental practices. This program is designed with the strict eligibility criteria, including affordability thresholds set by the city in accordance with HUD guidelines, ensuring that assistance goes to small landlords who are genuinely committed to housing stability. We also know that small landlords who own approximately 68% of Boston's residential rental properties are less likely to evict tenants compared to larger property owners, contributing to our housing stability. By offering abatements, we're lightening the burden on those providing affordable housing and expanding housing options for families who need it the most. Similar programs in other cities have shown that when small property owners are supported, the availability of stable, affordable housing grows. Passing this as a first step, this allows the city to opt in, but the program won't be in place until an ordinance is crafted and passed further down the line. The amount of the exemption, the relevant income limits, and the relevant housing rate will be determined by the city in the future through ordinance. This just gives us an opportunity to opt into this, and as I said in that last part, that we still have to craft this program. So I'd now like to pass it over to the lead sponsor, Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Chair of Ways and Means. I'm going to just reiterate what I had said originally when I had produced this proposal. So I decided to sponsor this piece of legislation with a couple of folks in mind, but one in particular in East Boston. She's an amazing woman who in her old age has found herself as what she described as house rich and cash poor. Her property values have gone up since she bought the property with her now past husband in the 1970s. She does not want to move anywhere else and has found joy in providing rents that are well below the market for a young family that lives in her first floor apartment. The recent increase in property valuations has pushed her over the threshold of monthly expenses, and she is in need of immediate relief. She does find herself at an impasse. Does she raise rents and potentially displace this family whom she knows she can afford, or whom she knows she can't afford, and increase, or does she live on a tighter budget? So this was the whole point of the legislation, and this is who I have in mind. This good landlord tax abatement is just to provide them that tax break. And I've gotten a few emails from folks who have said, how could you provide a tax break to folks who are actively engaged in egregious practices? This is not for them. And what this is essentially doing is saying that the City of Boston is opting in, and we are now committed to producing something that provides this sort of release, very similar to the order that my council colleague from District 5 put out. I want to make sure I abide by the rules here, and my council colleague from District 3. So just a quick summary. This was passed in the tax package of 2023, allowing municipalities to offer property tax exemptions for landlords renting at affordable rates. The goals of the abatement is to incentivize landlords to keep rents affordable, provide financial support to landlords who already rent at accessible rates, and expand the availability of affordable housing opportunities for Boston residents. And based on the guidelines that have come from DLS, the state, the municipality, and granted that Boston is a type A government, so it explicitly states that the mayor now has to come up with these stipulations, come to us, we talk about it and discuss it, make sure that it makes sense for the City of Boston, and then we vote on it. And so the things that now we're going to have to discuss is the maximum amount of the exemption, the annual occupant household income limit, the affordable housing rate of rent, the housing requirements of the owner, if any, and other restrictions or regulations consistent with the intent of the law it elects to implement. I've already heard from folks, and I appreciate people reaching out, that we need to make sure that there's some layer of accountability. If there are any outstanding issues with the property, or we deem this landlord that tries to seek this exemption as having outstanding citations, or they're just a slumlord, we need to make sure that we build that into. But all of that is on the table once we have this conversation. This is simply just saying that the City of Boston believes that this is a good idea, and this is the start of the conversation and to start exploring it. So I happy to answer any questions, but I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm likely to vote yes on this, but was this on the agenda, Madam Chair? I know it was pulled from the green sheet, but I don't have the necessary information in front of me to weigh in effectively on this issue. I'm just kind of finding out about this now, but did we know about this earlier?
It is on the docket in as much as the green sheets are part of the docket.
Right, no, I
understand. Are part of the agenda.
Okay.
And that people are pulling from green sheets. Oh, and Councilor Worrell sent an email.
Okay, was it on the agenda?
So the green sheets are part of the
understand
agenda.
that. I understand that.
And this
the-
is, like we have seen time and time again, this is a pull from the green sheets.
I understand that, Madam Chair. My only request would be if I had more time, and maybe I'm speaking for my other colleagues too, but if we had more notice about this, we could be fully engaged in the subject and debate this. It's going to take, could we call for a brief recess so we're able to collect our thoughts and collect our notes? Because this docket is just coming up now for the first time in a while. I'd like to be thoroughly prepared before I vote on it. That's how I am.
Thank you. There will not be a recess. There was a hearing on this matter. It's been on the green sheets. There's been a green sheets pull, and my colleagues can vote accordingly. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
I do have to sympathize with my colleague that just asked for a recess. I don't know if we need a recess, but I saw, I think that the lead file sponsor just sent her staff out to get copies for us. So I think it is fair that we look at it, just like amendments get put on the floor, and we have to like go through it and discuss it and vote. That's what's happening here. But I do think it's fair to have a hard copy in front of us, and maybe that's the precedence that we set moving forward, that if you want someone to support something on the green sheets, it's just a title. And yeah, sure, some people can access it digitally, but maybe some folks, it's not as accessible for some folks. So if we could have a copy, it's not a lot to ask. While Ellie is getting copies for us, I think even if we don't get a recess, I'm sure that the lead sponsor wants my vote. So I would like just a minute, just to read through it, and then I'll be ready to vote.
Okay. Councilor Coletta Zapata wants to speak on this matter. Others want to speak on this matter. If there is if in fact your staff is coming to give copies for folks and it's not here in time, I can assess then. But we'll continue discussion. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that my staff member, Ellie Sanchez, is going out and printing it. She's doing that as we speak, and I just want to apologize for not having a hard copy for folks. I will be sure to do that moving forward. There was a lot to get ready for today, and so it just is an omission of the sheer volume of things I had to prepare for today. And I do appreciate my council colleague needing the time to review it, and this is me actively trying to stretch the time, so I hope that Ellie is here soon. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Trying to make copies. Ron is trying to make copies. Ellie is trying to make copies. Ron, do you have you? Oh, okay. The copies are coming, such that my colleagues will have them soon. So my goal is for us to have them in front of us and then continue talking, because oftentimes we go into recess and it's difficult to call people back. And so we will just wait and we will get the copies. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
I'm going to use this opportunity just to thank my predecessor, State Senator Lydia Edwards, for pushing this forward. It was pushed forward again in the 2023 tax package. I also want to thank State Representative Andy Vargas for his leadership. I also believe that Representative Patrick O'Connor had signed on to this, and he's a part of the Republican Party. So I just want to shout out everybody who did a lot of work to push this at the State House. Boston would be the first municipality to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor Weber, you have the floor.
I have a question for the filer, or Councilor Coletta Zapata. So this is a program that's authorized by the state legislature already, and by doing this, we're just trying to push forward a program that we will then participate in its development, and we'll be voting on this again, or how do you anticipate this playing out?
Thank you. I believe we have done this. I think, was it with the local option for the veterans property tax exemption that allowed us so that there's a local option, and then we are opting. So we've done iterations of this on the council before, opting into a local option via a number of different ordinances, and so I think that's what Councilor Coletta Zapata was referring to, and also talking about the work of State Senator Lydia Edwards in making this possible. But I will allow Councilor Coletta Zapata, if you'd like to respond to Councilor Weber's question, you may.
Thank you, and I do appreciate everyone's patience on this. Yeah, as I was mentioning, since we are a Type A government, the parameters of this exemption need to originate from the mayor's office, and then obviously with our approval or our amendments or however we want to build this out, we then have to vote on it. So we're going to push this forward, and I have not had any conversations with the administration on this. I do think that just as a value statement, we want to make sure that we're keeping Boston affordable. And this is just one solution in a suite of solutions. Obviously, there are other things that we could be doing, but I do think that this is a great idea, and I'm excited to move forward and for that future conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. I have a clarifying question because I want to also make sure that I didn't misspeak. And so when you talk about that this is an order, that can you talk about what the process will be, because this is an order, would be an order to the administration. So can you explain what the process would be? The chair, if you'd like. If not, you don't. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the same as every order that we've done thus far. I mean, it has to ultimately have approval from the mayor. I also don't want to misspeak, but my understanding is that it basically orders the mayor to start the process. Timeline is TBD, but I have I think that there's good faith there to get this done, and I'm sorry that I can't speak more on it, but that's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I do plan to vote for it, but I guess my question would be, is there a downside to voting for this? Is there any negative impact it would have on a homeowner, on a tenant, on the city, on the economy? I want to know if there's any downside or any negative aspect to this as well.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, if you'd like to answer to the chair, you may.
It's the most perfect piece of legislation. No, I'm just kidding. There are potential ramifications. That is going to be a bulk of the conversation that we have in whatever committee this is in, if it's Ways and Means or if it's mine. We really are there to help frame, again, what this looks like moving forward. There are certain requirements in the state law talking about the fact that eligible landlords in the city must have tenants with a household income of 80% or less. And ultimately, the specific income thresholds for tenants can't exceed 200% of AMI. Now, I know that that is really, really high, but that's setting a ceiling. And so now it's our opportunity to figure out what nuanced version of this meets the needs of Boston residents and is going to be able to keep Boston affordable.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flynn, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councilor Coletta as well for the response. I just want to ask one final question. Is there an opportunity for us as a body to do anything significant in terms of helping or supporting women veterans as it relates to this docket? Is there an opportunity to somehow include women veterans in this discussion at all, or is that something that's totally not part of the discussion? I ask that because I do feel I feel like I want to advocate for women veterans. I want to ask, is there an opportunity for us to do anything to support women veterans?
Through the chair, Councilor Coletta Zapata, if you'd like to answer, you may.
Sure. As long as the folks that you're talking about, our wonderful women veterans, are meeting the eligibility criteria, they will be involved in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Coletta, for bringing us this information. Although we held a hearing, and I'm sorry, there's just one minor detail that I'm not clear on here, however, that said income shall not be more than 200% of the area median income. Whenever we are, I just think 200% is excessive, and I just wanted to know, your thoughts around that. Why up to 200? And does it impede anyone else below that level? Oh, through the chair, sorry.
If you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
Yep, thank you for that question. So no, this is the ceiling that was set by state legislation. So we have the ability to go up to 200% AMI, and I think that 200%, quite frankly, is a little high, just given that that means that would benefit folks who are making like $94,000 per year. I want to be able to help folks on that are solidly working class, and that's not to say that folks making that amount of money potentially don't deserve it, but it's essentially, the bottom line is that it's the ceiling that was set by the state that you can go up to.
Thank you. If you'd like to respond to the chair, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you may.
No, I'd just like to make a comment. I guess, specifically to the processes, I guess, it's really up to the mayor whether or not to just implement it or tell a department to go ahead and implement it. So at this point, it's us saying, look, this is already a law. We try to do this with diffs, and so it's already a thing. It's already a law on a state level. So then you're just asking for an adoption, and then if there's an appetite, then the mayor can just go ahead and give the go ahead. There's no need for advocacy. It's not a thing that's pending a vote. Or anything like that. So hopefully I'll be voting in support of this, and hopefully the mayor does consider it and supports it and implements it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Okay. Councilor Worrell seeks adoption of this docket. Mr. Clerk, remind me the docket number. Of docket number 0270. Can we please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0270. Councilor Braden. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepen. Yes. Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. 10 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. This docket has been adopted. Are there any other green sheet pulls? Okay. We are now moving on to late files. I'm informed by the clerk that there are 8 late file matters. 2 of the late file matters are from the mayor. There's 117F, 2 personnel orders, and 3 reports from public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the first 2 late file? Oh, yes. I said this 17F response. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the 2 late file matters from the mayor into the record?
From Office of the Mayor, an order confirming the appointment of Reginald Stovall Jr. as a board member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance Review Board. And the second order, late file order from the mayor, an order confirming the appointment of Laurie Ferris as a board member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance Review Board.
We will take a vote to add these late file matters onto the record. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. These have been added to the record. And Mr. Clerk, will these be placed on file? Both of those
No, refer to committee.
The first docket will be referred to the Environment, Justice, and both dockets will be referred to the Committee on Environment. It's late. Okay, let me get the committee name right. The Environmental Justice, Resiliency, and Parks. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the 17F response? I believe it's a 17F response into the record.
Third late file for the matter. This is a response to 17F order requesting certain information from regarding White Stadium and Madison Park Technical Vocational High School, docket number 0343.
Thank you. All in favor of adding this late file matter to the docket, to the record, please say aye. Aye. Aye, this docket has been added. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the 3 reports from public officers and others into the record? Oh, that, yeah, okay. That 17F response will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the 3 reports from public officers and others into the record?
These are 3 communications from City Councilor Murphy regarding the property taxes proposals.
Thank you. We will take a vote to add these late file matters onto the record. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. These dockets have been added. These dockets will be placed on file. Okay, we are now on to the consent agenda.
I have 2 personnel.
Oh, the 2 personnel orders. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the 2 personnel orders?
First personnel order, Councilor Lujan for Councilor Weber, and the second personnel order, Councilor Lujan for Councilor Pepin.
Thank you. We will take a vote to add these late file matters onto the record. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Okay, the ayes have it. They've been added to the record. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, is this for? Okay. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, which docket?
0484.
Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Fernandez Anderson to docket 0484?
Thank you, I apologize.
Okay, we are now moving on to the consent agenda. I have been informed by the clerk that there are no additions to the consent agenda. The question now comes on approval of the various matters contained within the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. We are now on to announcements. Please remember that these are for upcoming dates and events. As Councilor Worrell stated, we have the Black History Month event, our City Council Black History Month event, happening next Wednesday in Chambers at noon. So we hope everyone can be here. We have birthdays coming up. 2 birthdays coming up. Cheyenne here on the City Council, his birthday is February 22nd, and our very own Councilor Durkin, February 24th. Happy birthday. Friday is Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day, everyone. The Mental Health While Black Summit, led by Toy Burton, that's this Friday also on February 14th. There's a Haley House Super Bowl, which is also happening this Sunday, February 16th. And I don't know if any of my colleagues have any announcements that they would like to make at this time. No? Okay. We are now moving on to memorials. Would anyone like to uplift the name of anyone who has passed? As I had mentioned, I just want to memorialize 2 giants here in the city that we recently lost. We're losing a lot of giants. Fletcher Flash Wiley, he was a lawyer and a civic leader. He's the partner of Bernie Wiley and the father of Pratt Wiley, and also I know Pratt is a sister. He was a pioneering attorney and civic leader in Boston, and he passed away at the age of 82. He was a trailblazer in law, business, and public service. He broke racial barriers throughout his career, becoming the first Black chairman of the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce, and he was a founding partner at Budd, Riley, and Wiley, New England's largest Black and people of color-owned law firm. He was a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy and Harvard University, and he dedicated his entire life to advocacy, mentorship, and community development. He was so warm. He was a leader to here in Boston to so many students, especially young Black students like me who were thinking about law school. And he's survived by so many people, his close family and an extended family here in Boston and on Martha's Vineyard that deeply, deeply loved him. His legacy continues as a mentor, friend, and champion for equity, and it will endure for many years for the many lives he touched. He also was a lover of Motown and had just an exemplary voice, and so I just want to give my love to Flash and his family. And then I'd like to uplift Danielle LeGros George, who was an acclaimed poet, translator, and educator who passed away, leaving behind a legacy of literary excellence and cultural advocacy. She was the author of several poetry collections, including The Dear Remote Nearness of You, winner of the New England Poetry Club's Sheila Margaret Maughton Book Prize. She recently did a book talk at Just Bookish. She was a professor emeritus of creative writing at Lesley University and taught for over a decade at the Joyner Institute for the Study of War and Social Consequences at UMass Boston. Her work was recognized with fellowships and grants from prestigious institutions, and like I said, she was Boston's second poet laureate from 2015 to 2019. She was a profound voice in literature and a dedicated mentor. Her impact will resonate for generations to come. The number of Haitian people, she was also Haitian, born in Haiti, spent time in the Congo, moved here, and the number of Haitian people, both in Boston and around the country, are reaching out to me about the sadness of her passing. I did not want to miss this opportunity to uplift her and for us to adjourn in her memory today. So thank you, Danielle, for all you gave the city of Boston. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We've lost 4 beacons in our East Boston community just this past week. Bill Chisholm was a Vietnam War veteran and a local leader in the veterans community in Eastie. Jim Kearney was a civic leader and education leader in East Boston. Stephen Powers, a Teamster union member and father to some of my softball teammates, and Lauren D'Amato, mother of a childhood friend of mine. And my thoughts are with their families.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to uplift anyone? Okay. Today we will adjourn our meeting in memory of the following individuals. On behalf of Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata, William J. Bill Chisholm, James A. Jim Kearney, Stephen Powers, Lauren D'Amato. On behalf of myself, Council President Louis Jen, Gail Scott, mother of ABCD President and CEO Sharon Scott Chandler, Fletcher Flash Wiley, Danielle LeGros George. A moment of silence, please. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. The council is scheduled to meet again, not next week, because next week is our Black History Month celebration, but on Wednesday, February 26, 2025 at 12 noon. Thank you to my colleagues, central staff, the clerk in the clerk's office, and the council stenographer. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The council is adjourned.